Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1 Ronaldinho Greenfield Elf Template. In July 2014, at a training base in Munich, Germany. Chin, you're not in my plans for next season. The club's idea is to transfer you. Several Chinese Super League clubs have already submitted offers, and the club is very satisfied with them. I think they will treat you very well, so it's a win-win situation for all of us. The bald man sitting on the sofa, speaking in a nonchalant tone, seemed to want to decide people's future. His name is Erik ten Hag, the current head coach of Bayern Munich 2, who led the team to the regional league title last season. Ten Hag put down his water glass, slightly raised his eyes, and looked at the young man opposite him. She was about 16 or 17 years old, with neat short black hair and a calmness on her face that was obviously not in line with her age. Yes. His name is Chin Ming. Just a few days ago, he was in 2025, watching the U20 Asian Cup. After the Chinese national team was defeated by Saudi Arabia in stoppage time, he drank a bottle of ice-cold beer and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself among the transmigrators, having transmigrated into the body of a 17-year-old boy named Chin Ming. Immediately afterwards. Good news, I am a member of Bayern Munich's reserve team. Bad news, Tencent wants to sell me. Chin Ming did not readily agree to Ten Hag's request. Instead, he said in a calm but serious tone, "Sir, could you give me a little more time? I would like to consider this carefully." It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the Chinese Super League to make money, but rather that he received a standard feature when he transmigrated, a system. However, the system is currently loading and will take another 26 hours to start. If someone could unlock a cheat code that makes them invincible, only a fool would foolishly return to the Chinese Super League. Wouldn't he be happier dominating European leagues? Not only can it achieve financial freedom, but it can also make up for the unfulfilled football dream of the past. Chin, I've given you plenty of time, but you haven't given me an answer. Ten Hag's face turned cold. From now on, you are banned from using team facilities until you give me a satisfactory answer. The main reason Chin Ming was able to join Bayern Munich's youth academy is that it relied on a trade program between Chinese football and Bayern Munich. If it weren't for the sponsorship from Chinese companies and the huge number of Chinese fans, Chin Ming wouldn't be qualified to enter the second team. A few days ago, Bayern's management hinted to him that they could play the export-to-domestic sales game, repackaging Chin Ming and selling him back to the Chinese Super League. He suspected insider trading, but as the second-team coach, he had very little power and could only follow the instructions of the management. As for the absence of Chinese players in the Bayern Munich squad, they can come up with another exchange plan. All right. Chin Ming did not erupt or argue, he left the office very calmly. He doesn't want to break off relations with the other party for the time being. But his mind was also firm. Now that he had transmigrated to this world and had the help of the system, he was determined to stay in Europe. However, he clearly underestimated Ten Hag. When he arrived at the players' restaurant to have a meal, he was told that eating inside was prohibited. Okay, here are the basic steps for using Tengi. Chin Ming was also mentally prepared, so he called his teammate Højbjerg and asked him to get him a meal to take back to the dormitory. Where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. If Ten Hag doesn't allow himself to eat in the players' restaurant, he can't very well forbid others from bringing him food, can he? 15 minutes later, Højbjerg looked at Chin Ming eating and sighed silently, saying, "Chin, why don't you just give in? Anyway, I've heard that the Chinese Super League is developing quite well now, and the salaries are even higher than those of players in the Jia League. If you go against the coach, you'll definitely be the one who suffers in the end." "Yes, I'll consider it." Chin Ming chewed on the unpalatable chicken breast, wondering if the chef was in a bad mood today, as it tasted much saltier than usual. "Then think about it carefully, and I'll bring it to you for dinner tonight." Højbjerg nodded. In fact, he also noticed that Chin Ming, with whom he spent every day, seemed to be a little different. But he only thought that it was because Chin Ming was under too much pressure from being forced by Ten Hag. Let's wait. After finishing his meal, Chin Ming looked at the azure sky and murmured to himself. He also doesn't suffer from mental exhaustion. If all else fails, go back to China and try to make some money in the Chinese Super League. He might be exposed after a few games, but we'll deal with the rest later. As a time traveler, is he going to starve to death? Qin Ming clearly remembers that in 2014, the country implemented a series of economic stimulus measures, and the monetary easing policy reached an almost historical high. The Shanghai Composite Index is soaring, and people are saying that a bull market has arrived. Although several months later. Even if the period of growth is short, it will be enough for him to obtain the initial funds, do some business and buy houses. He may not become the richest man, but at least he will be financially independent. 26 hours doesn't seem like a long time, but it can also be quite agonizing. Qin Ming was banned from using team facilities and could not go anywhere but stay in the dormitory. Fortunately, Ten Hag did not go too far and kick him out of the player dormitory, otherwise he would have really had nowhere to go. As the countdown timer in view reached 0, a cold, mechanical sound quietly began to play. The green field system is officially launched. Scanning the host's body. Selecting suitable templates. Suddenly, dazzling light burst forth before my eyes, then transformed into individual player cards. Inzaghi, the Fox of the Green, template. Balotelli, Super Mario, template. Vieri, Apennine Tank, template. Ronaldo, Alien, template. Qin Ming glanced through the list and found that the selected player templates had one thing in common. Playing with flowers. He then recalled a dream he had before he transmigrated here. That was an Adidas ad, showing two kids playing soccer on a field, each choosing their favorite player. He then subconsciously began to select, but with a prank in mind, he chose only the most notorious scumbags in the football world. Inzaghi, Vieri, Ronaldo, and many others have had so many girlfriends that it's impossible to count them on two hands. But Qin Ming thought again, although the other person's moves were fancy, their skills were questionable. They all possess world-class talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to remember them. Template extraction complete. Ronaldinho's Field Elf template. The host's body will soon undergo modification. 3, 2, 1. Before Qin Ming could even feel happy, the sports card in front of him exploded, turning into specks of fluorescent light that seeped into his body. Boom! His consciousness was instantly swallowed up, and he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Ming woke up again, the sunlight was already shining on his face. He covered his eyes with his hands, stretched slightly, and then immediately ran to the bathroom to carefully examine himself in the mirror. That's terrifying. Ronaldinho's main advantage is his excellent football skills, but his appearance, well. Qin Ming didn't comment, but he didn't like it and didn't want to become like that. Fortunately, the template modified the body and did not affect the appearance. Instead, Qin Ming rubbed his arms and stomped on the floor, feeling a significant increase in strength. When he closed his eyes and concentrated, the screen flickered. Host, Qin Ming. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Template, Ronaldinho Green Field Elf template, 65%. On the simple and clear screen, there are only 4 short lines of text. There is no other information. Qin Ming's first focus was naturally on 65%, which he guessed was the degree of template integration. Chapter 2, Preparing to steal Zhang Shijia's hat. After confirming that there were no problems with his physical examination, Qin Ming focused his attention on the template. In the world of football, there are 2 top stars who have the fewest critics and opponents. They are Van Basten and Ronaldinho. The former is because he was injured too early, giving the feeling that his peak came to an abrupt end. In addition, his skills are comprehensive, and his data and honors are also quite good. Some people may not like him that much, or feel that he is not that strong, but there is nothing specific to criticize. The other one is Ronaldinho. Although he went out drinking, clubbing, and even working as a sewing machine operator, fans still had a very good opinion of him. It's worth noting that even Pelé and Maradona have been criticized by many for their on- and off-field behavior. What is the reason? Because most people who love football are from that age when they were running around and felt like the wind was blowing in their heads. Ronaldinho, whenever he's on the field, is always grinning broadly, and he's genuinely happy. It's really hard for people to get angry at this kind of smile. Even if he repeatedly dribbles past you with the ball, you'll still think he's very skilled and great, rather than that he's trying to humiliate himself. It is this joy based on a love for football that makes Ronaldinho's playing style very close to the essence of football as a game. Of course, there are many interpretations of football, such as it being more important than life, or war in peacetime. However, for most fans, it is not a sport with extremely high competitiveness, but a sport that represents enjoying happiness with friends and teammates. So in a sense, Ronaldinho stood at the pinnacle of world football for those of us who were children and teenagers. How could people not like him? Of course, the most crucial part is still technique. When you watch Ronaldinho's match videos, you always get a certain feeling. His skills and breakthroughs, every move he makes, reveal a strong talent and artistry. That dreamlike movement, based on football yet transcending football, has captivated countless fans. Qin Ming pulled a soccer ball out from under the bed and started playing with it right there in the dorm room. Amidst the crisp, pleasant sounds of the ball being touched, the football bounces lightly across the body, including the feet, thighs, and shoulders. Qin Ming was experiencing the feeling of football, and thought to himself that this must be what is called ball feel. He seems to have rediscovered the joy he felt playing football as a child. Only after he reluctantly put down the football did he begin to think about the future path he should take. First of all, they definitely can't go back to the Chinese Super League. It would be best if they could stay in one of the top 5 leagues. If that's not possible, they can go to second-tier leagues such as the Dutch Eredivisie, Turkish Super League, or English Championship. Are there any suitable clubs? For some reason, Qin Ming suddenly thought of the hat. Wolfsburg secured a resounding victory over their opponents, with Zhang Shizhe scoring a hat-trick. Wolfsburg, sponsored by the Volkswagen Group, is now a well-known club in the Bundesliga, and Volkswagen has always wanted to sign a Chinese player in order to promote its business in China. If Zhang Shizhe can do it, can I? He came from Bayern Munich's youth academy and played quite a few games for Bayern's reserve team. Although his previous results weren't outstanding, he now has a Ronaldinho-like image to follow. If they can join Wolfsburg, why worry about their talent being buried and unable to shine? My past life as a beast of burden wasn't in vain. Qin Ming is a man of action. He immediately turned on his computer and created a resume. Then, I searched for Wolfsburg's homepage in my browser, found the email addresses of the recruitment department and the head coach, and sent them my personal data, as well as media reports and posts on Chinese sports forums. Not only that, he also followed and privately messaged the other person on Instagram and Facebook. As for whether there's any suspicion of him paying out of pocket, they're in such dire straits, yet they still want to put on airs. Do they expect to come knocking on their door when they get a chance? Qin Ming isn't stupid, opportunities have to be earned. If he had the address of Wolfsburg's head coach, he would have liked to go and pay him a visit to properly introduce himself. Putting everything else aside, at least he'll get a trial opportunity, thus getting rid of Ten Hag. However, he didn't put all his eggs in one basket, and sent his resume to other clubs as well. Their main strategy is to cast a wide net. After a series of operations were completed, the sun had risen in the sky. Qin Ming thought that he needed to find an agent after a while, otherwise he would have no time to train if he had to deal with all these trivial matters. He also needs to improve the integration of Ronaldinho's template. Thanks. Qin Ming thanked Højbjerg and then buried himself in the not-so-delicious food. The waiting time was always agonizing, but he didn't wait passively. Since Tinghai wouldn't let him use the facilities, he went to the outdoor basketball court. It doesn't matter where you practice. Germany has a lot of stadiums, and they're free to use. Bang! 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 On the smooth artificial turf pitch, Qin Ming, wearing a Bayern Munich 2-team jersey, began ball training after a thorough warm-up. In fact, most of the training for professional players consists of basic exercises. Dribbling, passing, shooting, and so on all require hard work day after day. Even Ronaldinho was no exception. Therefore, Qin Ming did it meticulously according to his memory. He wants to be in top condition for the trial. A bald man walked past him on the street he wasn't looking at. Good ball control, explosiveness, speed, and flexibility. He stopped instinctively and made his own assessment. But when he saw Qin Ming suddenly get excited and complete the ball in an extremely fancy way, then use his head, chest, back, feet and other parts of his body to make high-quality contact with the ball, that casual yet lively feeling immediately emanated from within the second team. Guardiola instantly felt a sense of familiarity, and he quickly realized where that familiarity came from. Ronaldinho. In the world of football, there are probably only a handful of people who have left a deep impression on him. I never expected to find such a pleasant surprise while wandering around outside feeling down. But why didn't I know that the reserve team had such a player last season? Logically speaking, the second team, as a reserve team, is defined differently from the youth training team. Every once in a while, the coaching staff would report on the player's situation to him so that he could select players. But in the year and a half since he came to Bayern, he has had almost no impression of this young man. Could it be that his ball skills have improved rapidly recently? There are similar examples in the football world, so Guardiola simply stopped thinking about it. Your ball control is really good. Guardiola reluctantly turned his gaze away, memorizing Qin Ming's appearance, and prepared to go back and learn more about him. As for why he wasn't promoted directly, that's too simplistic. Football is not that simple. After all, physical contact is the main theme of football matches. Whether you are controlling the ball, passing the ball, or shooting, it is usually done in physical contact. His teacher Cruyff once said, "Some people can juggle a ball 1,000 times, but that's not skill. Anyone can do that through training, and then they can go work in a circus." To test the goods, he plans to hold a training match in a few days. But Guardiola had a premonition that this young man might be able to alleviate his pressure. It's worth noting that although he led Bayern to a double title last season, signs of internal conflict were already emerging. His disagreements with team Dr. Müller-Wohlfahrt, differences in football philosophy with players, and conflicts with management over transfers have made things very difficult for him. Leaving Barcelona to coach Bayern Munich was not as easy as he had imagined. Therefore, he desperately needed his own people, that is, players who could become his confidants, but it turned out to be really hard to find. A short while later, he turned and left. On the field, Qin Ming noticed Guardiola, his bald head was simply too conspicuous. However, he didn't think much of it. Chapter 3 Trial Training Email. Wolfsburg, located 479 kilometers from Munich, is a typical industrial city. Near the Volkswagen Stadium. In recent years, the group's sales in China have grown by only a single-digit percentage annually. So in order to reverse the decline in sales, we want to turn things around through football. Volkswagen Group's European director, Fischer, looked grave. He knew that trying to change the entire car sales landscape in China through football was a pipe dream. But there's nothing we can do. The group has used every trick in the book, including sponsoring the popular TV show, Running Man, launching new vehicles to seize new markets, and spending a lot of money on promotion. However, the final effect was minimal, with virtually no impact on regional sales. So starting with football is a desperate measure, but it's also a last resort. This is a key part of our strategy in the Asian market, so I hope you can find an excellent player, preferably one who can play and perform well in key matches. Fischer exhaled a smoke ring. The balding middle-aged man opposite him was Wolfsburg's general manager, Tim Schumacher, who looked troubled and said, "Sir, you know about Chinese players, their abilities are limited, and they want to reach your standards. That's a question you should be considering. All I want is a Chinese player." Fischer was very tough. Isn't that how leaders operate? They put pressure on those above and then put pressure on those below. All right. Tim Schumacher nodded and accepted the work assignment. When he sent his request to the recruitment department, it immediately aroused their dissatisfaction. Things are different now. There are no players like Yang Chen, Xiao Jiai, and Hao Junmin, who are still quite capable. Nowadays, being outstanding or excellent is not synonymous with being a Chinese player at all. Where are they supposed to find them? Are all Volkswagen Group idiots? If they sign a Chinese player but don't let him play, they will definitely suffer the consequences in the end. After setting up the information, a staff member began searching for relevant players from the Chinese Super League. But just as his eyes were starting to ache from looking at the screen, he heard his colleague suddenly exclaim, "Hey, Pete, look, isn't that a Chinese player?" He's currently with Bayern Munich too and had a regional league appearance last season. I think he fits the boss's criteria perfectly. Upon hearing this, Pete immediately sprang to his feet and rushed over to take a look. Good stats, good looks, good popularity. Seems pretty good indeed. I never expected that someone would bring me a pillow just when I was about to doze off. I just don't know if his ability can support him to play in the league, the German Cup and the Europa League. Anyway, he should be better than the players found in the Chinese Super League, at least he won't have a language problem. Pete's expression shifted between light and dark. In the end, he first verified the authenticity of Qin Ming's information and then contacted the head of the recruitment department. He's just an employee, he can't make decisions on his own. Let the leaders worry about it. Munich 3 days later. Dear Mr. Qin Ming, we have received your relevant information. After discussions between our recruitment department and coaching team, we cordially invite you to attend a trial at the VfL Center in Den Aller Wiesenstraat in Wolfsburg at 3:30 p.m. on July 28. Looking at the reply on the screen, Qin Ming clenched his fist slightly and waved it in the air. Just as he expected. Volkswagen has long planned to bring in a Chinese player to promote its products. Without him, history would have followed its course, with Zhang Shizhe joining Wolfsburg. But now he's basically stolen Zhang Shize's hat. No, things haven't settled yet, and he didn't pass the trial. It's not a good thing to be happy too soon. Qin Ming had only 3 days left before the trial training, so he could still get used to his new body. Indeed, after the template was modified, he has developed remarkable talent. A few days ago, since there was no specific training plan, he also specifically analyzed Ronaldinho's strengths. First and foremost, ball control is an intangible thing that is difficult to develop. However, Cruyff once said that practicing dribbling in a messy living room can effectively improve your ball control. So Qin Ming practiced in his dorm whenever he had free time, and the results were surprisingly good. Secondly, there is the incredibly imaginative and three-dimensional ball handling in the core area, a talent unparalleled in football history. Both of these are manifestations of the ultimate technique on the football field. Therefore, Qin Ming used different methods to juggle the ball in order to enhance his sensitivity to three-dimensional space. The rest is basic training such as ball control, shooting, and passing. Let's just keep training like this for now, and then we'll develop a more detailed and scientific training plan when we join a professional team. Not far from the second team's dormitory building is the Bayern Munich head coach's office. By changing Philipp from a fullback to a defensive midfielder, I helped the German team in a sense, and they won the World Cup this year. Doesn't that prove my ability? Guardiola held his head in frustration. It's worth noting that renowned football commentator Falk described this moment in his book, The Inside Story of Bayern, as another of Guardiola's Messi moments. Back then, Guardiola's brilliant idea of playing Messi as a false nine created a great striker and a great team. Laum's positional changes have also had a profound impact on Bayern Munich and German football. Everything was clearly moving in a positive direction. However, in the summer transfer window that has just opened, Guardiola and Bayern's management have had a major disagreement. Last season, he wanted Neymar, but the club rejected his transfer proposal, citing the Brazilian's inability to adapt to Germany. This season, he wanted Suarez, but the club rejected his transfer proposal again, citing the Uruguayan's tendency to bite. Okay, Suarez's biting habit is definitely not a good one. But why did the club trade Toni Kroos for Xabi Alonso? He couldn't understand it. Recently, he has been trying to communicate with Reschke, the club's technical manager in charge of team planning, but he has not been able to get the response he wants. He even forgot about the young people he had met before in his busy schedule. 3 days later, the young man boarded a high-speed train bound for Wolfsburg. Looking at the scenery rushing past the window, Qin Ming suddenly felt a strange sense of reality. He had only been in this world for a short time, so short that he hadn't yet adapted to it. But as he embarked on his journey alone, he finally escaped the intense sense of emptiness. The 6-hour drive was exhausting. By the time Qin Ming arrived in Wolfsburg, the soft glow of the setting sun was already faintly visible. He arrived at the hotel that the club had booked for him, which was near the VfL Center in Wolfsburg. After having a meal and washing up, he went to bed early, striving to be in the best possible condition for the trial. Chapter 4: The Adventures of Tintin. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Qin Ming arrived at the VFL center on time and saw a blonde, baby-faced man getting out of the car. Qin Ming immediately thought of Hergé's famous work, The Adventures of Tintin. They're not exactly the same, but they really do look very similar. He is Kevin De Bruyne. Since being abandoned by Mourinho and transferred from Chelsea to Wolfsburg, the Belgian seems to have unlocked his full potential, delivering outstanding performances in the Bundesliga. Of course, perhaps it's because being cheated on proved the same: if you have no woman in your heart, you'll naturally be a god when it comes to football. Moreover, in the recently concluded 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil, during Belgium's round of 16 match against the United States, De Bruyne contributed a goal and an assist in the first half of extra time, ultimately helping Belgium secure a hard-fought victory and becoming the key player for Belgium in this match. Although he lost 1-2 to Argentina in the quarterfinals, the world remembered this blonde young man. Of course, as a transmigrator, Qin Ming knew even better just how strong De Bruyne was. Perhaps joining Wolfsburg would be the best option. Qin Ming muttered to himself, thinking that if he could pass the trial, he wouldn't go to a better team even if there were better opportunities. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, he first underwent a technical test, including basic abilities such as passing, shooting, dribbling, and ball handling. He naturally has no problem in this regard. After all, the integration rate of the Ronaldinho template is 65%. Next comes the physical fitness test, which includes sprinting, jumping, agility, and lung capacity tests to assess the physical condition of the test takers. "Your body is in excellent condition," the tester remarked, looking at the data sheet. Even by a harsh standard, Qin Ming's physical abilities are excellent, even outstanding. "You can rest for half an hour first. There are energy drinks and food here. The last item is the combat training," the staff member said with a smile. "Thank you." Qin Ming nodded without being polite. The previous 2 tests had taken a lot of energy, so he needed to replenish his energy in time. While waiting, he met other people who had come for the trial, though they didn't really know each other. However, after a brief exchange, it was learned that the other party included players from the German second division, Borussia Dortmund's reserve team, and so on, and that they were all quite strong. After all, Wolfsburg had a strong season last year, and this season they are aiming for a top 3 finish in the league. Therefore, many players want to join the club. They have already confirmed the signing of Arsenal striker Bendtner, and it is said that they have also made an offer to Manchester United Shinji Kagawa. The reason is simple: after their key left winger, Perisic, was injured, they urgently needed to find a new replacement. I heard they've already eliminated a lot of people, and no one has passed the trial yet. The dark-skinned, bald-faced guy is named Scott and is a player for the German second division team Darmstadt 98. In fact, all professional teams operate this way. Besides promoting their own youth academy players, they also directly spend money to buy players. It is extremely rare and very difficult to get into a professional team through a trial. After chatting for a while, a burly man walked over, clapped his hands, and said in a deep voice, "The training will be an 11-side match, and you will be able to take turns." In fact, he knew very well that the other 3 were just there to make up the numbers today. Or to put it another way, the trial in Wolfsburg was a rigged affair. No matter how Qin Ming performs later, the final result will not change. It's all because he has so many Chinese resources behind him. So when Qin Ming and the others arrived at the training ground, they found that the training match had already been going on for several minutes. On the sidelines, a man with black-rimmed glasses and a full head of white hair glanced around briefly but said nothing. Dieter Hecking, now 51, knows that although football is a competitive sport, it is not immune to commercial operations. Qin Ming is a means of business operation. Even if he doesn't like being told what to do by others, he has to understand that capital is the most powerful tool. In today's football world, you really can't do without money. Therefore, under the influence of these emotions, he developed a dislike for Qin Ming. After all, nobody likes someone who gets in through connections, unless that person is themselves. Wolfsburg has a strong squad on paper. Qin Ming stared intently at the court. After the defensive midfielder of Team A made a tackle, he immediately passed the ball diagonally to De Bruyne. The latter seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the new position, as he was playing as a left winger, whereas he had previously played as an attacking midfielder. However, due to Perisic's injury, he could only temporarily fill in. So his instinctive through pass failed to bypass the defender and was intercepted halfway through. Immediately afterwards, Team B advanced quickly down the flank and delivered a cross near the byline. The bald, muscular man in the penalty area sprang to his feet and tossed his head. Bang! The football spun into the goal, lifting the white net. Buzz! Well done. You might go from being a substitute to a starter this season. The B team members were lavish in their praise. As for the Team A members, they just smiled wryly, and no one blamed their teammates. But De Bruyne hung his head, seemingly very dissatisfied with himself. He is a stubborn person with high standards for himself, otherwise, he wouldn't have left Chelsea. The team atmosphere seems good, Qin Ming thought to himself. Meanwhile, Dieter Blackens, standing nearby, frowned and said, "That Chinese kid, yes, you, go up and replace number 7. The number 7 player he was referring to is Caligiuri, the right winger for Wolfsburg. Right, you play left winger, Maximilian goes to the right, and Kevin goes back to the center." Finally, Dieter Black added one more sentence. Qin Ming nodded upon hearing this, his breathing quickening slightly, indicating a degree of nervousness. There was nothing he could do, it was his first time playing a match since he transmigrated. That bastard Ten Ha won't let him into the cafeteria or train. No wonder he'll be called Teng Hai in the future. Qin Ming cursed Teng Hai in his heart, feeling that his tension had been greatly reduced. After Caligiuri left the field in frustration, Qin Ming quickly ran to his position, while also roughly observing the positions of his teammates. He had to seize this rare opportunity, at least to leave a good impression on the head coach and his teammates. This will facilitate his future development. But ideals are always lofty. Although he showed great enthusiasm, his teammates did not trust him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, he hasn't touched the ball once since he came on. Team A's overall strategy leans towards the right flank, aiming to break through Team B's flank defense through continuous passing and cutting. However, the results were not satisfactory. When De Bruyne received a pass from his teammate, he looked up and saw a lonely figure. There was a time when he was like that too, because he was withdrawn and introverted, and was not trusted by his teammates. Perhaps due to the prolonged attack on the right flank without success, or perhaps due to empathy, De Bruyne pushed forward with his right foot and suddenly delivered a through ball. Snap! The football precisely sliced through the defense and landed on the empty left flank. Qin Ming then realized that not only were his teammates ignoring him, but even his opponents didn't take him seriously. As his thoughts raced, he didn't stop moving forward. He made several consecutive touches with the outside of his right foot, instantly gaining speed. Chapter 5: 2 consecutive realistic shaking. At the same time, Dieter's eyes, hidden beneath his glasses, lit up slightly, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to deepen. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. This is especially evident in competitive sports, particularly football. A player's skill level can be easily judged by their dribbling rhythm, speed, and footwork. You've got something. Dieter Black-Gold put away his disdain and straightened his back a bit. Following his gaze, Qin Ming dribbled for another 10 meters or so before encountering a defensive player. Sebastian Jung. He was signed as a right-back from Eintracht Frankfurt in the summer transfer window for a transfer fee of €2.5 million. He also wanted to prove himself and gain the head coach's trust, thereby earning more playing time. So, if there's an easy target in front of you, how could you not take advantage of it? As he instinctively assumed a defensive stance, he discovered that Qin Ming in front of him suddenly accelerated and shifted his center of gravity slightly to the right. Put the shovel in. Sebastian prepared to execute a clean and precise tackle with a stylish move. But the next second his pupils shrank. Qin Ming used an extremely high frequency of kicks, feigning a right parry but actually cutting to the left. He then accelerated forward, leaving the bewildered Sebastian behind. This simple yet effective escape instantly attracted the attention of everyone on and off the field. Dieter Blacken stopped sitting on the bench and stood up straight, wanting to see more clearly. De Bruyne also raised his eyebrows slightly, his initial sympathy seemingly turning into anticipation. Don't just stand there. The roar of B-team goalkeeper Green interrupted Klose's shock. Don't get me wrong, his name is Tim Klose, he's a defender for Wolfsburg, and he just joined last season. At 193 centimeters tall, he is a qualified center back with strong physical strength and aerial ability, but he also has a fatal weakness. Bulky. It's like a giant aircraft carrier, it takes forever to turn around. Therefore, Qin Ming used the same trick again, pretending to break through from the left and cross from the byline. In reality, as Klose shifted his weight, he used his waist and abdomen to suddenly swing sideways, creating space for a shot. Before Green could react, he immediately followed up with a powerful shot. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and by the time everyone came to their senses, the football had already crossed the goal line and plunged into the net. Where did this come from? How come I didn't know Bayern's second team was so strong? If they're that good, why would they need to try out for Wolfsburg? Wouldn't it be better to just go straight to Bayern's first team? Damn it! How are we supposed to fight this? Before the players on the field could say anything, the trial players waiting off the field all complained with bitter faces. Especially the Dortmund 2 team players. He had played against Bayern Munich 2 before, but he only had a vague impression of Qin Ming. He frowned, sighed, and thought to himself that it was definitely not going to work out today. If he had known this would happen, he would have been better off trying out for Mainz or Leverkusen. Is it possible that I was just lucky? Scott, from the German second division team Darmstadt 98, said in a low voice. He was met with a few cold laughs. Everyone present was a professional player. If they couldn't conclude from these two dribbles and shots that Qin Ming's strength far surpassed theirs, then they should leave the industry as soon as possible. Give me his test data. Dieter Blackens coughed twice and addressed the assistant coach. As a renowned Bundesliga relegation coach, his greatest strength lies in discovering and developing young players. In Build's list of the top 10 coaches who love to use young players, Dietrich ranked third with 25.1% of its league playing time coming from players under 23 years old. It's worth noting that Klopp of Borussia Dortmund, 23.3%, ranked fourth, while Wenger of Arsenal ranked fifth, 22.4%. Guardiola of Bayern Munich, 18.7%, ranked 10th. The data in this list is based on nearly 250 matches. Therefore, it still has a certain degree of authority. Dieter Hecking, who is good at recognizing and utilizing talent, naturally knows what such performance from a player who will only be 17 next month truly means. As for why Qin Ming chose to go to distant Wolfsburg instead of Bayern Munich, he didn't care. As long as the procedures are compliant and legal, there is no problem. On the field, Qin Ming didn't celebrate after scoring. He just walked over to De Bruyne, smiled brightly, and said, "Kevin, thank you. That was a beautiful pass. You handled it well. I just passed it once. Anyone could have done it." De Bruyne was very stubborn and shook his head in serious rebuttal. Qin Ming smiled even more broadly upon hearing this. Who wouldn't want to be praised, especially when that person is De Bruyne? He really liked this blonde guy when he was watching football. At first, Qin Ming might have felt a little sympathy for the other person because their best friend had cheated on them, but later he was completely impressed by the other person's abilities. And being teammates with De Bruyne should allow him to score a lot of goals. Watching the two walk back side by side, Miranda's forehead was full of question marks. Are they that close? Is it possible that geniuses have more in common? That's what Tim Klose said after he was beaten. He didn't feel ashamed at all, on the contrary, he readily accepted the other person's opinion. But Sebastian, who had just arrived, was different. He had intended to step on Qin Ming to gain attention, but instead, he was the one who got stepped on by Qin Ming. How can we tolerate this? When the game restarted, Qin Ming clearly felt that his teammates' attitudes had changed drastically. They no longer isolated him from the tactics, instead, they began to consciously pass the ball to him. To be honest, there are still many things he doesn't understand as he has just entered the professional football world. The series of escapes just now seemed like a trick. After all, the opponent did not defend strictly and even revealed a big flaw. As the saying goes, pressure can distort one's movements, and one can only perform at 30% of their full potential. Qin Ming had a similar feeling. But he knew the importance of first impressions. If he failed to make a good impression on Dieter Blacking, his future path would be much more difficult. Therefore, he subconsciously ignored the pressure and treated the training matches as a game. How did he play football when he was a child? Enjoy. De Bruyne was the first to notice Qin Ming's change. He saw that Qin Ming's ball handling was no longer stiff and rigid, but had become much more agile. Towards the end of the first half, Tim Klose intercepted the ball in the backfield and launched a long ball forward. Gustavo won the first header and headed the ball to Qin Ming, who was there to receive it. Sebastian stepped forward and stuck close to him. He needs to use his physical strength and experience to make a crucial steal, and then launch a counterattack. Before the halftime whistle, help Team B regain the lead, become the brightest star, and regain face and substance. Sebastian was about to touch the ball. Thud, with a crisp sound of the ball being touched, it rose into the air a short distance, narrowly avoiding the Swiss player's head. Chapter 6 Rainbow. Damn it! Sebastian cursed inwardly, hurriedly turning around to snatch it again. But when he recklessly rushed over, the football was lifted up by a black shoe and went over his head. Two rainbows seemed to appear on the training field. After controlling the ball with his left foot, Qin Ming ignored Sebastian, as he already had enough space to pass the ball. When his cross found the onrushing De Bruyne, the Belgian forcefully pushed past Miranda and delivered an extremely tricky low-through ball. Arnold, a product of Wolfsburg's youth academy, easily caught up with the ball and fired a shot into the near corner to score. 2-1. Arnold laughed heartily as he hugged De Bruyne. He always felt comfortable playing against him. Because the ball always ends up at my feet. The lead time, speed, and force are all just right. He didn't forget Qin Ming either, extending his hand and saying, "Your performance just now was very good." "That's what I think too." Seeing Adno's goodwill, Qin Ming didn't pretend to be modest and shrugged and said with a smile, "Hey, is this how you play football?" Suddenly, an angry question shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Sebastian stepped forward and stared intently into Qin Ming's eyes. From someone else's perspective, Qin Ming's handling of the situation might have seemed like an interesting performance. But in Sebastian's eyes, it was just a joke. "Hey, if you're not good enough, work hard. Don't take your frustrations out on others. Nobody owes you anything." Before Qin Ming could speak, Arnold spoke up. He came from the team's youth academy and spent 5 years at Wolfsburg, so his status was naturally very high. In his view, Sebastian's anger was nothing but impotent rage. Sebastian seems to have regained his senses. Getting into conflicts with others so soon after joining the team is definitely a negative factor. But he couldn't bring himself to apologize and could only walk back in a huff. "Thanks," Qin Ming said earnestly. Being in a foreign country, and undergoing a trial period, anything he said would be inappropriate. It would be best if Arnold could stand up for him. "It's okay, I was like that when I was young too. Don't worry about it. We'll be teammates from now on." Arnold patted Qin Ming's shoulder forcefully. Although the club hasn't notified him yet, he already considers Qin Ming his teammate. "You can contact me if you need anything in the future." Even the introverted De Bruyne managed to squeeze out a comment. There was a time when he was far from his hometown and was bullied by his teammates. So even though he had been caught in the rain, he wanted to offer an umbrella to someone else. "Kevin, has anyone ever told you that you're a good person?" Qin Ming suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, De Bruyne froze on the spot, the image of Caroline, the woman who had cheated on him, surfacing in his memory. He then rubbed his face vigorously, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not a good person." "Okay, you're not a good person, I'm a good person." Qin Ming nodded, suppressing a laugh. He had a general idea of why. Two jokes brought them closer together. The first half ended there, and Qin Ming was substituted by Dieter Hecking after the start of the second half. The two found a quiet place to chat, which could perhaps be considered a kind of interview. "Would you mind telling me why you're here for the tryout?" "Because I have a conflict with the second team's head coach." "Could you elaborate?" "He wanted me to transfer to the Chinese Super League, to my hometown team, but I wanted to stay in Germany, so." Qin Ming didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. "Okay, now I can tell you that you have passed the trial." Dieter Hecking nodded knowingly. It was common for coaches to bully young players. Finally, he added, "But your transfer is complicated and involves other things, so we need to make preparations, as we need your attendance for certain events." Although acknowledging Qin Ming's abilities, the Volkswagen Group's policy remains unchanged, to reverse Volkswagen's declining sales in China by signing Chinese players. I know. Qin Ming was naturally aware of this. His transfer involved many things. But he was happy with it. Because Volkswagen will definitely promote its own products in order to boost sales. After all, the more appearances he makes and the better he performs, the higher the success rate of the mass market plan. This is equivalent to having a huge boost. As for Bayern, we will negotiate with them and try our best to offer satisfactory terms to both sides. Oh, right, there's also the issue of your compensation. The club won't be stingy with it. Dieter Black-Gold highly values Qin Ming's potential. So he thought he could solve all the problems so that Qin Ming could just focus his energy on football. No problem. Qin Ming nodded. He had only realized how poor he was when he checked his account balance a few days ago. I don't know if it's because Bayern Munich's reserve team has too low wages. If the club hadn't provided him with food and lodging, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. That damn Ten Hatch won't even let me into the cafeteria. That's incredibly cruel. August 1, 2014, Volkswagen Stadium. Qin Ming's transfer is progressing very quickly. First, Wolfsburg launched a Chinese version of its official website, signed a sponsorship agreement with a well-known Chinese tire company, and held a grand press conference. The conference room was bustling with activity, filled with media personnel. For example, Xinhua News Agency, Kicker, Bild, Wolfsburger Report, etc. In the shot, Qin Ming looks like a mascot, sitting quietly in front of the backdrop. The backdrop read, "Ni hao, Ming Qin." Mr. Olafs, is Qin Ming a positive development for Wolfsburg in terms of competitive performance, or a clever marketing transfer? The Kicker reporter was very uncooperative, asking a difficult question right off the bat. There's no need to think about this question, I can answer it directly. Bringing Qin on is not a marketing gimmick. We signed him after serious discussion. He is a talented young man, and we believe he can perform well in the Bundesliga. Olafs said with a smile. Could you please introduce Coach Dieter Hecking, who he will be working with for the next 2.5 years? Xinhua News Agency reporter Zhang Wei raised his hand to ask a question. He has been stationed in Germany for several years and, unlike other Chinese fans, doesn't know much about Qin Ming. Instead, he often went to watch Bayern Munich 2's matches, but his initial expectations gradually faded. Because Qin Ming's performance was just too average. Therefore, he also knew that this transfer was a business transaction. Coach Dieter Hecking is a man who is passionate about football. He can't live without football. He knows how to tactically shape a team and is also very good at dealing with players. Finally, he communicates a lot with the players, is extremely eager for success, and wants to show everyone the characteristics of Wolfsburg. I believe that under his coaching, Wolfsburg will achieve even more outstanding results this season. While Olafs's statement was an exaggeration, it was generally correct. Chapter 7 Even dogs wouldn't buy a Passat. Chinese youngster Qin Ming joins Wolfsburg. A product of Bayern Munich's youth academy, he won the regional league title last season with Bayern Munich 2. He will soon become the fourth Chinese player to join the Bundesliga, following Yang Chen, Xiao Jiayi, and Hao Junmin. Wolfsburg releases trial video showcasing exquisite dribbling skills and a double-lobbed pass. It said that Guardiola once pulled Qin Ming aside in the middle of the night to explain the key points of his possession-based system. The news of Qin Ming joining Wolfsburg drove Chinese football fans wild, with approximately 44 million people watching the news on CCTV. Breaking news. Volkswagen Passat now offers a total discount of 30,000 yuan, with price reductions, upgraded features, and improved value for money. Loan interest rates have also been lowered. Volkswagen Group bought a lot of traffic, but Chinese fans could only see 2 words between the lines: selling cars. So they didn't buy it at all, and instead complained about it like crazy. Selling car models and players? Seriously? Wouldn't it be better to stay with Bayern's reserve team and train for another 2 years? Young people these days are too focused on quick success and instant benefits. Exactly. Competing with Perisic, De Bruyne, Caligiuri, and others for midfield position at Wolfsburg, I could already foresee how badly Qin Ming's fate would be. And there are also countless news reports from marketing accounts, claiming that Guardiola even gave Qin Ming private coaching and that he has the potential to become a football king. That tryout video was obviously staged. Didn't you see the defending players just standing there, frozen in place? Their acting was absolutely terrible. Could it be that they're planning to export the product and then resell it domestically to rake in a huge transfer fee? Even dogs wouldn't buy a Passat. If you do, you'll regret it. The transmission problem remains unresolved. Dude, I just bought a Passat, and it drives pretty well. Are you going to compare it to BMW, Mercedes, or Audi? Did you win the lottery to say that? Seeing that the online comments were almost entirely negative, Qin Ming looked in the mirror wearing a green and white number 13 jersey and thought, I'm actually quite handsome. His mood wasn't affected because he understood the Chinese fans. However, he felt that the number 13 jersey would not sell well. After all, most people prefer numbers 7 and 10. Because his information had not been updated, he was unable to travel with the Wolfsburg team to England for a friendly match and had to remain at the training base. However, this also led him to meet his training partner, Nicklas Bendtner. This guy is awesome. At 16, he confronted Henry, at 21, he challenged Ibrahimovic, and at 24, he demanded the Juventus number 10 jersey. This experience would be talked about anywhere. However, geniuses are often ruined by pride. Ever since he donned the Arsenal jersey, he has had to compete for a place with players like Henry and Bergkamp. The result was obvious, they were no match for each other. After finally getting rid of Henry, he countered Ibrahimovic's claim that Arsenal wouldn't buy top-level players by saying he would surpass Ibrahimovic in 3 years. It's important to know that at that time, Ibrahimovic was undoubtedly Inter Milan's star player, and even the number 1 star in the entire Serie A league. As a result, Bendtner was severely embarrassed. Forget about surpassing Ibrahimovic, he couldn't even secure a starting position at Arsenal. Later, he was loaned from Arsenal to Juventus, and then, out of sheer audacity, demanded the number 10 jersey. It's worth noting that the number 10 jersey was left behind by Del Piero. Juventus didn't even give it to their own homegrown player, Giovinco. Let me tell you, at your age, what I hated most was studying. Bendtner proudly stated, so I hid in the girls' restroom to skip class, and I remember there were other people inside. Qin Ming. He was speechless and couldn't understand what Bendtner was thinking, to be able to talk about such a humiliating experience in such a proud tone. He could only laugh awkwardly and continue his training. Let me tell you, a talented player like me never does basic training often, otherwise it will stifle his talent. Bendtner was still rambling on. Qin Ming still ignored it. He thought of Jean Jun's words, CTMD Bentique. He now wants to change, to. Hey, don't you believe me? No matter how hard you try, you'll never reach my level. Seeing that Qin Ming ignored him, Bendtner shook his hand and left somewhat unhappily. What he said might actually be true. Looking back at his honors, he has won a considerable number of awards, including the 2009 Danish Footballer of the Year, the 2013-14 Serie A title, and the 2014 FA Cup. However, Qin Ming was perfectly aware of how much of it was obtained through unauthorized means. He simply didn't want to get involved with the confident emperor. What if my IQ is affected? He still wants to play football well and make up for his childhood dream. Besides, having finally transmigrated and obtained a system, wouldn't it be a waste not to make something of it? After Bendtner left, Qin Ming began the tedious training according to the training plan. However, in addition to the basic training, he added some fancy elements, such as circling the earth and crossing his legs. Furthermore, plans are also in place to juggle the ball on multiple body parts, including the chest, shoulders, and forehead. He felt that to quickly integrate Ronaldinho's style, he needed to technically emulate Ronaldinho's approach. However, there was a prevailing opinion that if Ronaldinho had trained seriously, he simply wouldn't have been able to play with that free-flowing style. Whether the viewpoint is correct or not, no one can know. Qin Ming had considered imitating Xiao Luo by going to nightclubs and staying up all night for a few nights. But then he thought again, what exactly determines Ronaldinho's unique style? Happiness. Qin Ming felt that Ronaldinho treated football as a sport that brought him joy. Regardless of winning or losing, success or failure, just enjoy every moment of the game. So he gave up the idea of imitation. Of course, there's another reason: he doesn't want to live like someone else. Although it may sound a bit pretentious, he always believed that he was who he was, Qin Ming, who had traveled through time. From August 2nd to August 11th, Wolfsburg played 2 friendly matches, against Cardiff City in the English Premier League and against Atletico Madrid in La Liga. Wolfsburg achieved a 3-3 draw in the former match, while Wolfsburg suffered a crushing 1-5 defeat in the latter, a complete and utter loss. Atletico Madrid's Garcia scored twice, while Mandzukic, Koch, and Fernandez each scored. As for Wolfsburg's goal, it was an own goal by Griezmann. Back at the training base, Dieter Hecking watched the game footage several times and smoked countless cigarettes. Originally, Wolfsburg's strongest lineup was the high-impact left flank formed by Rodriguez and Perisic. Last season, since De Bruyne joined, he has provided strong organization in midfield. However, with Perisic suffering a ligament strain in his left knee and expected to return to the field at the end of September, Wolfsburg's attack has been greatly affected. Chapter 8, First Round of the German Cup, Sitting on the Bench. Dieter Black-Gold naturally thought of Qin Ming, whom he had ignored for more than 10 days. But to be honest, a simple training match wasn't enough to put his mind at ease, he needed more evidence. If there's a chance at the German Cup the day after tomorrow. Dieter Black-Gold muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Guardiola, having finished communicating with the management, looked at the transfer news with a completely bewildered expression. The player I had my eye on got sold. Although they earned €1.5 million, does Bayern Munich really need that much money? Is this a joke? He dialed Ten Hag's number and, after receiving confirmation, felt his vision go black. He didn't know why, but he always had a premonition that Bayern had lost something very valuable. He didn't even feel this way when Toni Kroos left. Eric, you'd better let me know before any personnel changes in the second team in the future. Guardiola sighed, knowing the matter was settled. He couldn't really criticize Ten Hag, after all, he had done a pretty good job, and he had also heard that management was involved. I heard that Bayern Munich also sued Volkswagen's legal team, but the youth training program contract they signed was essentially a simple youth training agreement. This means that there are no legal constraints on players before they turn 16. Young players can transfer to other clubs by submitting an application at the end of the season. Although Qin Ming is already 16 years old, no one has renewed his contract, and he is still using a youth training contract. Therefore, Volkswagen Legal Group won very easily. Don't worry, Qin is just an ordinary player, it won't have any impact. Besides, Wolfsburg is very generous and offered a very good price. Ten Hag was still gloating. They traded an unimportant player for a transfer fee of over €1 million, which seems like an incredibly profitable deal. The management was also very satisfied with the result, as the price would have been similar if sold to the Chinese Super League. However, Ten Hag believes that given Qin Ming's abilities, if we disregard commercial value, he will likely have to return to the Chinese Super League before the season ends. Guardiola didn't want to talk, so he silently hung up the phone and stared at the transfer list on the screen. Lewandowski, Bernat, Benatia, Xabi Alonso, and others spent approximately €50 million. However, the sale of Toni Kroos and Mandzukic brought them an additional €53 million in revenue. It's like not spending any money on the trip. Even Guardiola, who is known for his stinginess, didn't want to complain, but when he saw Kurt's name, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. It's worth noting that this prodigy, who is not yet 18 years old, not only has excellent technique but also incredible speed, and is hailed as the next Reyes. And coincidentally, he plays the same position as Qin Ming, so Guardiola, having lost Qin Ming, will naturally turn his attention to Quit. Time flies like sand, and soon it was August 18th. The first round of the German Cup has begun. Darmstadt 98 are playing against Wolfsburg at the Merckstadion near the Ballenful Gate. Since CCTV did not purchase the broadcasting rights for the German Cup, Chinese fans who were eagerly anticipating it could only watch it through the Huaneldo live streaming channel. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Wolfsburg just released their squad list, and Qin Ming's name happens to be on the bench. We might see him play today. And this match saw them recklessly betting on Wolfsburg. A second division team like them is a piece of cake, isn't it? The match has already started, and the video quality is a little blurry, but this is the best live stream I could find. By the way, let me give you a brief introduction to the German Cup. It is a knockout football tournament organized by the German Football Association, and not only professional teams but also amateur teams can participate. The winner of the German Cup will qualify for the German Super Cup that year and the group stage of the UEFA Europa League the following season. However, since the 2011-12 season, the championship has been dominated by Bayern and Dortmund. I wonder if Qin Ming will have a chance to win a championship this year. The anchor continued rambling on. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream chat were like snowflakes. Volkswagen is going to great lengths to sell cars, even including Qin Ming on their roster. Qin Ming and Wolfsburg have been posting a lot on Weibo lately. I think Qin Ming could be called the king of Weibo football from now on. Could you show some footage of the substitutes bench? We can't see Qin Ming playing, but just seeing him is enough to satisfy our craving. Don't worry, Wolfsburg is strong on paper, they can easily crush the opponent. What if? No surprises, I've already spent all my happy beans, Wolfsburg has to win. Next time, Qin Ming should wear a hat, so the marketing accounts can easily promote it with something like, Wolves win big, Qin Ming wears a hat. Soon, the smiles of the fans in the live broadcast room disappeared, and they stared nervously at the screen. Darmstadt 98 is parking the bus. They clear the ball with long kicks whenever it gets to their own half. Every midfielder got a yellow card, just to prevent Wolfsburg from threatening the goal. De Bruyne's underwear is all black. No way, it's really going to be a tie. The streamer wailed in anguish, heartbroken over the loss of his virtual currency. On the bench, Qin Ming sat listlessly, as Dietrich had used up his substitutions during the 90 minutes of regulation time. Therefore, he definitely won't be able to play and will have to spend his first game after joining Wolfsburg on the bench. It's definitely a pity. However, he also knew that Dieter Blackens would not be replaced in a crisis. After all, he has never proven himself. Qin, do you think we won't lose? De Bruyne's good friend Miranda asked nervously. He and Qin Ming have been chatting a lot lately, and he's also very outgoing, so their relationship is pretty good. I don't know either, I hope we can win. Qin Ming shook his head. According to the original format of the German Cup, professional teams were not required to participate in the first round of matches. However, the German Football Association decided in a meeting in 1999 that, starting from the 2000-01 season, all professional teams would be treated the same as amateur teams and would have to start from the first round of knockout matches. If Wolfsburg loses this match, their German Cup journey this season will be over. If you ask me, the boss should give you a chance. Our left flank attack is too weak and it's hard to create any threats. The opponent can concentrate on defending the middle and right flank. Miranda glanced cautiously at Dieter Black-Gold and said. In the short time he spent with Qin Ming, he claimed to know Qin Ming better than anyone else, because he had been beaten by Qin Ming many times in 1v1 matches. Therefore, they have a relatively clear understanding of Qin Ming's strength. What shocked him most was Qin Ming's terrifying rate of progress, he seemed to be changing every single day. Qin Weilai is definitely a top performer, I need to stick with him from the very beginning. Miranda thought to herself. As for why he thinks this way, he saw in Qin Ming a talent similar to De Bruyne's, a talent that came from within. Extra time is over. The score is still 0-0. Is Wolfsburg really going to be eliminated? So, is Qin Ming, whom they signed, a lucky charm or a jinx? Let's watch the penalty shootout. Chapter 9 The data package purchased in Wolfsburg. In the first round of the German Cup, the formidable Wolfsburg team went to penalties against a second division team, ultimately winning 5-4 in a thrilling shootout to advance. Chinese player Qin Ming achieved a thrilling victory in his debut for Wolfsburg. 5 days later, the first round of the Bundesliga kicks off with Wolfsburg facing Bayern Munich. Stay tuned for Qin Ming's revenge match. Although Qin Ming didn't play a single second, the reports on Chinese sports forums were still overwhelming. There's nothing we can do. Since everyone bought the data packages, the online trolls are going all out. However, Chinese fans were not happy about it. There's nothing substantial to show for it, aren't you tired of bragging all the time? CCTV has the broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga, and hopefully Qin Ming will make the squad. If they're like this playing against second division teams, How will they even get playing time against Bayern Munich? Everyone should just leave. If this trend continues, Qin Ming will definitely be brought back to China to participate in some sales activities. A player with some talent was ruined by commercial practices. Some fans had high hopes, but after this game, everyone has given up. Qin Ming, amidst the media storm, continued his training quietly. He knew that his performance in recent training matches had been steadily improving, so it was only a matter of time before he got to play. It's better to be strong yourself than to forge iron. As long as he has enough power, those opinions will dissipate like bubbles with a gentle breeze. Therefore, he, who sees things very clearly, did not get caught up in internal conflict. Evening. Watching the figures on the training field, Dieter Black-Gold rubbed his temples, still undecided. As people get older, they tend to become more indecisive. He knew that Qin Ming was very talented and performed well in training. But he still wanted to wait a little longer. The match against Bayern Munich is so important that if Wolfsburg can win, they will gain 3 valuable points in their title race this season. That's right, after leading his team to 5th place in the league last season, he has already set his sights on the salad plate. Therefore, Bayern Munich is his biggest hypothetical enemy this season, without exception. Let's wait a little longer. Dieter Black-Gold took off his glasses. When playing against such a strong team, every substitution is extremely important. Therefore, he neither dared to gamble nor wanted to gamble. Older people always prioritize stability. 5 days later, in Munich, at the Allianz Arena. The first round of the Bundesliga has begun. To the disappointment of Chinese fans, Qin Ming was not even on the roster, let alone a substitute. Bayern Munich, fresh from the World Cup and with newly acquired players, have underperformed overall. Wolfsburg wasn't much better off. The players seem to still be reeling from the backlash they suffered against a German second-division team a few days ago. In addition, Bayern Munich's squad is too strong on paper. Is Robin cutting inside from the center, about to take a shot? No. A fake shot followed by a real pass, they found Müller. No surprise. Müller slotted the ball home. Bayern Munich took the lead in the 40th minute. CCTV commentator Lu Jiayuan said. Although Qin Ming wasn't playing today, he still provided professional commentary. Qin Ming, far away in Wolfsburg, also saw this goal, which was not particularly brilliant, and even somewhat ugly. After all, Müller is very similar to Inzaghi. He can always appear in unexpected places like a ghost and send the ball into the goal in the simplest and most effective way. Beautiful football seems out of place for them, but as the saying goes, it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Therefore, a striker who can score goals is an excellent striker. At the Allianz Arena, the cheers of Bayern Munich fans surged like waves. On the sidelines, Guardiola stood with his arms crossed, seemingly not particularly excited. In his view, Bayern Munich, with players like Robin, Müller, Lewandowski, and Götze, should have scored first. For some reason, he recalled a scene, a boy juggling a ball in the sunset, a simple movement that exuded a strong sense of artistry. It's a pity we won't be able to meet today. But Guardiola had a feeling that they would definitely meet in the future. On the other side, Dieter Hecking looked worried. He had placed De Bruyne on the left wing today, while Aaron Hunt played as the attacking midfielder. However, the effect was generally mediocre. De Bruyne is an organizing player, and it's unrealistic to expect him to use speed and skill to attack the opponent's defense like Perisic. Soon, his ominous premonition came true again. In the first half stoppage time, Robin, in the same position, used the same trick again, feinting a shot and then passing the ball. But this time his target wasn't Müller, but Lewandowski on the left side of the 6-yard box. Without hesitation, the Polish player received the ball and unleashed a powerful close-range shot, easily piercing Green's defenses. 2-0. The scene was instantly filled with a red and white frenzy, with Lewandowski passionately running and sliding on his knees. Scoring in his first league game after joining Bayern Munich gives him confidence to defend his Bundesliga Golden Boot title and even challenge for the higher-level Champions League Golden Boot. Inside the conference room, Qin Ming watched with envy, also wanting to enjoy the joy of scoring a goal in front of tens of thousands of people. Junior, what do you think about the next match? Will I be able to play? Qin Ming asked casually. Qin, you have to believe in yourself. I think you just need an opportunity. Miranda winked and said, I'll talk to Kevin later and ask him to put in a good word for you. You wouldn't believe it, he's the boss's favorite now. Huh, thank you in advance. After saying that, Qin Ming stood up and prepared to leave the conference room. Qin, aren't you going to watch it? Miranda asked, puzzled. I'm going to train now. After you've finished watching, remember to let me know the results. Qin Ming felt that, given the current form of both teams, Bayern Munich had essentially secured the victory. So there's no point in watching any further. Instead of wasting this time, you should use it to train and improve your skills. However, compared to before, he did not continue to do a lot of ball training, but instead increased the proportion of strength, agility, and speed training. This is a personalized training plan developed by the team's trainers and strength and conditioning coach based on his physical characteristics and the needs of the competition. Ronaldinho's physical condition is indeed quite extraordinary. Qin Ming could clearly feel during training that his body was at a completely different level compared to when he first transmigrated. The three most crucial elements are core strength, flexibility, and explosive power. In fact, the players who are known throughout football history all possess extraordinary physical attributes. Because football is inherently a competitive sport. Any action, such as shooting, passing, dribbling, etc., will take place during the confrontation. If your physical fitness is not up to par, then your movements will definitely be distorted. Snap, Qin Ming swung his right foot out, sending the ball flying in a trajectory resembling a bull's tail. This is his favorite dribbling technique. Between stillness and movement, through rapid footwork, the football changes direction twice in a very short time. If you move quickly enough, the defender won't be able to react in time. Miranda, standing in the distant office building, saw Qin Ming's agile movements and became even more determined to latch onto his coattails. Chapter 10, What would you do if you faced Makoto Hasebe? In the end, Wolfsburg still lost, even though they scored a goal in the final moments of the match. Returning to Wolfsburg with a defeat, they were clearly in low spirits and depressed. After all, who would be happy if they didn't get a good start and didn't get the bonus? It is said that De Bruyne even had a heated argument with the head coach. The content naturally indicates that he doesn't want to play as a winger, but rather wants to shine in the attacking midfield position, controlling the rhythm of the game as an attacking midfielder. This surprised Qin Ming greatly. He usually thought De Bruyne was shy like a big boy, but he didn't expect him to have such a fiery temper. You don't know. When he was 19, he criticized his teammates for not training hard enough, and that person happened to be me. Miranda shrugged and said nonchalantly, in a league match last season, he was fined and almost suspended for yelling at a caddy because he thought the caddy was stalling for time. So, you absolutely mustn't mess with him on the court, or I won't be able to help you. Miranda's words betrayed a hidden fear. There's no way around it, anyone who has witnessed the rage of De Bruyne will be left with considerable psychological trauma. I didn't expect him to be so interesting. Qin Ming didn't feel anything special, on the contrary, he sensed De Bruyne's attitude of doing anything for victory. It's important to know that geniuses are often stubborn. Julius, it might not be long before we start arguing too. Qin Ming suddenly said. Because his playing style is completely different from De Bruyne's. The clash between extreme casualness and extreme rationality. It's easy to imagine what will happen. Whether the two styles can coexist, or how to build a new tactic in some way, is not his concern, but rather the head coach's. As the days went by, Qin Ming's popularity also declined. Nobody cares about players who can't play. Therefore, the instructions from Volkswagen Group's management were quickly passed on to Dieter Hecking. Let him play. Sure, I'll put him in the squad for the next game against Frankfurt. Dieter Black-Gold had this idea all along. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you don't trust. There was a time when he didn't care about the player's age, only their abilities. Qin Ming is now performing exceptionally well in training. What did he have to hesitate about? Dietrich has finally figured things out and is no longer fixated on the outcome of a single match. If Qin Ming is truly a weakling in competitions, then we can simply send him back to the competition and bring him out again for less important ones. August 29, 2014. Inside the Wolfsburg training ground, the players are gathered in the locker room. Now let's talk about our opponent, Eintracht Frankfurt. They finished 13th last season and their overall strength is not bad. In the last league match, they beat Freiburg 1-0, with Seferovic scoring the goal. This Swiss centre-forward is also Frankfurt's main attacking threat. Frankfurt is accustomed to advancing through the wings, seeking various opportunities to pass the ball into the penalty area. Another major scoring method is for the defensive midfielders to make forward runs and wait for long-range shots in the attacking third. Dieter Black-Gold explained in detail. Qin Ming's gaze, however, was fixed on a name, which was also Frankfurt's defensive midfielder, Makoto Hasebe. He is a defensive midfielder from Japan, but his passing skills are said by Japanese fans to be no less than those of Pirlo. In the 2008-09 season, he was a key player for Wolfsburg and won the Bundesliga title. In 2011, he led the Japanese team to win the Asian Cup. Moreover, he holds most of the records for Asian players in the Bundesliga. Makoto Hasebe is an important part of Frankfurt's tactical system. Last season, he received 4 yellow cards in 28 games and averaged 42 successful passes per game, which speaks to his style. So don't lose the ball in front of him, otherwise Frankfurt's counterattacks will be very fast. Dieter Blacking looked at Qin Ming and asked, "Qin, you'll most likely play in this match. What will you do if you face him?" "Yeah, I'll get past him." Qin Ming didn't say anything, but instead cooperated with his teammates by hitting the wall or making more aggressive runs. What gave him confidence was not only the system, but also the rigorous training he had received over the past few days. "Okay, I thought you were going to say that Makoto Hasebe is the kind of player who won't give the ball back after making a steal, so you would handle the ball more cautiously." Dieter Blackkin adjusted his glasses, a faint smile on his face, and said, "But that's not how young people do things. I know you're good at one-on-one breakthroughs. If you really go on the court, then do it your way." No longer hesitant, he chose to give Qin Ming his full trust. Moreover, what he saw in Qin Ming's eyes was confidence, not arrogance. Besides, what kind of young person wouldn't be young if they weren't spirited? "But you must give me what I want to see, otherwise I can't give you many more chances." Dieter Black-Gold's tone turned serious. "Thank you, coach." Qin Ming didn't make any verbal promises, he preferred to prove himself through his actions. Not far away, De Bruyne looked at Qin Ming and suddenly had a feeling, as if he had met a kindred spirit. He used to be like that too, with unique ideas and a desire to influence every aspect of the game. Even when he disagreed with his coach and teammates, he always firmly believed that he was right. The next day, the sun blazed fiercely. At the Volkswagen Stadium, almost all the fans came to Wolfsburg's home game of the season, even though they couldn't get tickets. After all, it's the weekend and you don't have to work overtime, so coming to the event to experience the atmosphere is a wonderful thing. Wolfsburg's official website released the squad list an hour before the match started. Although Chinese fans kept saying they wouldn't watch anymore, they still put down what they were doing and sat in front of the TV. An Asian showdown? Let's see if Qin Ming can play. Seeing Hasebe Makoto in the starting lineup makes me so jealous. I ate 3 oranges and I'm dying of envy. They're not even in the same league. He's not only the captain of the Japanese national team, but also the second Japanese player after Yasuhiko Okudera to win the Bundesliga title. It seems that Japanese players are doing quite well in the Bundesliga, such as Shinji Kagawa, Shinji Okazaki, and Makoto Hasebe. I'm tired of saying I'm envious. By the way, Makoto Hasebe was also the first Japanese goalkeeper to play in one of the top 5 European leagues. I don't expect Qin Ming to win any championships, I'd be satisfied if he could play a few more games. Frustrated by the mass-market data packages, Chinese fans expressed nothing but disappointment in their words. Suddenly, the camera panned to the Volkswagen Stadium, where the players from both teams had finished warming up and were walking out of the players' tunnel under the guidance of the referee. Qin Ming can also be seen on the substitute bench at the edge of the screen. Chapter 11: The Hilarious Own Goal. Good evening, everyone. Now we are broadcasting the second round of the 2014-15 Bundesliga season, Wolfsburg vs Eintracht Frankfurt at home. Everyone is probably familiar with Frankfurt. They were one of the 16 teams created in the newly established professional Bundesliga in 1963. For the next 20 years, they maintained a position in the top league in the upper middle level, winning the league third place 5 times. In 1992, they narrowly missed the eventual champion Stuttgart by only 2 points. Our player Yang Chen is a legend of Eintracht Frankfurt. During his years playing for Eintracht Frankfurt, he achieved good results and statistics. By the way, what's interesting is that when he first joined Frankfurt, his situation was similar to Qin Ming's now. At that time, Yang Chen was not a regular starter for Goan. After all, Goan had too many forwards, including foreign players, Gao Feng, Chao Xiandong, and others. But this same person who couldn't even get a starting position in the Chinese Jia League has put on a brilliant performance in the Bundesliga. He made 23 appearances and scored 8 goals, becoming an indispensable scorer for Eintracht Frankfurt and making a significant contribution to the team's successful survival in the league. Now, I feel excited whenever I talk about the story on the banks of the Rhine, because Yang Chen's journey in the Bundesliga is not only about his hard work and honors, but also about the expectations of Chinese fans. I hope Qin Ming can follow in the footsteps of his predecessors and embark on an unforgettable new journey. Lu Jiayuan said sincerely. As a football commentator, he hopes to see his compatriots in the top leagues and commentate on their games. Because this sense of pride is something that foreign players cannot give him. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Wolfsburg's starting formation is the 4-2-3-1, which they used most frequently last season. From back to front, Sebastian, Naldo, Nock, and Rodriguez formed the back line. The 2 defensive midfielders are Gustavo and Gilavogi. De Bruyne got the attacking midfielder he wanted, and the wingers on his left and right sides were Vieirinha and Arnold. Leading the attack is the 36-year-old veteran Alec. After Wolfsburg kicked off, they passed the ball back to their own half. After Frankfurt pushed forward, they quickly switched the ball to the wing and passed it to Rodriguez. The Swiss player is a weapon on the Wolfsburg wing, his speed and physique give him impact. However, without Perisic's presence, he seemed to be restricted, and he tried to break through by utilizing rhythm. Thud. A dull thud of bodies colliding rang out as Hasebe Makoto seized the opportunity to extend his foot just as the Frankfurt fullback pressed forward. Perfectly coordinated 2-man defense. Wolfsburg's attempt to break through Frankfurt's flank defense in this manner is, I can only say, very difficult. After all, Arnold isn't Perisic, he doesn't have the ability to coordinate with Rodriguez to make continuous crossovers and create high-intensity speed attacks. Let's see Frankfurt's counterattack. On the field, Makoto Hasebe intercepted the ball and moved forward without delaying the offensive rhythm. Meanwhile, the rest of the Frankfurt team also pressed forward quickly. Receive the ball. Makoto Hasebe gestured and sent out a through pass. Rodriguez's excessive forward runs created a large gap on the left flank. Nelson easily received the ball and sprinted at full speed towards the baseline. Frankfurt. Frankfurt. The Frankfurt fans in the away stands immediately erupted in loud cheers. The next second, Nelson sent in a high cross. Seferovic, inside the penalty area, forcefully pushed past Naldo and unleashed a powerful header. That was close. That was close. If it weren't for Naldo's interference, the game would probably have changed. However, I think Wolfsburg's wing defense needs some adjustments. At the very least, Rodriguez shouldn't be allowed to push forward without any restrictions. He needs to take on some defensive duties. What Lu Jiayuan said was also what Dieter Black-Gold was thinking. Dieter Black-Gold pressed down on Rodriguez with one hand, signaling the other to hold back a bit. After a thrilling start, the game became a stalemate, with Frankfurt lacking the ability to break through Wolfsburg's defense head-on. After stabilizing their rhythm, Wolfsburg began to orchestrate attacks through De Bruyne. 26th minute of the match. Gustavo collided with Piazon during the aerial challenge and headed the ball forward. De Bruyne chested the ball down and immediately felt a tremendous force coming from behind him. Makoto Hasebe. His years of experience in the Bundesliga have honed his keen defensive awareness, and the Eintracht Frankfurt coach emphasized De Bruyne's threat before the match. Therefore, Makoto Hasebe kept a close eye on the other party. The 2 men battled like bulls, but De Bruyne ultimately prevailed. Talent. Those who have coached De Bruyne have all said that he has a God-given physical condition. Makoto Hasebe grunted and continued his close harassment, like a piece of chewing gum. Hey, let's not get entangled with them, let's just launch a long pass. Very precise footwork. He found Oleg making a quick forward run. How will the Croatian veteran deal with him? He unleashed a furious shot. Beautiful. Frankfurt goalkeeper Trapp made a brilliant save. Let's take a look at Wolfsburg's corner kick. At the Volkswagen Stadium, De Bruyne pointed his index finger down and then swung his right leg. Thud, with a crisp sound, the football flew in a clear arc towards the penalty spot. There, Knock pushed past the defenders, creating a safe space. Qin Ming instinctively stood up and saw Naldo rushing towards the goal from outside the penalty area. He then smashed the ball into the net before Trapp could even react. 1-0. Naldo scores with a header. Wolfsburg's corner kick tactic gave them the lead. It seems that teams that can draw 1-2 with Bayern Munich must be quite strong. On the field, Naldo, sporting a bald head, excitedly waved his hands. As a Brazilian player, he aspires to attack. Therefore, he has a strong ability to win aerial duels, as well as the long passing technique essential for Brazilian players. By the way, he's also pretty good at free kicks. The Wolfsburg fans in the stadium joined in the celebration, but they didn't expect that just 8 minutes later. Frankfurt suddenly changed tactics, with Makoto Hasebe delivering a long diagonal pass. Piazon received the ball and played a 1-2 with Seferovic before unleashing a surprise shot as he reached the left side of the penalty area. Bang! Sebastian instinctively stretched out his foot and definitely touched the football. But it also changed the course of football. The football, which was originally flying towards the near corner, bounced off and flew towards the far corner. Goalkeeper Green could only watch helplessly as his clean sheet bonus slipped away. Own goal. That's a very basic mistake. Sebastian, who just joined Wolfsburg, gifted his opponents a huge present in his debut match. Congratulations to Eintracht Frankfurt for equalizing the score in the 35th minute. Chapter 12, Substitute Appearance, Bundesliga Debut. Inside the Volkswagen Stadium, Wolfsburg fans were very dissatisfied. They could understand losing to Bayern, but Frankfurt wasn't a strong team, so how could they be forced into this situation? Dieter Hecking, standing on the sidelines, was even more furious. His performance in the previous training match had already made him dissatisfied with Sebastian, but he still patiently gave him another chance. But the result was clear, Sebastian failed to live up to expectations. The defensive midfielders and wingers need to provide adequate support and prevent the opponent from easily crossing the 30-meter line. Dieter Blackens called Arnold over and said, Wolfsburg's strengthened midfield and backfield defense led to a decrease in the number and intensity of their attacking players in the frontcourt. Even if De Bruyne is good at organizing, he can't cook without rice, and with Hasebe Makoto targeting him, he feels like he's stuck in a quagmire. Time slipped away quietly, and when the 2 whistles sounded, the first half of the game came to an end. It seems that Wolfsburg still hasn't been able to regain their form, perhaps due to the significant impact of Perisic's absence. After all, they got used to using their speed to attack down the left flank last season, thus helping De Bruyne in the middle to threaten the opponent's goal. Hopefully they can make good adjustments during halftime and try to play their best in the second half. CCTV commentator Liu Jiayuan said that, but in his heart he still hoped that Wolfsburg would fall into crisis, because that would increase Qin Ming's chances of playing. To his disappointment, 15 minutes later, the second half began and Qin Ming remained on the bench. However, Wolfsburg adjusted their tactics and began to consciously bypass De Bruyne, frequently launching crosses from both flanks to find Oleg. The Croatian veteran is 36 years old and nearing the end of his career, even though he was once known as the legend that never tires. But no one can resist the power of time. Therefore, his performance in defending against the Frankfurt defenders was mediocre and unremarkable. 56th minute of the match. Rodriguez's throw-in was headed on by Gustavo, and De Bruyne unexpectedly dropped back, gaining much-needed safe space. He brought the ball to a steady stop in front of him, his eyes fixed on the Frankfurt backfield. The defensive line was positioned forward, and Oleg made forward runs. 2 key pieces of information were transmitted from the retina to the brain. Immediately afterwards, he tilted his body slightly and swung his right leg out forcefully. Snap! The football traced a sharp arc, heading straight for the expected area. Frankfurt's defense is positioned high up, and Zambrano doesn't have time to retreat. Is Aulick going for a one-on-one opportunity? No. Makoto Hasebe, he anticipated De Bruyne's pass and marked Aulick in advance. Beautiful. He stopped Wolfsburg's one-on-one chance at the cost of a tactical foul and a yellow card. The camera panned to the sidelines, where Frankfurt coach Schaaf clapped lightly, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Although Makoto Hasebe is only 180 centimeters tall, his physical condition is not outstanding in the entire Bundesliga. But his experience, technique, vision, and ability to read the game are all excellent. He can perform with ease within Frankfurt's defensive system. He is the smartest defender in the Bundesliga. Schaaf exclaimed in admiration. The people next door remained silent. Dieter Black-Gold took off his glasses and rubbed his temples vigorously. The opportunity that was finally found was thwarted by the opponent. When he looked up and saw Makoto Hasebe, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the bench, where he met that young face. Without hesitation, he said in a deep voice, "Nicholas, Jr., and Cheen, warm up and get ready to go on stage." He plans to substitute 3 players at once, and make a desperate attempt in the later stages of the game to see if he can completely secure the victory. There's no way around it. If things continue like this, it'll just be a stalemate. After all, Aulick's physical condition has declined significantly, making it difficult for him to put much pressure on his opponents. But only Bendner was brought on. It can only be said that the Confidence King's strength is no match for his confidence. Upon hearing this, Cheen Ming raised an eyebrow. Although he had been prepared, he was still taken aback when the moment finally arrived. I'm still a little excited. Fortunately, the Volkswagen Stadium can only hold 30,000 fans. If the first match were at the Allianz Arena, I might underperform due to the immense pressure. Bendner, standing next to Cheen Ming, proudly raised his head and patted Cheen Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous. Look at my position. You just need to do what you're supposed to do." Immediately, he looked at Frankfurt's goal, his eyes seemingly burning with fire. He wants to prove himself to the whole world. Cheen Ming was speechless. He had searched for Bendner a few days ago. One of the most memorable news stories for him was that Arsenal sports psychologist disclosed a report in the Swedish magazine Offside in 2011, which was designed to demonstrate players' confidence, focus, and determination. As a result, in the self-awareness section, Bendner not only scored far higher than his teammates, but also managed to get a 10 out of a 9. The Emperor's reputation is well deserved. Bendner knelt down on the grass, kissed it, and then stood up and jumped around. Damn, this guy isn't just overconfident, he's got a performative personality. Danish lad, stand at attention. Cheen Ming thought to himself. All eyes were drawn to Bendner, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in the hearts of Wolfsburg fans. They were inspired by Bendner's innate confidence. Frankfurt fans were a bit flustered, because Bendner's grand entrance made them feel like a football king was making his appearance. Cheen Ming, who was standing next to Bendner, was naturally ignored. Nobody cares about this Asian player. Even Makoto Hasebe, who was on the field, only glanced at it briefly before looking away. The game resumed quickly, and both sides clearly wanted to break the deadlock after making substitutions. However, during a live broadcast on CCTV's sports channel, Liu Jiayuan said with unusual excitement. Our young player Cheen Ming made his Bundesliga debut. After 3 years. Finally, a Chinese player has stepped onto the Bundesliga pitch again. The last Chinese player to play in the Bundesliga was Hao Junmin. On April 23, 2011, he made his first start for Schalke 04 as a right-back, which was his only appearance in the Bundesliga. I still remember clearly that behind him was Neuer, in front of him was Farfan, and the front line was Raul and Edu. But unfortunately, Hao Junmin ultimately only left behind a record of 14 games with 0 goals and 0 assists in the Bundesliga. Hopefully Cheen Ming can score a goal or even get an assist today. This might put too much pressure on him, but as long as he performs well, it's fine. Liu Jiayuan felt a pang of sadness. I don't know when it started, but they stopped having expectations for Chinese players and stopped having hope for Chinese football. There may be many, many reasons for this. But the most tormented are probably the Chinese fans, who often come with high expectations only to leave disappointed. Chapter 13 The Magician's Bull-Tail Crossover. Under the watchful eyes of countless Chinese fans, the match quietly reached the 67th minute. Qin Ming finally touched the ball for the first time after coming on the court. As he watched Makoto Hasebe block the through ball route and Ian Werwinski block the cross route, a thought flashed through his mind. Do you want to do it yourself? The next second, he made a decision and suddenly flicked his right foot. 3D. Unlike other players, he possesses a strong sense of spatial reasoning, reminiscent of Ronaldinho. He never confines himself to the ground. That's a very clever way to handle it. Go straight for Bendtner. Confident Emperor, you've held off Zambrano. Are you going to turn around and try to get rid of him? He hesitated for a moment. Cy Anderson on the flank, while Bendtner hesitated, decisively moved in to intercept. Position is back with Frankfurt. Holding on to the ball is an undeniable weakness for most players. As for that small group of players, they are absolute geniuses. They can hold on to the ball, protect the ball, and even break through the opponent's defense single-handedly, helping their teammates attract a large number of defensive players. It's clear that Bendtner wasn't a genius, he was just overconfident. After receiving a pass from his teammate, Makoto Hasebe suddenly stopped and started again, shaking off Qin Ming who was trying to steal the ball. Immediately afterwards, he made a series of passes and cuts on the right flank, bringing along Nelson and Ian Werwinski to form a three-man attacking group. In the blink of an eye, they broke free of Gilivogi and, in the process, overtook Rodriguez. Same old routine, just cross the ball. Find Seferovic. Beautiful. Nock, who is 189 centimeters tall, is a product of Wolfsburg's youth academy. He has extremely strong aerial defense capabilities. Since being promoted to the first team the season before last, he quickly established himself as a starter. Let's see whose number 2 it is. Wolfsburg covered the area outside the penalty area very well. Miranda passed the ball to Gilivogi without stopping it, and Gilivogi chose to let it slip behind him. The football rolled along the grass toward De Bruyne, and Makoto Hasebe was already waiting for him. Kevin. Qin Ming's voice traveled through the air and reached De Bruyne's ears. Without hesitation, the Belgian man held off Makoto Hasebe, took a step to the left and feinted a shot, but actually passed the ball in the opposite direction with the outside of his foot. Snap! The soccer ball seemed to have eyes, precisely landing on Qin Ming's running path. Pretty. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire it in his heart. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, and a cacophony of noise surrounded him. He took advantage of the situation and began to accelerate forward. Don't let him get past. Makoto Hasebe roared. Frankfurt's right back, Ian Werwinski, is a Serbian player who is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. Flexibility and agility are his defining characteristics, so trying to deal with him the same way you deal with Tim Klose is unrealistic. Qin Ming controlled his dribbling speed, frequently looking up to check his teammates' positions. De Bruyne, who was following up in the middle, was closely marked by Makoto Hasebe. Bendtner stood at the edge of the penalty area, spreading his arms as if asking for the ball. And then there's Vieirinha, so far away. As his thoughts raced, Qin Ming had an idea, and his dribbling rhythm suddenly changed. He lightly touched the ball with the outside of his right foot, feigning an inside cut into the middle. At the same time, his body changed orientation, and his toes were pointed at Bendtner. What's the meaning? The experienced Ian Werwinski immediately realized that the opponent wasn't going to break through, but rather was going to pass with the outside of his foot. So he almost subconsciously took a half step to the side. But the scene that appeared the next second made him stagger out of control. It wasn't a pass or a cut inside. At the moment Ian Werwinski's center of gravity shifted. Wolfsburg number 13. With a slight flick of the ankle, the ball's trajectory was changed as if by magic. Aha! Cow's tail. Qin Ming's exaggeratedly swung bull tail shook Ian Werwinski to his knees. There are no obstacles in his way. It's not without obstacles. Qin Ming could see it clearly, Zambrano was quickly covering the defense. Moreover, the Frankfurt goalkeeper had already moved to the near post. Whether it's shooting or readjusting, it wastes valuable attacking time. So he chose to pass with the outside of his foot. Snap! The camera followed the trajectory of the football, and at the end of the trajectory, 30,000 fans at the stadium saw a green and white figure. Vieirinha. In Portugal, wingers share a common characteristic: they are fast and refined. Cristiano Ronaldo was like that in the past, and so was Vieirinha. He made a diagonal run from the right side of the penalty area, met the flying ball with his right leg, and volleyed it into the air. Trapp, who's still at the left goalpost, isn't the Flash who can teleport. He could only watch helplessly as the football crashed into the goal. 2-1. Vieirinha. Vieirinha. Goal. Wolfsburg are in the lead again. Qin Ming, our young Chinese player, delivered a crucial assist in his Bundesliga debut. Let's take a look at the replay of this goal. Qin Ming first faked out Ian Waluski, then curled a pass with the outside of his foot to Vieirinha. Although the final pass was flawed, Vieirinha, who was unmarked, had plenty of time to adjust. Lu Jiayuan's voice distorted with excitement. He never imagined that Qin Ming, in his Bundesliga debut, would actually get an assist. A surge of joy welled up inside him, filling him with immense excitement. Chinese fans watching on TV were stunned for a moment, then stared intently at the replay of the goal on the screen. Wolfsburg fans cheer at the Volkswagen Stadium. Isn't that kid related to the Volkswagen Group? A person with connections? Have you ever seen a person with connections do something like that? Exactly. Look at how smoothly he moves, it feels like he's dancing. Yes, dancing. The die-hard Wolfsburg fans in the stands all had their eyes on Qin Ming. After all, he provided a crucial assist in his Bundesliga debut. This is something they should remember and cheer for. On the pitch, Vieirinha, not forgetting his dribble, dragged Qin Ming to the corner flag to celebrate together. He grinned and said, "Qin, that dribble was really cool, just like my idol Cristiano Ronaldo." Qin Ming. He feels that his playing style is completely different from Cristiano Ronaldo's, both when they were young and now. But he wouldn't argue with Vieirinha if she said that. After all, the other person was praising him. However, he gazed at the green and white waves in the stands and the exhilarating cheers. At that moment, he had only one thought: to let the waves surge for him and the cheers resound for him. Assists are no longer enough for him. His goal is to score a goal. Hey kid, you're nothing like Ronaldo, but you're quite like me. Of course, I'm not talking about technique, but the drive you had when you were young. Bendner said confidently. Qin Ming. He suddenly realized that there were no normal people in Wolfsburg, they were either overconfident or introverted. Am I not normal either? While everyone was talking to Qin Ming, De Bruyne stood outside and waved his hand as a celebration. Given his personality, he naturally wouldn't squeeze in, but he was replaying Qin Ming's actions in his mind. Spirituality. Although it is an ethereal thing, he could definitely feel it from Qin Ming. Chapter 14. A fantastic shoulder pass, De Bruyne's fury. Maybe we can give him more possession of the ball later. De Bruyne thought to himself. His style doesn't require much possession of the ball, because once he makes a move, it's a dangerous one. Therefore, he needs someone who can break through defenses and hold on to the ball to help him break down the opponent's defense. Not far away, Makoto Hasebe frowned, feeling a pang of regret. He should pay more attention to that Chinese player. Previously, based on the other party's age and online opinions, he thought Qin Ming was just a mascot, a gimmick for Volkswagen Group sales. But now, his contempt has vanished with this goal. There are still 25 minutes left in the game, we still have a chance, everyone cheer up. Makoto Hasebe said. He has a very high level of mental fortitude and is an idol for many young players in Japan. Therefore, being down by only one goal will not have any impact on him. Beep. The match restarts, Frankfurt kicks off. The camera suddenly panned to the sidelines of the court, where Dieter Blackgold's expression revealed a relaxed, even somewhat joyful, demeanor. He thought to himself that he hadn't misjudged the situation. Qin Ming is a very promising player, he just lacks the opportunity to prove himself. Of course, he is not without flaws. The use of delicate footwork was somewhat unreasonable, giving the impression of being sluggish and sticking to the ball. But he's a young man, so he can totally understand. As long as the benefits brought by the other party outweigh the negative impacts, that's fine. Dieter Hecking knew that there were no perfect players in the world, and what he had to do was to help them play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, while giving young players some correct advice. On the pitch, Frankfurt stopped defending and instead pushed their formation forward to attack. After all, for them, losing by 1 goal is 0 points, and losing by 2 goals is also 0 points. Why not take a gamble and turn 0 points into 1? It might even turn into a 3-pointer. In the 78th minute, Frankfurt made a substitution, replacing Piazon with Chandler. The goal is simple: to strengthen the attack on the flanks and seek cooperation with the center forward. Dietrich also gave timely instructions, ordering Vieirinha to drop back and participate in the defense as much as possible. The Portuguese player was originally a fullback, so his defensive abilities are naturally quite good. Frankfurt's several attacks failed to yield any results. With only 5 minutes remaining in regulation time, a desperate Frankfurt team intensified their attack. When the defensive midfielder launched a long cross to Seferovic, he held off Knock and headed the ball back to Inui. After being bumped by Miranda, the latter miscontrolled the ball, stopping it 3 meters away. Just then, Makoto Hasebe made a quick run forward and unleashed a long-range shot. Bang! The Japanese national team captain's shot was powerful and heavy. The distance was too great, giving Green enough time to move and complete the empty pick. Back up! Makoto Hasebe suddenly had a bad feeling. But before he could finish speaking, Green took a shot and threw the ball to his left front. The football, spinning wildly under the spotlight, flew towards Wolfsburg's number 13. It was thrown a bit too high. It's hard to stop whether you use your feet or your head, and Ian Waluski is right next to you. What should we do about Qin Ming? Lu Jiayuan's mouth is like a machine gun, he rambled on before the football even landed. On the court, Ian Waluski pounced like a tiger, already having a script in mind for how to play out the game. He wanted to seize the opportunity when the brat in front of him stopped the ball to intercept it, and then launch a quick counterattack on the wing. At this time, Wolfsburg was in a transitional period between offense and defense, and their overall defense was riddled with holes. As long as he can dribble to the byline, he has a very high probability of scoring, whether he shoots or crosses. He had previously been beaten by Qin Ming, making him the team's scapegoat. Then he will become the team's savior. Qin Ming had no idea that the other person was having so much internal monologue, he simply took the initiative to quickly move forward to meet the football. Under the sunlight streaming down from the sky, he subtly shrugged his shoulder and sent the ball flying towards the center. Wow! The fans in the stadium exclaimed in amazement. Such an imaginative pass is truly a rare sight on the field. Ian Werfsky, standing next to him, was completely stunned. He never expected the plot to unfold this way. His dream of becoming a savior has been shattered, and he may even become a background figure, a topic of conversation among fans. Unfettered imagination. Qin Ming used his shoulder to pass the ball, finding De Bruyne who was following up. De Bruyne makes a slight adjustment. Take a long pass. Snap, a graceful arc was drawn across the sky above the Volkswagen Stadium. The football precisely bypassed Frankfurt's pressing defense and landed in the open ground. Bendner. Amid cheers from the fans, Bendner sprinted after the ball. Although the confident emperor is blindly confident, he is still quite capable. Otherwise, why would Wolfsburg sign him? Moreover, the 3 most outstanding strikers in the past were Bendner, Aguero, and Benzema. At 193 centimeters tall, he doesn't run clumsily, because he was once placed on the wing by Wenger. In addition, De Bruyne's passes were so smooth that he didn't even have to worry about being caught up. Facing the Frankfurt goalkeeper who had abandoned his goal, Bendner confidently chipped the ball over the goalkeeper, and then stopped in a rather pretentious manner. Clang! To the astonishment of the Wolfsburg fans, the ball struck the crossbar squarely and bounced into the arms of a bewildered trap. CTM Bendner. He wasted a golden one-on-one opportunity. I have no idea what he was thinking. Is he imitating Balotelli? Lu Jiayuan almost couldn't help but swear. The main factor was Wolfsburg's counterattack, with Qin Ming's imaginative shoulder pass and De Bruyne's precise long pass. Everything else was handled perfectly, so why did it fall apart when it came to Bendner? At the Volkswagen Stadium, some Wolfsburg fans booed. No wonder there's a Chinese proverb, you get what you pay for. Ben was signed by Wolfsburg from Arsenal on a free transfer. Ben was so embarrassed that he dug out a 3-bedroom apartment, but then he suddenly heard an angry question. What are you doing? In that situation, there were clearly better options. This is irresponsible of you to the team and your teammates. De Bruyne's face turned red, he was clearly furious. Ben stood there stunned, then retorted angrily, I just missed a one-on-one chance, is it really necessary to scold me like this? Can you guarantee that you'll score every one-on-one chance? Also, we're in the lead right now, so even if I don't score, we'll still win in the end. Ben shook his hand, his face looking extremely grim. He hates being questioned the most. Qin Ming couldn't help but clench his fists as he listened to Ben's words. If it were handled seriously, no one would say anything if the shot didn't go in. But Ben was too casual. If before he simply disliked Ben, now it was pure disgust and aversion. As a professional player, you can be bad at sports, but you can't be careless, because this is not an individual sport. You need to be responsible to your teammates, fans, and coaches. De Bruyne wanted to say something more, but Miranda pulled him away. Let me talk. Let me talk. Hearing De Bruyne shouting, Qin Ming quickly went over to try and calm him down. No matter what, it's during the competition now, so even if there are internal team conflicts, we should deal with them later. Chapter 15, First Bundesliga Goal. The argument on the field did not continue, and De Bruyne suppressed his anger, no longer wanting to deal with Ben. The biggest headache for Dietrich is that he doesn't have a replacement player available. Yes, if he could, he would replace Ben. The reason is quite simple. Currently, Wolfsburg's core player is only one person, De Bruyne. No one has a higher priority than him. If Ben cannot get along with De Bruyne, Dieter Hecking will not hesitate to replace him. On the court, Qin Ming looked up at the sky, there were 4 minutes left in regulation time. He wanted to make the most of his debut performance. Otherwise, who knows when they'll get to appear again. Besides, he was also eager to see his teammates score goals and wanted to hear the cheers that were ringing out for him. Kevin. Qin Ming then ran more actively and took the initiative to ask De Bruyne for the ball. Ding Ding was very accommodating. After all, Qin Ming had previously demonstrated his ability to attack with the ball. Moreover, the two usually have good chemistry during training. Push it up. When Makoto Hasebe saw Qin Ming receive the ball, he waved to signal Nelson to go first. Unfortunately, after more than 80 minutes of competition, his physical condition had severely deteriorated. Not to mention his frequent clashes with De Bruyne in the past. It's worth noting that the Belgians possess physical gifts that even Mourinho praised, although the two have different football philosophies. Nelson was fiercely charging at him. Qin Ming didn't choose to do it himself, but instead did a simple wall-banging exercise with Rodriguez. Makoto Hasebe is very smart. As Rodriguez made his forward run, he quietly moved to the side, which allowed him to make a surprise interception. Qin Ming was not afraid at all. He suddenly stepped forward and used his body to block Hasebe Makoto. Bang! The dull thud from the collision of muscles caused both of them to stagger a few steps. But in the end, Qin Ming still had the advantage. With Ronaldinho's improved physique, how could he possibly lose to his opponent? Moreover, he is stronger than Makoto Hasebe in both height and weight. In addition, they come off the bench with plenty of energy. Due to a combination of objective factors, Minister Hayes staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Don't let Qin Ming's slender build fool you, he's incredibly strong. After getting past Makoto Hasebe, keep dribbling forward. Ian Waluski's recovery speed is very fast. What should we do? It's very simple. Makoto Hasebe's original job was to contain De Bruyne. But when he was restrained by Qin Ming, the space on his side suddenly became empty. The Belgian keenly noticed this and quickly took steps to follow. Qin Ming shouted, though his pronunciation wasn't perfect. Without hesitation, he kicked the ball across to De Bruyne. At the same time, Wolfsburg's rapid counterattacks blossomed from multiple points in the blink of an eye. Benner made a quick run into the penalty area, Vieirinha circled around to the far post, and Rodriguez overlapped on the wing. 30-meter area. In the shot, De Bruyne begins to adjust his pace, his gaze locking onto a certain figure. Lean your body slightly forward and push out with your right foot. Russ tried to block the shot, but he only heard a crisp sound as the ball grazed his toes. Snap, a rainbow seemed to appear on the green grass, its bizarre and exaggerated arcs outlining how Frankfurt's chaotic defenses were bypassed. De Bruyne. He drew a perfect arc with his right foot. Rodriguez. The linesman indicated that the ball was not offside, but the Swiss player continued to advance. Let's see how he handles it. At the Volkswagen Stadium, Rodriguez looked up and saw Bendner. The confident player anxiously stretched out his hands, repeatedly muttering, "Nobody here. Pass the ball." Rodriguez, whether he heard or not, suddenly stopped on the left side of the penalty area, adjusted himself, and then swung his right foot. Many people guessed that he was going to make a crossover to find Bendner. Frankfurt players, including centre-back Zambrano, quickly turned to block. Trapp, standing in front of the goal, also took small, quick steps to adjust. But the scene that appeared the next second made their pupils shrink. Instead of passing to Bendner, Rodriguez passed the ball to the left side of the arc. In the shot, the green and white hem of the garment moves from the edge of the frame to the center in an instant. In front of 30,000 fans, Wolfsburg's number 13 met the ball with a shot. Bang! The football flew towards the far corner of the goal, exactly opposite where Trapp was positioned. No matter how good he is, he can only watch helplessly as his own goal is breached. 3:1. Beautiful. Beautiful. Goal. In the 89th minute of the second half, our player Qin Ming scored the winning goal. This is also his first goal in the Bundesliga. Beautiful. I think today will be an absolutely perfect debut for him. 1 goal and 1 assist. Lu Jiayuan was so excited he could hardly contain himself, even the microphone on his lips was trembling. Chinese fans also jumped up on the spot at this moment, or let out cheers that were enough to disturb the peace, and their whole demeanor became crazy. At the Volkswagen Stadium, cheers came like waves, one after another. Qin Ming stood in the corner flag area, looking at the fans above him, a bright smile on his face. The feeling of scoring a goal is completely different from that of assisting. The pleasure they bring comes in 2 different levels. At that moment, he knew exactly what he wanted to do, score more goals and make the cheers even louder. Qin. I knew you could do it. Luckily, I passed the ball to you. Rodriguez completely ignored Bendner's ashen face. The Danish emperor's confident style of doing things destined him to be disliked. Moreover, everything is afraid of comparison. The arrogant Bendner and the down-to-earth Qin Ming have vastly different levels of popularity among the Wolfsburg players. Thanks. Qin Ming hugged and high-fived Rodriguez. No need for thanks, we're brothers, the Swiss man said with a hearty laugh. Not far away, Bendner seemed isolated, only able to watch his teammates get along well. We lost. On the other side, Ian Waluski shook his head, his frustration evident on his face. If a 2-1 scoreline gave them some motivation, a 3-1 scoreline killed their hopes. The total playing time plus injury time is a maximum of 5 minutes. Can they emulate Manchester United's Camp Nou miracle and equalize in such a short time? It's highly unlikely. A miracle is called a miracle precisely because it cannot be replicated. Hasebi Makoto gave Qin Ming a deep look, as if he wanted to remember him. He had a strong premonition that, starting today, Asian football would have one more outstanding player. From the perspective of the national team, their opponent, the Chinese team, will be even more difficult to deal with. When the last bit of time had passed. Beep beep beep. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, but the score remained unchanged. Chapter 16, From Fan to Player, A Shift in Identity. The match is over. The match is over. Wolfsburg beat Frankfurt 3-1, securing their first league win of the season. Naldo, Vieirinha, and Qin Ming each scored a goal, and Qin Ming also provided an assist. Congratulations on his perfect Bundesliga debut. We hope he can continue to improve and grow. After commentating on the Bundesliga for so many years, Lu Jiayuan has finally rediscovered the feeling of Yang Chen playing for Eintracht Frankfurt, and he is also looking forward to Wolfsburg's next match. At the Volkswagen Stadium, Wolfsburg fans spontaneously stood up and gave the young players on the field a warm round of applause. Undoubtedly, this person, whom they regard as a mascot and a product of their commercial operations, has become one of the most eye-catching figures in this competition. Most importantly, he is very young, and Wolfsburg fans seem to see a bright new star rising. On the sidelines, Dieter Hecking patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, his wrinkles blooming like flowers. "You gave me a surprise I've never even dreamed of." He had fantasized before the game, but his most outrageous thought was that Qin Ming could provide an assist. "I never even dared to dream of scoring a goal." After all, how nervous would a player who has just entered the Bundesliga be to play in front of 30,000 spectators? Qin Ming smiled and said, "Boss, I have a very, very big heart. If there are any stressful things in the future, just leave them to me. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Moreover, he enjoys being in the spotlight and the feeling of scoring goals." Then you'd better get ready, your starting appearance will be coming soon. Dietrich admires ambitious young players. The Volkswagen Stadium is not far from the training base. Qin Ming returned shortly after boarding the team bus, where he first washed up and then received a physiotherapy massage. Although he only played for a few tens of minutes, the high intensity of the game still put a lot of strain on his body. Therefore, massage is necessary. During their free time, everyone chatted, and naturally, the topic was the competition. "Hey Qin, look at our official Twitter account, the comments section is about to explode." Miranda stared wide-eyed at her phone. To be honest, every time he refreshes the page, dozens more comments appear. Although Wolfsburg is a Bundesliga team. But when did this level of attention begin? Don't you know that the Qin state had a population of 1.3 billion? De Bruyne explained helplessly. 1, 2, 3. Miranda counted on his fingers for a while and then exclaimed, "They have 100 times more than us. What an amazing country." Qin Ming, lying on the bed next to him, also opened his phone and clicked on Wolfsburg's official Twitter account. Wolfsburg 3-1 Frankfurt, Chinese player scores 1 goal and provides 1 assist in debut. A stunning Bundesliga debut. This 17-year-old Chinese player's talent is simply overflowing. His graceful and elegant cowtail dribble is like a ballet performance on the football field. I wonder if Wolfsburg's operations staff learned from UC News, because their headlines are all incredibly exaggerated. Moreover, Qin Ming glanced at the Wolfsburg official Twitter account and found that most of the posts were about him, indicating that they really wanted to sell cars. I randomly clicked on a news report. Undoubtedly, the familiar simplified Chinese characters dominated the majority of the comments section. This is what genius is. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called Qin Ming a mascot, he's a piece of the Wolfsburg puzzle for its rise. I'm going to pick up a Passat tomorrow to support Qin Ming. Don't exaggerate so much. Maybe his debut was his peak, and his performance will only get worse afterward. That's also possible. For example, Pato. Dong Fangjua previously scored 18 goals and won the top scorer award in the Belgian second division, but didn't he also fail to establish himself at Manchester United? Furthermore, Frankfurt is unfamiliar with Qin Ming and doesn't understand his technical characteristics, so they might have been able to exploit their weaknesses. Their opponents will definitely study and pay close attention to him in the next match. Perhaps because they've been disappointed too many times before, Chinese fans are less willing to believe easily again. So even with Qin Ming's performance, the doubts still couldn't be dispelled. However, he didn't care. After exiting the social media app, he opened the Bundesliga database. Yes, you can see his name on the league's top scorers list. Although it's quite far back, it's still pretty good. Qin Ming stroked the screen, fantasizing that one day his name would also be at the top. Don't aim too high. He immediately shook his head vigorously. He hadn't even secured a starting position yet, and he was already thinking about the Bundesliga Golden Boot Award. Inappropriate. You have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Before the temperature reached its peak, Qin Ming began his day of training. Ball control, juggling, shooting, etc. An hour and a half later, he walked to the sidelines and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Close your eyes and concentrate to open the system interface. Nearly 40 days have passed since his transfer to Wolfsburg. Template integration has also improved from the initial 65% to the current 69%. Qin Ming actually felt it was quite fast. After all, he could clearly feel the huge improvement brought about by this 4%. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to put on such a performance in his Bundesliga debut. Moreover, the system had previously reminded him that new features would be enabled once the module integration reached 70%. From now until September 13th is the international break, which is a good time for me to train extra and try to improve my integration before the Bundesliga restarts. Qin Ming silently thought to himself. Since most of the Wolfsburg players were called up, those who weren't were enjoying their holidays. So the training base was deserted. However, he also quite enjoyed being alone. After all, as a corporate slave before his transmigration, the only comfort he found in the dead of night was work. Now I can do what I love and earn more money. He was already very satisfied. Unfortunately, perhaps because he was too eager, the national team did not extend an invitation to him. As for whether he wants to go or not, although he was a fan and had expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the national team before. But he has been paying attention to it all along, and even took the time to go to the site. However, it was a journey from hope to disappointment, and from disappointment to despair. Now, if he has the opportunity to go to the national team, he could do something for the bitter Chinese fans, and something for his past self. He thought he wouldn't refuse. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time came to September 4th. Perrin, who had been in office for only 6 months, lost his first match 1-3 to Iraq, but miracles often happen when all hope is lost. Thailand scored 2 goals against Lebanon, and China scored a penalty. With a goal difference of exactly 1 more than Lebanon, China and Iraq qualified for the Asian Cup finals. In today's friendly match, the Chinese national football team defeated Kuwait 3-1. After the match, Perrin was interviewed by the media and was asked about Qin Ming of Wolfsburg. I watched his performance in the match, and to use a Chinese idiom, I'd say he's exceptionally talented, right? I probably won't call him up at this stage because experience in top-level leagues is very important, and I also hope that he can grow without external interference. It might have to wait until next year, which is the 16th Asian Cup. Chapter 17, New System Functions Activated, De Bruyne's Pain. Time flies and stars shift. September 11th marks the end of the international match day. After Qin Ming finished his dribbling training, he heard a familiar mechanical sound. Host template fusion rate detected at 70%, Greenfield Systems' new features officially launched. Skill, poke ball sense, 75%. Skill, dribbling skills, 69%. Skill, three-dimensional awareness, 67%. Skill, devil's shot, 52%. Points, 3. Suddenly, a lot of information that wasn't there before appeared on the screen in front of Qin Ming. Moreover, after careful observation, he realized that all the skills were those of Ronaldinho, who had reached the pinnacle of his technique. Doesn't that mean he can practice a particular skill separately and keep track of the progress bar at all times? It's important to understand that in this world, people often don't know the progress of their work, or even whether they will ultimately succeed. If you gave them a progress bar, more people would definitely stick with it to the end. Because the feeling of receiving a reward for one's efforts is captivating and provides a strong source of motivation. As for what the points are for, he hasn't figured it out yet. Kevin's back, want some? Qin Ming saw De Bruyne and was about to invite him to train together when he noticed that De Bruyne looked unwell. De Bruyne looked around. He wasn't the type to vent his bad mood on his friends, so he forced an awkward smile and said, "Qin, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired today and want to go home and rest early." "Okay. But I've heard that if you have something on your mind, it's best to let it out, otherwise you'll get sick from holding it in." Qin Ming could sense De Bruyne's feelings, so he smiled sincerely and said, "So if you don't mind, I think I'm a good listener. How about we go to an Irish pub for a couple of drinks?" Having been in Wolfsburg for over a month, Qin Ming also took a stroll around the training base area. The Irish pub he discovered a few days ago was on the corner of Goethe Street next door, a gathering place for Wolfsburg Ultras fan organizers. It's just that it's very quiet when there are no matches, there are basically no customers other than the owner. Okay then, have a little. De Bruyne hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. The main reason is that he was really tormented. If I don't release the pressure in my heart, I'm afraid I'll really develop mental problems. Qin Ming smiled upon hearing this, packed his gear, washed up quickly, and then took De Bruyne to the Irish pub. Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. I'd like a Pilsner, please. After Qin Ming finished speaking to the old man behind the counter, he turned to De Bruyne and asked, Kevin, what would you like to drink, beer or whiskey? Same as you. De Bruyne pulled out a stool and sat down by himself. Scott, with his white hair and beard, looked at the two men without any change in expression. When Wolfsburg was founded in 1946, he was born in Berlin, hundreds of kilometers away, just after World War II had ended. Later, he moved to Wolfsburg with his family and became a worker at the Volkswagen Group headquarters factory. After many twists and turns over the years, I opened a bar after retiring, and before I knew it, I was here today. Therefore, he has met countless Wolfsburg players, both retired and active. Naturally, they were not surprised by the arrival of the two. Drink less, young man. Life is long, and there's no hurdle you can't overcome. Scott placed the beer on the bar, his weathered voice seemingly carrying a story. Thank you. De Bruyne nodded, pursing his lips. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at the television next to him. The game being replayed was the one from late August, between Wolfsburg and Frankfurt. Coincidentally, at a crucial moment in the game, he used his bull tail technique to get past his opponent. Hearing the German commentator shout, "Goal," Qin Ming took a big gulp of beer with satisfaction. While professional athletes are required to be disciplined, beer, in a sense, can be considered a carbohydrate. It's okay to have a drink occasionally. De Bruyne was also drinking silently next to him. After the broadcast of Qin Ming's goal, he slowly spoke, I met Thibaut when I was in the national team. I thought I would no longer be bothered by that incident, but the truth is that every time I see him, I think of that disgusting thing. De Bruyne rubbed his temples, he had been in so much pain for the past 2 years. First, Hunt, Chelsea and his national teammate Courtois were caught having affairs with their girlfriends. If it weren't for the help of the reporters from The Sun, he would probably still be in the dark. Then came Mourinho's heartless remark. 0 goals and 1 assist, is this your skill level? This led to his exile from Chelsea to the Bundesliga, depriving him of the opportunity to prove himself in the Premier League. Looking back on his short life, it seems there are only 2 words to describe it, abandonment. He was abandoned by his host family, his girlfriend, and his head coach. So, feeling insecure, he desperately wanted to prove himself. But those painful past experiences still weighed on his temples like a heavy jack, tormenting him again and again in the dead of night. I haven't been through those things, so I'm not qualified to comfort you, but I think people should always look forward. Qin Ming's tone was full of emotion. Having traveled from his original world, he felt as if he were isolated from the entire world, and the loneliness he felt was indescribable. But as he said, one must always look forward. What's the point of dwelling on it? It's not just internal strife. Kevin, God only helps those who are determined to fight to the death and never give up on themselves, and I believe you have a golden value. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he shook his head, I can only talk to you about general principles, because I'm only 16 years old this year. Ha! Ha! You're only 16. Before De Bruyne could speak, Scott suddenly stood up, nearly straining his back. It's important to know that in Germany, teenagers under the age of 17 are legally prohibited from drinking alcohol. He had already sold several cups to Qin Ming. Previously, he thought Qin Ming looked mature and acted like an adult. I never expected to be scammed so badly. Mr. Scott, I'm mistaken. I just had my birthday a few days ago. I'm 17 now. Qin Ming quickly explained. The main reason is that he was almost 30 years old before he traveled through time, so he naturally had a habit of thinking that he was still an adult after he traveled through time. Let me see your ID. Scott put on his reading glasses, his tone full of doubt. I didn't bring it. But I have other ways to prove it. As Qin Ming spoke, he opened the Transfermarkt website, showed his details, and then handed his phone to Scott. You brat. You weren't even an adult a few days ago. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm old. Scott said irritably. Ha! I still have training to do, so I'll be going now. Seeing that he couldn't fool him, Qin Ming took out €5, put them on the bar, and dragged De Bruyne toward the door. Chapter 18 Wolfsburg vs Hoffenheim, Qin Ming starts the game. After Scott's interruption, De Bruyne clearly felt that most of his frustration had dissipated. After saying goodbye at the intersection, Qin Ming returned to his dormitory, opened Hoffenheim's match video, and began to carefully study their fullbacks. He saw a familiar face in the picture, Firmino. A representative figure of atypical centers. Oh, and there's one more person, Niklas Süle. Both of them will be well-known players in the future. However, they are still relatively inexperienced, and their technical skills and overall abilities need to be improved. Furthermore, Hoffenheim finished 9th in the Bundesliga last season, 16 points behind Wolfsburg. On paper, Wolfsburg has the advantage. However, Hoffenheim strengthened their squad during the summer transfer window, and most of their players did not go to the national team. Therefore, it will naturally not be affected by the FIFA virus. In contrast, most of Wolfsburg's players have played 1 or 2 national team matches. Therefore, it is still uncertain who will win or lose the day after tomorrow. I just don't know if I can start. Qin Ming felt that with Dieter Black-Gold's personality, as long as he proved his ability, the other party would not be stingy with opportunities. His idea was proven true the following day. Inside the VfL training facilities conference room, Dietrich is announcing the roster for tomorrow's game. Let's change the front line configuration. Marco will play right winger, Kevin will remain the attacking midfielder, and Qin will play left winger. This is the opportunity one promised you. Dieter Black-Gold looked at Qin Ming, his tone full of anticipation. No way. Anyone who witnessed Qin Ming's perfect debut couldn't help but look forward to his performance in the upcoming matches. I will not let you down. Qin Ming smiled. Despite his calm demeanor, he was actually quite excited inside. After all, coming on as a substitute and coming on as a starter are two completely different concepts. Just the thought of holding a caddy's hand and slowly walking out of the players' tunnel amidst deafening cheers is something to look forward to. Of course, it's also possible that Qin Ming hasn't experienced it, so he's putting on several layers of filters. Now that we've talked about the starting lineup, let's talk about Hoffenheim. Dieter Hecking nodded. They are a typical team with a strong attack but a weak defense. In the last round, they won 2-0 against Augsburg. The most outstanding player in this game should be Brazilian striker Firmino. He is Hoffenheim's attacking linchpin and the key to connecting the midfield and the front. So we need to limit him as much as possible, stabilize the defense in the backcourt, and then look for an attack. As for the offensive end, we'll leave it to Kevin to organize, and the specific tactics will be as rehearsed beforehand. Dieter Blackens explained the tactics in just 2 simple sentences. Qin Ming was watching Andreas and Süle, because these two would be the 2 defensive players he would contact most frequently in tomorrow's game. The next day, Qin Ming and his teammates boarded the club bus and embarked on the highway to Sinsheim. The 300-kilometer journey took 4 hours. There's nothing we can do, buses aren't allowed on the express lanes, and most sections of the road have a speed limit of 100 kilometers per hour. Before long, the club bus stopped at the entrance of the Rhein-Neckar Arena. Qin Ming saw through the window many fans wearing dark blue jerseys, waving team flags and singing team songs as they strolled along both sides of the street. Hoffenheim's nickname, Hoffenheim Village. Because Hoffenheim was originally just a small village on the outskirts of Sinsheim. This small village has only over 3,000 residents and trains are rarely seen, except for a rural railway line that passes through it. Hoffenheim means happy home in German. Therefore, it got the nickname Hoxton. However, what made it famous was its strength. In the 2008-09 season, Hoffenheim made a 3-level jump, successfully promoted to the Bundesliga, and was hailed by fans as a rural miracle. Luis, I heard that Rangnick resigned as Hoffenheim's head coach because of you. Qin Ming had seen the report before, so he asked out of curiosity. You should know that Rangnick is the godfather of German football. He sparked a new tactical wave of foreguard parallel positioning combined with zone defense and high pressing. Of the current German coaches, half were inspired by his philosophy, while the other half are his direct disciples. Moreover, Hoffenheim achieved a 3-level leap under his coaching. I guess so. Bayern wanted to buy me, but the management didn't inform Mr. Ralph and just sold me to Bayern. Gustavo gave a wry smile. TSK Tisk. Qin Ming suddenly realized that since Rangnick was so angry, it meant that Gustavo must be very important to him. Unfortunately, former Bayern Munich players in the Wolfsburg squad, whether it's Gustavo or Alec, all dedicated their peak years to Bayern. While we can't say they're past their prime, they're nowhere near as good as they were when they were at Bayern Munich. While Qin Ming and his teammates were warming up, the pre-match press conference was being held. Mr. Black Gold, Qin Ming, who performed exceptionally well in the last match, is currently receiving a lot of attention. What are your expectations for his performance today? The questions asked by the Xinhua news agency reporter were all about Qin Ming. Well, I think anyone who watched the game could feel his talent. I won't go into detail about his skills, but I think he will bring surprises to me and the fans today. Of course, performance in a match is related to one's form. If he doesn't perform well, I hope everyone won't be too harsh on him. Dietrich knew how much influence public opinion could have on young players. Therefore, he wanted to protect Qin Ming from public opinion as much as possible. Another meeting room. Our tactical system has been upgraded and is now at a level where we can compete for a place in the Europa League. Winning against Augsburg is just the beginning, we will take 3 points at home. Gisdol, who led Hoffenheim to safety the season before last and then to the top 10 in the Bundesliga last season, said confidently. Wait until half an hour before the start of the match. Qin Ming and his teammates finished their pre-match warm-up, returned to the locker room to make their final preparations, and then went to the player tunnel. Standing at the back of the line, he saw Firmino and also Sewell. May I have your name? Feeling a bit bored while waiting, Qin Ming looked down and asked. Bernhard. The caddy answered softly, showing no fear of strangers. I know what it means. Brave bear, right? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. And what about you? Bernhard asked crisply. I am the mighty dragon. Qin Ming made a joke. Who knows what kind of meaning parents had when they named their children? Can you show me a dragon? Upon hearing this, Bernhard's eyes lit up, because he had seen bears in the zoo, but had never seen a dragon. If I score a goal later, look up at the sky right away, and you might see it. Qin Ming didn't feel any remorse for fooling the children. Yes. You absolutely have to score. Bernhard nodded vigorously. Firmino, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Hard, there are no dragons in the world. He's lying to you. After all, he was his own caddy, so he had to take care of him to some extent. You're the one lying. I don't believe you. Bernhard gripped Qin Ming's hand tightly. The latter, however, smiled broadly, shrugging his shoulders. Firmino. Why does that smiling face look so irritating? Chapter 19 Hoffenheim's targeting. Good evening, everyone. We are now broadcasting live the third round of the 2014-15 Bundesliga season. Hoffenheim hosts Wolfsburg. In the 3 matches between the two teams last season, Wolfsburg won 2, but Hoffenheim won the last match 6-2. So I think today's game should be very exciting. Now, let me introduce the starting lineups of both teams. Hoffenheim has lined up in a 4-4-2 formation, goalkeeper. Firmino is one of the players to watch. Seeing him reminds me of Ibisevic. If he hadn't been injured during the 2009 winter break, the Bundesliga landscape might have been very different. Even now, I often wonder if Hoffenheim could have repeated the Kaiserslautern miracle if Ibisevic had been able to play in the second half of the 2008-09 season. If Hoffenheim ultimately wins the championship, will the management pay more attention to the team's management and focus on its development in the future, eventually shaping Hoffenheim into a top Bundesliga team? Sorry I went a little off topic, let's take a look at Wolfsburg's starting lineup. Dieter Hecking still opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation, a preference of veteran German coaches. Goalkeeper. One player who deserves special attention is our Chinese player Qin Ming, who scored a goal and provided an assist in the last match, making it a perfect Bundesliga debut. Let's wait and see how he performs today. Liu Jiayuan's eyes were full of anticipation. Before the kickoff, fans chatted on platforms such as Chiba and Hupu. Looking at Wolfsburg's schedule, I realized they have a Europa League match in 6 days. I wonder if Qin Ming will be able to play. Let's watch this match first. Hoffenheim's overall strength is still quite good. Especially Firmino, he doesn't play like a center forward at all, he's more like an attacking midfielder. And then there's Sul, who looks like a bear, so massive it's frightening. The camera returns to the Rhein-Neckar Arena. As Qin Ming listened to the cheers around him, his blood seemed to boil and his emotions became excited. Once both teams' players were in position, the referee blew his whistle, and the match began. Beep. Hoffenheim guessed the coin toss correctly and won the kickoff. Instead of launching an attack, they passed the ball around in their own half. The objective is simple, to push Wolfsburg's formation forward. Only in this way can Hoffenheim get the space they want in the backfield and on the wings. But Dietrich Hecking, with his greater experience, warned his players before the match to be patient, as reckless pressing would only lead to bad results. Hoffenheim passed the ball around for a few minutes until it reached Firmino's feet. Brazilians have a unique knack for organizing attacks. He noticed that Wolfsburg's right flank, the area where Sebastian was located, was slightly disconnected from his teammates in the middle. Therefore, after hitting Modest, he unexpectedly made a diagonal pass to the wing. Adam Shalai, positioned on the wing, started his run early and received the ball half a body length ahead of Sebastian. Immediately afterwards, without giving the opponent a chance to steal the ball, he backheeled the ball directly to his teammate who was there to receive it. Andreas dodged past Miranda. Should we shoot directly? No. Let's find Modest instead. Judging from his appearance, he's the typical tough guy, and he can handle the fulcrum role very well. On the pitch, Modest, with his back to knock, passed the ball to Firmino just before Gustavo could pounce. With ample space, the Brazilians didn't hesitate and unleashed a powerful shot at the goal. Bang! Unfortunately, Firmino's shooting skills were lacking, and the ball flew directly into the distant stands. However, the fans at the stadium remained enthusiastic, cheering loudly for their own players and putting pressure on the opposing team. I've said it so many times, the midfield interception intensity must be high, and the speed of wing defense support must be fast. Dieter Blacken, in the command area, swung his arms and shouted. "Okay, boss." Caligiuri, who was near the edge of the court, quickly replied and then relayed the instructions to his teammates. Perhaps pulled back to their senses by Hoffenheim's attack, the Wolfsburg players made no further mistakes. While consolidating their backcourt defense, they are also looking for offensive opportunities. Hoffenheim's defensive strategy was simply to relentlessly press in midfield and relentlessly limit De Bruyne. I must say, the results are fantastic. Wolfsburg's passing system was disrupted, leaving them with no choice but to rely on long passes from their backfield players. But with Sul on the team, Hoffenheim has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to aerial duels. Wow! Gustavo's footwork is quite good. This time, instead of targeting Caligiuri on the opposite side, he's targeting Qin Ming on the same side. Sul's positioning is very strategic, he arrived as quickly as possible. No doubt about it. Sul got the first landing spot, and Qin Ming was almost knocked down. At the Rhein-Neckar Arena, Qin Ming rubbed his sore shoulders, thinking to himself that Sul was damn strong. If he hadn't stopped in time, he probably would have fallen flat on his face. A direct confrontation with him is definitely not an option. Qin Ming thought silently, looked at De Bruyne, and pointed behind him. What's the meaning? De Bruyne instantly understood, this meant he should move his position back to avoid Hoffenheim's midfield pressure. As for the side effect of reduced threat, it can only be compensated for by skillful footwork. Wolfsburg's adjustments quickly took effect. As De Bruyne retreated, Hoffenheim pushed their formation forward to pressure him. But this exposes a larger space in the backcourt. 33rd minute of the match. Salahovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina attempted a lob pass to get past Wolfsburg's defense. But Hoffenheim has Sul, and Wolfsburg has Knock. The 189 cm tall Knock first closely marked Modest, then passed the ball to the goalkeeper behind him. Benaglio. Wolfsburg's goalkeeper, who also serves as captain, received the ball and, without hesitation, tossed it into the air before launching a powerful shot to the side. Snap! The football swept across half the field in the blink of an eye and arrived in front of the sprinting Caligiuri. Having played in every position except center-back and goalkeeper, his experience is undeniable. Lift your foot and stop the ball steadily, then immediately adjust your movement. As he forcefully struck out with the instep, the football flew up and then spun as it fell. A perfectly executed long pass with the inside of the foot. They're looking for Qin Ming on the other end of the court. After a rapid camera movement, it locks onto a figure sprinting away at Wolfsburg number 13. To his right was Sewell, who was gritting his teeth and chasing after him with all his might. But can an aircraft carrier catch up with a destroyer? Cannot. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the equally flexible Straub. Qin Ming glanced at the German fullback with a full beard, who maintained his touch frequency even while moving at high speed. A sense of oppression. Strober, who was in a defensive stance, actually felt an intense sense of oppression coming from the young boy in front of him. Chapter 20, The Fake Shot, The True Instructions. As the distance between the two rapidly closed, the anxiety in Straubel's heart was spreading wildly like wildfire. At the same time, Qin Ming's dribbling rhythm changed abruptly, and his center of gravity shifted laterally during the touch of the ball. This incredibly simple action turned Straubel into a frightened bird, causing him to almost uncontrollably extend his foot to intercept. The next moment, a series of exclamations erupted from the stands near the stadium. Qin Ming suddenly pushed his left foot outward and lurched forward. The movements, so fast they were almost invisible, gave the fans a strong visual impact. Pretty. The most effective way to get past an opponent is to use rhythm changes rather than relying on too many feints. Strobel was completely wiped clean. At the edge of the stadium, Dieter Black-Gold adjusted his glasses, trying to see more clearly. I didn't expect that he would be the first to step forward when Kevin was restricted. He thought to himself silently. The assistant coach next to him whispered, I heard that Qin took Kevin to a bar a few days ago, and Mr. Scott got very angry about it. Qin is still young, I can understand. Dieter Black-Gold did not pursue the matter and easily moved on from the topic. On the other side, the chubby Gildos frowned. Unlike those arrogant coaches, he had instructed his players before the match to take Wolfsburg's newcomers seriously. That's why Sewell frequently drifted to the sidelines, and even relaxed his focus on Aulich. But unexpectedly, it was still breached. Do it yourself, do it yourself. Gildos muttered to himself, not looking at Qin Ming, but at Aulich lurking in the penalty area. At this moment, he desperately wished that Qin Ming could be a little selfish. A guest ran into the left side of Hoffenheim's penalty area. Qin Ming glanced around and spotted Sewell to his side and behind, as well as by Kaczek who was covering for him. Tap, tap, tap. After quickly adjusting his steps, he leaned his body and pushed out with his right foot. Shoot! Everyone in the world knew he was going to shoot. As he chased back, Sewell suddenly exerted force with his waist and abdomen, forcefully throwing himself away. Oliver, standing in front of the door, was also taking small, quick steps. But he didn't move easily, instead, he stared intently at Qin Ming. Is it a near angle or a far angle? The direction of the foot used for the shot and the foot shape used for the shot provide a clear indication of the outcome. Hoffenheim's blocking was excellent. The shot will most likely be blocked. Before Lu Jiayuan could even speak, he realized that things were developing differently than he had expected. Oliver was also surprised to find that Qin Ming's right foot had quietly turned inward, and then he gently flicked the ball with the outside of his foot. It wasn't a shot. Thwack, a crisp, pleasant sound of the ball being touched rang out. The football seemed to transform into a mischievous sprite, flying over Sewell's head as he slid in, and joyfully heading towards the penalty spot. There, Croatian veteran Aulich, facing the gaze of tens of thousands of people, unleashed a powerful volley. Bang! The football whistled into the goal in Oliver's eyes as he lay on the ground. 0-1. Goal! In the 35th minute of the first half, Wolfsburg launched an attack from their own half and put the ball into the goal in just 30 seconds. Hoffenheim's relentless siege of De Bruyne resulted in the liberation of Caligiuri and a decrease in defensive resources to Mark Aulich. You know, although Aulich is already 36 years old, he once overshadowed Robben. His hat-trick in the Champions League semi-final eliminated Manchester United. If Inter Milan's defensive system hadn't been so solid, he probably would have won the Champions League title as well. On the pitch, Olik is not De Bruyne. Having played football for so many years, he is adept at all kinds of celebrations. Slide to the knee and salute. But when he stood up, he pulled Qin Ming to his side and shouted to the away stands, "Hey everyone, please remember this underage kid. He's 20 years younger than me." Wasn't his performance amazing? The Wolfsburg fans in the stands were very supportive, giving them a continuous and enthusiastic round of applause. "You're younger than my son, but he's far inferior to you. 17 years old. Has God finally opened his eyes and bestowed upon us a genius? Qin Ming, your name is really hard to pronounce. Why don't you get a German name instead?" Wolfsburg fans started chatting amongst themselves in the stands. After the celebration ended, Qin Ming looked at Olik and said, "Ivica, you're almost 20 years older than me. Do you expect me to call you uncle?" Who knew that Olikai was so shameless? After agreeing, he said with a smile, "If you're willing, I certainly won't refuse." "You wish." Qin Ming deliberately curled his lip. The Wolfsburg players next to him laughed heartily, clearly enjoying seeing Qin Ming get his comeuppance. Not far away, Sewell was holding his head, his frustration evident on his face. "Don't hang your head, the game isn't over, we haven't lost yet." Salahovic tried to pull Sewell up, but Sewell was too heavy to budge. "Embarrassed," he said irritably. "That's the downside of young players, they're too easily influenced by their emotions. We can't let number 13 get away any longer. Rudy, you move to the wing and help your teammates defend him." Instead of reprimanding his players, Gildos calmly analyzed the situation. His calm demeanor dispelled the dejected atmosphere among the Hoffenheim players, and they quickly returned to their positions. The game restarted after the lap time. The camera pans to a caddy on the sidelines, Bernhardt looking up at the sky. Thin clouds hung in the azure sky. But there was nothing else, he didn't even see a shadow of a dragon. Aachen didn't score, so there was no dragon. Bernharder stared blankly at the court, searching for Qin Ming among the green and white players. He kept repeating to himself, "Score a goal quickly, score a goal quickly." Wolfsburg played very steadily after taking the lead. Moreover, after Hoffenheim allocated defensive resources to limit Caligiuri and Qin Ming on the left and right flanks, De Bruyne in the middle took over the responsibility of organizing the attack. I recall an interview with an expert from Build who believed that Wolfsburg's attacking intensity would decline significantly this season. He even suggested re-signing Zeko to address Olik's declining form. But after seeing Qin Ming's performance, I think Wolfsburg can look forward to a new future. Lu Jiayuan had another thought hidden in his heart. Chinese fans can also look forward to a bright future. Time slips away like quicksand. After being closely guarded, Qin Ming rarely received the ball. Conversely, De Bruyne began to use the formation to push forward, overwhelming Hoffenheim's defense as a whole. From God's perspective, Hoffenheim's formation is like a compressed spring, when it reaches its limit, it will collapse with a bang. 43rd minute of the match. Qin Ming quickly moved forward and took down Strobel, while Rodriguez followed up to contain Rudy. Hoffenheim's right-side defense suddenly found an opening. De Bruyne didn't hold back, using quick passing and movement to advance into Hoffenheim's heart of the territory. Bang! A sudden, low slash emerged from the gap in the chaotic defense when Oliver's view was blocked by his teammates. Thank you for the monthly tickets and recommendation votes, brothers. Chapter 21. We absolutely must buy a fullback in the winter transfer window. De Bruyne launched a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Sewell reacted quickly in front of the goal and blocked the shot with his body. Polanski got the ball at the second point and immediately launched a long ball into the attacking third. The football spun and fell toward Firmino, who gritted his teeth, held off Miranda, and headed the ball to his teammate beside him. However, Gustavo was experienced and pressed forward the moment Modest stopped the ball, forcing the opponent to miscontrol the ball and let it go out of bounds. Shortly after, 2 whistles sounded, ending the first half of the match. Qin Ming looked back at the goal with regret. He wanted to score in consecutive games, but the Bundesliga was more difficult than he had imagined. Moreover, their opponent in the last match, Frankfurt, was not as strong as Hoffenheim overall. When everyone returned to the locker room, Dieter Hecking smiled and applauded. The performance in the first half was very good, at least there were no major problems. In the second half, continue to focus on solid defense and look for opportunities for individual breakthroughs and threatening passes in the midfield and forward areas. He is over 50 years old and prefers to play it safe, but he will not suppress the player's natural instincts too much for the sake of tactics. Take De Bruyne and Qin Ming for example. If you make them play full-time defense, wouldn't that be a waste of their talents? Both of them should focus their energy on offense. This is also the difference between Dieter Black-Gold and Mourinho. Qin, if you have the chance, you can control the ball more. Of course, I don't mean you should hold on to the ball too long, but rather that you should use your footwork to draw more defenders away. Dieter Black-Gold said earnestly. As the saying goes, competition is the fastest way to improve. No matter how hard you train, it's meaningless if you can't perform on the court. He knew that Qin Ming usually worked very hard, so he hoped that he could turn his hard work into tangible results. Of course, all of this is predicated on Qin Ming having the talent to impress him. Okay, boss. Qin Ming readily agreed. He had previously been worried about being seen as a loner and hadn't dared to show off his footwork too much. By the way, Dietrich said, looking at Gustavo, move to the left in the second half and be careful to protect the area behind Qin. Since the decision has been made to let Qin Ming do as he pleases, bodyguards are naturally necessary. Otherwise, losing the ball could easily trigger a chain reaction. Furthermore, the choice of Gustavo was also carefully considered. The Brazilian had passed his prime and was unlike the young Rodriguez, who was ambitious and unwilling to play support. Soon, the break ended, and the players from both sides entered the field. Beep. The second half of the game started on time. After making adjustments at halftime, Hoffenheim abandoned their previous conservative style of play and began to attack. Moreover, the strategy revolves around Firmino, utilizing the numerical advantage in midfield to penetrate into the attacking third. After gaining some control of the pace and situation, they then used the deep forward runs of the left back to encircle and suppress Sebastian, successfully opening up the game on the left flank. Adam Shalai cuts into the penalty area, and Naldo chooses to immediately challenge him. Excellent handling. Passed the ball back in a triangular pattern to Firmino. Amid cheers from the Hoffenheim fans, Firmino received the ball and took a half step to the side, avoiding Miranda's pressing. Immediately afterward, just as Gustavo rushed in, a decisive diagonal pass was sent out. Firmino knows his fellow Brazilians all too well. Even back in Hoffenheim, it was Gustavo who helped him integrate into the team. Thud, the football skimmed sharply across the grass, rolling rapidly towards the right side of the penalty area. Hoffenheim fans got excited. There, Modest was already in position. He forcefully shook off Knock and volleyed the ball into the near corner of the goal. Benaglio fell to the ground at top speed, but it wasn't enough to stop the goal. Wow! The Rhein-Neckar Arena erupted in cheers, with dark blue flags fluttering everywhere. Hoffenheim equalized just as the second half began. Although I hate to say it, the responsibility for this goal lies with the right back. Sebastian, who came to Wolfsburg from Frankfurt this season for a transfer fee of €2.4 million, is clearly not a qualified fullback. He had a lot of problems in the preseason friendlies with Wolfsburg and in the first 3 rounds of the Bundesliga. I think Wolfsburg's biggest regret right now is not signing a good right-back during the summer transfer window. Many people share the same thoughts as the commentator, including Dieter Hecking on the coach's bench. Last season, their main fullback, Trash, is a typical versatile player in the backfield. He was also Ballack's substitute in the national team, which is enough to prove his ability. Unfortunately, he suffered a serious ankle injury during national team training in May and had to rest for at least 3 months. Just when he had almost recovered, he strained his shoulder during the preseason. We absolutely must buy a fullback in the winter transfer window. Dietrich frowned. His goal this season is not just to qualify for the Champions League. Therefore, Wolfsburg cannot have any major weaknesses. On the pitch, after celebrating, the Hoffenheim players walked back to their own half, chatting and laughing. The Wolfsburg players took their positions early, and their expressions didn't reveal much frustration. These are all professional players who have played countless games since they were young, winning and losing so many that they've lost count. How could they possibly lose their fighting spirit just because they conceded a goal? However, Benaglio was still worried about Qin Ming. After all, this was only his second Bundesliga match. Qin, don't ignore the tactics and retreat to defend on your own just because we conceded a goal. Remember what the boss told you. Don't worry. Qin Ming nodded. Anyway, Gustavo cleaned up the mess, so to be honest, he still trusted the Brazilians quite a bit. The game restarted with the whistle. Hoffenheim seemed to have tasted success and began to target Sebastian relentlessly. We're going to break through your flanks. In this situation, Wolfsburg had no choice but to have Caligiuri drop back to form a three-man defensive group, which, with the help of Naldo, stabilized the right flank. The time on the LED board was ticking as the match reached the 66th minute. Salahovic played a 1-2 with Firmino, then without stopping the ball, he went straight to Andreas on the wing. The latter pushed the ball sharply, getting past Sebastian, looked up to observe his teammates' positions, and decisively sent in a cross. Thud, the football flew toward Modest amidst the expectant gazes of Hoffenheim fans. Just as they couldn't help but stand up, ready to celebrate the goal. A pair of white gloves suddenly appeared and, halfway through the game, smashed the ball out of the penalty area with both fists. Beautiful. Benaglio. As expected of Wolfsburg's captain, he stepped up at the crucial moment. Gustavo won the second point, then dribbled past Firmino and chipped the ball to the left side of midfield. Did we make a mistake? The force was clearly too great. Chapter 22, a brilliant and skillful lob, full of graceful charm. Gustavo also realized the problem, but after being distracted by Firmino, it was hard not to make a mistake. But Qin Ming did not stop, instead, he continued to accelerate toward the landing point. In his field of vision, Sul stood before him like a wall, blocking his path forward. Rudy was rapidly chasing from the side and rear. It seemed like an unsolvable situation, but Qin Ming had a flash of inspiration. As the football fell in front of him, he gently lifted his right foot and hooked it back. Thud, as the crisp sound of the ball hitting the ground rang out, Sul froze uncontrollably for a moment. He originally planned to steal the ball during the gap when Qin Ming stopped it. But it's not too late now. He took long strides, trying to steal the ball again. But the next second he was completely dumbfounded. Because after Qin Ming hooked the ball back, he immediately followed up with a second lob. The football traced a rainbow-like path in the air. Under the blinding spotlight, Rudy, frantically chasing back, instinctively looked up and watched helplessly as the football swept over his head. After a brief, almost negligible silence, gasps and gasps erupted from the Rhein-Neckar arena. What were clearly two simple touches of the ball became, under the young boy's feet, as if a masterpiece had been created, adding a touch of agility and grace. And they never seem to know what his next move will be. Pretty. This is the embodiment of perfect ball control. Qin Ming continuously flicks the ball while controlling it, and with his excellent ball control, he can always anticipate the ball's landing point and touch it before his opponent. Let's see how he handles it. Lu Jiayuan's last sentence was completely superfluous. Before he could even finish his second sentence, Qin Ming had already started moving. Kevin Qin Ming shouted in his heart, and with his right foot, he met the football in the air and pushed it sideways. De Bruyne appeared precisely on the passing trajectory, like a precise machine devoid of emotion. Stop and go. After Qin Ming drew away two defenders, there were not many obstacles left in front of him. Caligiuri also rushed up, De Bruyne ran into him and then found Aulich, who was retreating, to provide support. Wolfsburg's counterattack was swift. Multiple locations will flourish. The opportunity is huge. In the blink of an eye, Hoffenheim's chaotic defense was overwhelmed and collapsed by Wolfsburg. Without an organized defense, the defense line becomes ineffective. When Aulich held off by Kaksik, he turned his back to De Bruyne, creating a simulated artillery platform. Another tricky ground-sweeping slash was unleashed. This time, Hoffenheim was no longer favored by Lady Luck. Even with his body stretched to its limit, Oliver couldn't touch the rapidly rolling football at all. Beep. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that Wolfsburg's goal was valid. The away stands erupted in cheers. De Bruyne also took a couple of steps, swung his right hand in the air, and that was the end of his celebration. Community level. Community level. Qin Ming was very annoyed when he saw it, and thought of that famous saying. A world-class goal, a neighborhood-level celebration. Truly De Bruyne's achievement. De Bruyne could roughly guess what his teammates were thinking by looking at their expressions, but social anxiety is something that can't be easily cured. Unless. Qin Ming thought maliciously that if Courtois were the goalkeeper, De Bruyne would probably be very excited after scoring a goal. They might even do some fancy celebration moves like sliding tackles. Wolfsburg made substitutions, replacing Qin Ming with Arnold and Aulich with Dost. Qin Ming heard the stadium announcement and saw the sign held up by the fourth official, and he grimaced helplessly. He actually felt that his physical strength was still quite good and that he should be able to continue until the end of the game. But Dieter Hecking's idea was that with less than 20 minutes left in regulation time, it would be better to solidify the midfield and defense rather than continue to intensify the attack. Every point in the early stages of the league is crucial, and he hopes to secure 3 points and leave safely. You did a good job. Don't overthink it. This is part of the tactical arrangement, not a questioning of your abilities. Dieter Black-Gold patted Qin Ming on the shoulder understandingly. He knew that young people today were very thoughtful and couldn't be compared to them back then. It's not that players from any particular era are better, but rather that young people's perspectives are constantly changing. Boss, can I start in the next Europa League match? Qin Ming showed no humility whatsoever, and instead went along with the topic. Ha! I know every young person wants to play in European competitions. I used to think so too, but unfortunately I didn't have the opportunity. Dieter Hecking laughed heartily, but I think you're luckier than me. I'll put you on the roster. Get ready for your European debut. I hope you can stay in form. Now, whenever he sees Qin Ming, he is reminded of his own spirited self. However, his skill level was only average at the time. Thanks, boss. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming returned to the bench with a broad smile, humming a catchy tune. Kid, it's just the Europa League, don't get too excited. Aulich handed him a water glass. Of course I'm happy, I've never played in European competitions before. After taking the water bottle, Qin Ming took a sip and his tone suddenly became serious. By the way, Ivica, what did it feel like to score 2 goals in the 2 legs of the quarterfinals and a hat-trick in the semi-finals of the 2009-10 Champions League? He knows the man in front of him very well. Aulich, nicknamed the tireless legend, scored a hat-trick against Manchester United in the Champions League semi-final, helping Bayern Munich reach the top of the Champions League stage again after 9 years. However, Bayern Munich ultimately lost to Inter Milan, the Inter Milan team coached by the special one Mourinho. To be honest, I was very, very tired at the time, and I didn't have any special feelings. Aulich's eyes were full of memories, as if he was recalling that glorious era. Then he changed the subject, but it feels pretty good to be called a hero. Hearing what Aulich said, Qin Ming rolled his eyes. Nonsense, being a hero and the center of attention must feel incredibly good. He also wanted to experience what it felt like to save a collapsing building. I don't have a Champions League title in my destiny, so I want to win a Europa League title. Aulich's tone was tinged with sadness. In the 2009-10 Champions League final, they lost to Inter Milan. In the 2011-12 Champions League final, they lost to Chelsea again. They made it to the Champions League twice in 3 years but failed to win the title. Who knew that in the 2012-13 season, he transferred to Wolfsburg, and Bayern Munich actually won the Champions League title? Aulich often thought, what a damn fate. Ivica, don't worry. I had my fortune told before. I may lack many other things in my life, but I will never lack a championship. Qin Ming patted Aulich in a mature manner, I'll treat you to the best of everything from now on. Let's win the Europa League first. You little rascal, you're really good at bragging. Aulich was both amused and exasperated, but Qin Ming's youthful energy deeply touched him and eased the sadness in his heart. As the two were chatting, they heard 3 whistles. Beep beep beep. It turned out that Wolfsburg maintained the score until the end of the match thanks to their solid defense. Chapter 23 Heading to Liverpool. Back in Wolfsburg, Qin Ming was already studying Everton in the players' dormitory. Manchester United's younger players are on fire lately. First up is the striker, the little beast, Lukaku. This guy transferred from Chelsea to Everton in the summer transfer window for a transfer fee of €35 million. He earned an assist in his Premier League debut, against Arsenal. In the recently concluded fourth round of the Premier League, he received a long pass from Stones and scored with a volley. Speaking of Stones, Qin Ming was even more impressed because he had heard Guardiola say that he would be a striker who would reform the centre-back position. And coincidentally, Stones is a right centre-back, so Qin Ming will inevitably run into him. Toffee is really good. After watching the Everton match video, Qin Ming lay in bed inside. With Moyes taking over at Manchester United, Roberto Martinez accepted the framework left by Moyes and began to inject his own football philosophy into the team. The current Everton not only creates numerous threats when attacking, but their defensive organisation is also commendable. In comparison, Arsenal is quite weak. They were able to compete for the top 4 last season, but what's their ranking this season? Qin Ming couldn't remember Arsenal's final ranking either. He then stopped caring about it, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. Even if I have the opportunity to go to Arsenal in the future, we'll talk about that later. He glanced at the general lineups for the Europa League. Group H, where Wolfsburg is located, is not bad, at least it can't be called a group of death. Everton, Krasnodar and Lille. Everton and Lille need no introduction, one is a Premier League team, and the other is a League One team. Krasnodar, on the other hand, is a Russian Premier League team. Other recognizable clubs in the group include Ajax, Sevilla, Napoli, Inter Milan, Tottenham Hotspur, and Roma, among others. Therefore, winning the Europa League title will be quite difficult. Late at night. In contrast to the tranquility of Wolfsburg, thousands of miles away in China, it was just dawn, and people were beginning their lives amidst the hustle and bustle. Occasionally, you can see people on the subway, buses, and streets watching game highlights on their phones. What they were watching was naturally yesterday's video of Wolfsburg playing against Hoffenheim. When they saw Qin Ming repeatedly flicking the ball, outmaneuvering Sewell and Rudy, they couldn't help but laugh. The ethereal and dynamic figures in the picture are actually what they had fantasized about when they were young. In the comments section of the match report, fans also created a long thread to express their joy. Although Qin Ming didn't score in consecutive games, his performance was still quite good. He's only 16 years old. Did Perrin previously say he planned to wait until the Asian Cup to call up Qin Ming to the national team? Perrin is actually right. When players are young, match experience can accelerate their development at an alarming rate, especially in high-quality leagues like the top 5 European leagues. Actually, looking at Perrin, I think he's the most suitable head coach for the national team in the last 10 years. His tactics are practical and he can win tough matches. His overall teamwork is good. He knows that Chinese players' technical ability is not up to par, so he chose players with good physical attributes and the ability to compete. He's the kind of coach who cooks according to the ingredients. Yes, tactically they focus on defense, but their offensive strategy is lacking. They often manage to hold their own against strong teams but struggle to score against weaker ones. The fundamental problem remains the forward's limited ability to capitalize on opportunities. If Qin Ming can perform well, the attacking problem will no longer be a problem. If missing out on the World Cup previously left Chinese fans in despair, they now have a glimmer of hope, a hope that is tangible and real. As the sun rose over Wolfsburg, Qin Ming began his morning training session. Qin, after a thorough examination at the hospital, they found that your leg muscles, no, your nerves, are very densely distributed, which is why you feel so comfortable when you dribble the ball. Assistant coach Thorne Lockhoff, looking at the report, said, so you need to increase the strength of your leg muscles to improve your explosiveness and ball control accuracy, and you also need to work on your neural reaction training. German football has developed a very systematic training method through long-term scientific development. In addition, various high-tech products, such as force analysis software and ultra-high-speed cameras, will make the players' training no longer like feeling their way across a river. Okay. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded with a bright smile. Keep it up. The boss just told me you're in the starting lineup against Everton. Thorne Lockhoff really liked the sunny and positive vibe that Qin Ming exuded from the inside out. Thanks, Thorne. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming smiled even more broadly, and looked forward to going to England to see a Premier League team. Before he transmigrated, He was a corporate slave and never had the chance to go abroad to watch football. The only way to understand what the Premier League is like is through the screen. After finishing his strength training, Qin Ming added flexibility training, because the techniques he usually uses and the movements he makes in competitions all require a high degree of flexibility. Besides, players with good flexibility are generally quite strong. For example, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who currently plays for Paris Saint-Germain, is a very typical example. Qin, I'm going to a bar, there are lots of girls there, do you want to come? Miranda suddenly poked her head out. No, thank you. Qin Ming shook his head and refused. It wasn't that he wanted to live the life of an ascetic, but rather that he was currently at a crucial starting point and had too many things to learn and handle. Moreover, Dieter Hecking, a veteran coach, shares a similar philosophy with Ferguson, believing that players should work hard on the field and maintain a clean lifestyle off the field. So what if Dieter Black finds out and it affects my image in his eyes, thus affecting my chances of playing? Qin Ming didn't want to lose more than he gained. Once he achieves a certain level of success, won't he be able to pick any girl he wants? Kevin, what about you? Miranda asked again. I'm not going either. De Bruyne decisively refused. He had recently been cheated on, and was in a state of fear of women. Coupled with his introverted personality, it was naturally impossible for him to take the initiative to have fun. Sigh, two boring people. Although the football is round, it's still not soft enough. Miranda made a gesture as if grabbing at the air with one hand, his expression utterly lewd. Time flies, passing by quietly. When the date came to September 13, 2014, Qin Ming and his teammates boarded a flight to Liverpool. Since Wolfsburg does not have an airport, they had to travel to the neighboring Hanover Airport. The 850 kilometers journey takes only 1 hour. Qin Ming landed without even realizing it. Looking at Liverpool John Lennon Airport outside, he found everything very novel. You're not a Liverpool fan, are you? Alex suddenly asked out of the blue. How could that be? No, I've dreamed of playing for Wolfsburg since I was a child. Qin Ming pounded his chest, the sound echoing loudly. Don't hide your thoughts, I'm still a Bayern Munich fan. Alex shrugged, then suddenly whispered, I'll tell you quietly, Kevin is a Liverpool fan, and he likes Michael Owen. Chapter 24, a new benchmark for measured Premier League team strength, Everton. Liverpool is a port city in northwest England and one of England's 8 core cities. It has many stories, such as Britain's first shipyard, the highest unemployment rate in Britain, the Beatles, and so on. However, nowadays it is more about the two excellent teams that are attracting attention. Liverpool and Everton. Red and blue. Their match is known as the Merseyside Derby. It is also known by fans as the most popular derby. In 49 Premier League encounters between the two teams, the referee has shown a total of 21 red cards. This includes the match in September 1999, where Liverpool goalkeeper Westerveld and opposing player Jeffs were both sent off with red cards due to a conflict, with Gerrard also receiving a red card for a stamp on an opponent. However, on the way to Goodison Park, all Qin Ming could see was countless blue. Qin, this is your first time playing in a European competition, so don't be nervous. Just treat it like a normal match. Miranda, seeing that Qin Ming was not speaking, assumed that he was too nervous. Thanks. Qin Ming didn't explain. Suddenly, he saw a green and white jersey on the side of the street, and the person looked Asian. Chinese? He smiled, opened the window, and asked in Chinese. Chinese. One of the young men was pleasantly surprised. He quickly swallowed the fries in his mouth and waved enthusiastically to Qin Ming. Compared to Germany, England has more Chinese students, mainly because English is more widely spoken there. Therefore, in England's strong football atmosphere, many Chinese students have also become loyal fans. However, today they no longer support Liverpool or Everton, but instead support Wolfsburg, who have traveled a long way. Qin Ming, give it your all today. Try to score a goal. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Qin Ming smiled and nodded, just watch my performance. Miranda, standing next to him, was very envious. He had never had a similar experience, whether in Wiltshire or Wolfsburg. Being recognized on the street and receiving enthusiastic cheers is probably every player's dream. Stop looking. Chin has many compatriots in every country, and they will all be Chin's fans. Oleg could understand. Because he received similar treatment when he was in Croatia. The pre-match press conference was held while both teams entered the field to warm up. In previous seasons, our attitude towards the Europa League may have been slightly off, but this season we are aiming for the Europa League title. Roberto Martinez still has a lot of hair. In the Premier League, clubs that are regular participants in the Europa League, such as Tottenham Hotspur and Everton, are consistently among the top 20 richest clubs on Deloitte's Football Clubs rich list. Therefore, the meager benefits of the Europa League did not interest them. Furthermore, the tight schedule of the Premier League is also an important factor in their reluctance to be distracted. Playing a Europa League match on Thursday night and then another Premier League match on the weekend is exhausting. These are Tottenham Hotspur manager Mauricio Pochettino's own words. However, with UEFA's reforms and adjustments to the rating weights of the Champions League and Europa League, no one will underestimate the Europa League anymore. Moreover, for Martinez personally, last season he led Everton to a record of 21 wins, 9 draws, and 8 losses, accumulating 72 points, which set a new record for the club's highest points total in the Premier League. However, he still lacks a significant trophy to solidify his position as head coach. Chin. I don't know much about Chinese players, but he has probably never experienced the intensity of the Premier League. I think he will have a new understanding of football today. Roberto Martinez is full of confidence. In another conference room, the reporter relayed the opposing coach's comments to Dieter Hecking, who simply adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said, "It is undeniable that the Premier League is indeed more intense, but our players are not fragile glass, they are among the best players in the top leagues. As for Chin, he won't be defeated so easily. Perhaps today is not him rediscovering football, but rather the first time Premier League fans have gotten to know him. As people get older, they stop liking to talk big and prefer to let results and facts speak for themselves." Half an hour later. Inside the players' tunnel. The two teams stood facing each other. Chin Ming stood behind him, looking at De Bruyne with an impatient expression, seemingly unwilling to talk to the bald guy on the other side. "Kevin, the pass you gave me in the last national team match was absolutely fantastic. I felt like we had better chemistry than twins." Lukaku's thick lips kept moving. Although he had known Courtois longer, to be honest, he didn't like Courtois very much. Why? Who would like someone who cheats on their teammate? In comparison, De Bruyne, who can feed you goals, is definitely a player you absolutely must rely on. Shortly after, the referee gave a signal and led the players out of the tunnel. De Bruyne also breathed a sigh of relief. Lukaku is a chatterbox, but he is an introverted person, so the two of them don't get along at all. The most crucial thing is that Lukaku frequently misses opportunities. Even if you stuff something right down his throat, he'll inexplicably spit it out. Midfielders hate strikers who miss easy chances. The moment he stepped out of the players' tunnel, a deafening roar surged forth, slightly stinging Chin Ming's eardrums. He subconsciously looked up. The deep blue expanse covering the mountains and plains is like a vast ocean, constantly surging. PPTV. PPTV. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first round of the 2014-15 UEFA Europa League, Group H. Everton host Wolfsburg. I am Jean Jun, the commentator for this match, and next to me is the well-known commentator Zhang Lu, also known as Coach Zhang. Jean Jun delivered his opening remarks with practiced ease. He just joined PPTV in August of this year, and PPTV happened to have bought the broadcasting rights for the Europa League. So he was lucky enough to be able to commentate on Chin Ming's matches. You know, he used to be quite envious of Lu Jiayuan, who was able to commentate on Wolfsburg's Bundesliga matches. He felt quite proud to use his professional knowledge to commentate on Chin Ming's work to fans across the country. After all, Chin Ming's performance in the first two matches had already won over most people in Chinese football. Coach Zhang, who do you think has a better chance of winning this game? I asked Jean Jun. He. From a rational point of view, I think Everton has a higher winning percentage, to use a recent saying in the Premier League circle. Goodison Park has become the new benchmark for measuring the strength of Premier League teams. If your team is good enough, you have to do everything you can to get 3 points to prove yourself. If you're not ready, then you'll get thrashed. Zhang Lu has a deep understanding of football. Then I'll support Wolfsburg. If Qin Ming can maintain his previous form, their problem of declining attacking intensity will be solved, and they might be able to leave Goodison Park unscathed. Zhang Jun laughed. Chapter 25 The Curse of Chinese Players Scoring 0 Goals in European Competitions. With the match about to begin, Zhang Jun introduced the starting lineups for both teams. Everton have opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation, with the goalkeeper as follows. Lukaku serves as the focal point of the attack, with McGeady, Naismith, and Morales lined up behind him. Barry and McCarthy continue to partner in the defensive midfield, while Baines and Coleman form the left and right fullbacks, shouldering the responsibility of widening the attack for the team. As for Barkley and Deulofeu on the bench, they could very well be the game changers in the second half. Let's take a look at Wolfsburg's starting lineup. They also have a 4-2-3-1 formation, with the goalkeeper being. Among them, the starting right-back position has been changed from Sebastian to Vieirinha. The Portuguese player can not only play as a winger, but he is also very good at playing as a fullback. The other positions remain largely unchanged. Qin Ming is still the left winger. The comments in the live stream chat fell like snowflakes. Indeed, on paper, Everton is stronger. Furthermore, Lukaku and Barry, who were loaned out last season, both performed exceptionally well and were subsequently bought outright by Everton. Wolfsburg isn't weak either, is it? If they could replace Aulick with Dzeko, I think Wolfsburg would be even stronger. Actually, Aulick is a better fit for Wolfsburg right now. His nickname, the Tireless Legend, isn't for nothing. He can put pressure on the opponent's defense and create space for his teammates behind him. Qin Ming, keep it up. Score a goal and try to set a new record. Sun Jihai scored for Manchester City in the Europa League qualifiers in 2003, and Wang Chu scored for Eschen Juniors in the same qualifiers in 2013. A full 10 years passed between their goals, and neither was a competitive match. Hopefully, Qin Ming can break the curse of Chinese players never scoring in European competitions. Japanese and South Korean players were already scoring in European competitions 40 years ago, while we fell behind so early. Goodison Park Stadium was packed with people. Beep. The match began with the referee blowing his whistle. Wolfsburg has possession of the ball. Aulick kicked off and passed the ball across to De Bruyne, who then made a diagonal pass without even looking up. Everton fans were immediately taken aback. Is this how you start a game? Isn't it always the same, pass the ball back to organize the attack first, and then look for an opportunity to attack? However, the surprise had a special effect. Qin Ming was sprinting at full speed along De Bruyne's passing route. With a light touch of his right foot, he controlled the ball and dribbled it across the center line in an instant. Barry was the first to rush forward and press the ball. Born in Hastings, he was incredibly talented, breaking Lampard's record in the 2007-08 season to become the youngest player to reach 300 Premier League appearances. Moreover, he was also considered by Benitez to be a complete replacement for Xabi Alonso. However, negotiations later failed, and Manchester City bought it for a high price. Then Barry went on to win the Premier League title with Manchester City. Gerrard described him as a typical Liverpool player. Therefore, Qin Ming had barely made a feint when Barry tackled him to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle blew just in time, preventing an impending conflict. On the field, Qin Ming rubbed his right ankle, glanced at Barry, and said nothing. He knew what the other party meant. Wasn't it just a show of force? He truly deserves to be the first player in history to receive 100 yellow cards. Qin Ming bounced around on the spot, and after confirming that everything was all right, he returned to his seat. Barry raised an eyebrow in surprise. Previously, when he tried to intimidate the young players, he was met with either curses or forceful shoving. This was the first time he had been ignored. "Sir, watch your tackle. If you had raised your toes just half a centimeter higher, you would have received a yellow card." The referee gave a stern warning. The refereeing standards in European competitions are stricter, and of course, they cannot be compared with those in the English Premier League. "I know," Barry nodded. He was deliberately holding back, otherwise, it wouldn't have been a show of force, but rather an attempt to cripple the person. Thank goodness Qin Ming is all right. I thought his European debut was going to be a disaster. Let's take a look at Wolfsburg's free kick in the attacking third. They chose to hold on to possession first and didn't push forward easily, but Everton started to press harder. The worry between Jean-Jun's brows remained. On the pitch, Everton's formation, after some changes, became a highly layered and pressing style. Barry and McCarthy, guarding the middle lane, cover the mid and back areas with their powerful running ability, and their teammates can also form multiple double teams at any time. De Bruyne struggled to make forward passes from the center, resorting instead to lateral passes to stretch Everton's formation. 29th minute of the match. Caligiuri's individual breakthrough on the right wing was blocked by McCarthy and Baines. The vast open space behind the Italian winger instantly became Baines' stage. Everton's counterattack is on. Advance rapidly down the left flank. It's important to understand that in Martinez's tactical system, the two fullbacks, Baines and Coleman, are given a great deal of attacking responsibility. They were also key drivers of the rapid counterattack. The cheers that erupted from Goodison Park crashed against the players on the green field like waves. Facing Vieirinha's defense, Baines didn't come up himself, but instead passed the ball across to Morales. With Spartan blood flowing through his veins, he has a well-known nickname, the Belgian King of Speed. He gave the football a sharp push, and it shot off like an arrow. Gustavo next to him didn't even have a chance to foul. Immediately afterward, as Naldo stepped up to block, he made a pass with incredible speed and precision. Who are they looking for? King of the pole-piercing stakes, Lukaku. Lukaku, with his pert buttocks sticking out, managed to withstand Knox's attack. Without stopping the ball, place it directly to the right rear. Morales, meanwhile, bypassed Naldo and quickly caught up with the rolling football. The Belgian winger and centre-forward have excellent chemistry. Should we shoot directly? A powerful shot into the near corner. Goal! Everton opened the scoring in the 29th minute through Belgian winger Morales. Looking back at this brilliant goal, Everton's players demonstrated tactical discipline in their midfield pressing, as well as fluidity and naturalness in their transitions between attack and defense, showcasing the style of a top-tier team. As a neutral commentator, Jean-Jun will objectively evaluate the game even if he likes Liverpool. Hee. Looks like I was right, Everton has a higher chance of winning. Jean-Lu then changed the subject, but from an emotional point of view, I would like to see Wolfsburg and Qin Ming score a goal. Goodison Park Stadium, with its deafening cheers and fluttering flags, created a beautiful scene. Morales, Lukaku, and others ran to the corner flag area to celebrate wildly. Qin Ming and his teammates stood there, looking a little dejected. Conceding a goal so quickly in their first European match was truly unexpected for them. Chapter 26. A perfect escape, leaving everyone else in the dust, the curse shattered. After the game restarted, Everton pressed their advantage and began to strengthen their control of the midfield. Martinez's new ideas have transformed the team, which seemed boring and conservative under Moyes, into a synonym for sexy football in the Premier League. However, Wolfsburg's defense was also very resolute, especially in the connecting line near the 30-meter line. Jean-Jun gave a very objective assessment of the situation on the field. When McCarthy received a pass from Stones, he passed the ball to Naismith despite Caligiuri's interference. However, before the latter could receive the ball, a green and white figure attacked, crashing into him like a boulder. Bang! The strong Naismith stumbled and lost control of the ball, which was stolen by De Bruyne. A brilliant interception. He's not only the offensive hub for Wolfsburg, but also a key figure on the defensive end. Furthermore, although Mourinho and De Bruyne have different football philosophies, he has also said that De Bruyne's physical talent is among the best in European football. Let's see Wolfsburg's counter-attack. Goodison Park, in De Bruyne's eyes as he advanced with the ball, was a defense that quickly dispersed and then regrouped. To judge the strength of a team, you need to look at the moments of transition between offense and defense. The pairing of Barry and McCarthy as double defensive midfielders effectively blocked most of the central passing lanes, but there were always openings in the game. Don't let him pass the ball. Barry suddenly had a bad feeling and yelled at McCarthy. McCarthy, who joined Everton from Wigan last summer for £13 million, became a fan favourite in just one season. His consistently outstanding performance has made him a blue engine in the defensive midfield position. His average of 3.3 steals per game is the best proof of that. He suddenly strode forward, attempting to block the optimal passing route. That's right. The optimal defensive player's first consideration is not whether the opponent will pass the ball out, but which direction to pass the ball in to gain the greatest benefit. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded on the football field. De Bruyne leaned slightly to the side, forming a 45-degree angle with the ball, and with the instep of his right foot, he made a precise contact with the ball. Thud, a crisp sound rang out as the soccer ball rolled across the grass. A flawless arc was drawn in the eyes of tens of thousands of people who couldn't believe it. Everton's double defensive midfield line was precisely cut in half by this arc, splitting it into two halves. The camera followed the football at high speed, locking onto Wolfsburg's number 13. He sprinted at full speed, his long legs carrying him, in the gentle breeze blowing from the banks of the Mersey. The ball arrives when the person does. Wow! The fans in the stadium gasped at the pass, and Everton fans immediately turned their attention to Coleman. The fullback that Everton bought from the Irish League for €70,000 has developed over the past 5 years. Moreover, his greatest strength is his maturity, he knows what he should be doing on the court. Qin Ming stared intently at Coleman, but found no flaws. So he increased his speed again, trying to break through from the flank. What are the defensive principles for fullbacks? They face outwards rather than inwards, so their bodies are generally oriented towards the inside. The explosive force was released in an instant, making Qin Ming shoot out like an arrow. Break through from the flank. He's half a body length ahead of Coleman, but when will Stones get into cover? His defensive awareness is just too strong. Qin Ming also spotted Stones, so the breakthrough on the flanks could no longer continue. When he caught sight of Coleman chasing back out of the corner of his eye, his thoughts and actions went in sync, he came to an abrupt stop. At the same time, he also turned halfway and pulled the ball back. Fuck! Coleman rushed over, cursing inwardly. However, he wasn't worried because Stones was there. At just 20 years old, Stones not only replaced Distin but also won over Martinez. A player who uses his brain on the field. That's Martinez's assessment of him. As Stones confidently charged forward, his eyes widened in surprise the next moment. Because Qin Ming immediately followed up his left foot pull with a right foot push. The football traced nimbly on the grass, avoiding Stones's outstretched long leg. Beautiful. 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 Qin Ming used two simple moves to shake off Coleman and Stones's help defense and sped away. Only Jagielka remained before him. Jean Jun only felt a blur before his eyes, and Qin Ming broke through the encirclement and sped away in a cloud of dust. Everton's left centre-back glanced at Aulick, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to press forward. No way. Since he was closest to the ball handler, he could only gamble on being able to steal the ball. Qin. However, Qin Ming heard Aulick's shout and, as he approached Jagielka, flicked his ankle to pass the ball to him. However, he did not stop, but instead bypassed Jagielka and entered the penalty area. Sure enough, Aulick had the same idea as him, the simplest of 2-on-1. Receive the ball, stop the ball, adjust. Completed in one go. In the blink of an eye, he finished his preparations, his eyes fixed on the far post, and he pushed his right foot across. Shoot! Bang! Howard, who once played for Manchester United and was Van der Sar's substitute in front of the goal, instinctively fell to the ground and made a diving save. Even when he stretched his body to its limit, he couldn't stop that tricky shot. When the ball crossed the goal line and hit the net, the away stands erupted in loud cheers. Goal! Goal! De Bruyne's magical pass and Qin Ming's brilliant dribbling on the wing. The two turned the impossible into possible. Look at how he turned and pushed the ball away just now, his football talent is practically overflowing the screen. Jean Jun was so excited that he stammered when he spoke. Zhang Lu took a deep breath and said into the microphone in a deep voice, in the 42nd minute of the match, Wolfsburg equalized the score. Not only that, the curse of Chinese players never scoring a goal in European competitions has also been broken, and it was Qin Ming, who is only 17 years old this year, who broke it. Bearing the doubts and pressure from public opinion, I think he has proven his ability. Goodison Park was much quieter. Qin Ming sprinted to the vicinity of the corner flag area and released his passion by sliding on his knees. Vamos! Then he stood up, punched his fist, and roared. He had seen it on short videos before, where many players like to shout this phrase at the top of their lungs after scoring a goal. Honestly, it was pretty cool. Moreover, this goal was of great significance, both for him and for Chinese football. That overwhelming excitement spread along my nerves to every corner of my body. He seemed to have lost all sense of fatigue. "You're pretty good, kid." The Wolfsburg players then grabbed Qin Ming and shouted. They had previously thought that with Qin Ming sandwiched between two players, the best-case scenario would be for the opponent to clear the ball out of bounds. But to their surprise, it really was a pleasant one. Chapter 27, Competing on the Same Stage as an Ancient True God. Not far away, Stones and Coleman looked at each other, and then Stones lowered his head and sighed. "I guessed he might stop suddenly, but I didn't expect him to move so fast." What happens when stream of consciousness meets stream of technology? Stones guessed everything, except for underestimating Qin Ming's abilities. Stones would never believe that turning and pushing the ball in that situation was a last-minute reaction. Therefore, he felt that Qin Ming had premeditated the act. But thinking about it that way, it seems even more terrifying. "John, don't overthink it. It was just an accident. Just treat it as the game has just begun." Coleman offered words of comfort. Stones nodded in agreement, mainly because Qin Ming was only 17 years old, which gave him a strong sense of unreality. "So I subconsciously make excuses for myself." The game soon resumed. When the situation on the field wasn't too tense, the camera focused on the sidelines. On the coach's bench. Did Qin complete the training on time? Did he do any extra training in private, or change the training plan? Dieter Black-Gold wasn't too excited. Instead, he frowned and asked. "Boss, no, I keep an eye on him every day, just in case he overtrains." Assistant coach Thorn Lockhoff shook his head. After years of scientific research in Germany, teenagers have developed an overtraining syndrome after undergoing a lot of training. It can trigger systemic disorders, including abnormal brain and nerve function, as well as increased secretion of stress hormones. This hinders the body's recovery and the improvement of strength and speed. Well, that just means Qin's progress is too fast. Dieter Black-Gold smacked his lips, deeply moved. He has seen many talented players, such as Gundogan and Choupo-Moting, and De Bruyne is among them. But no one has ever improved like Qin Ming, almost every so often, as if riding a rocket. However, his training attitude is very positive. I think it's because he's so eager to improve. Thorn Lockhoff laughed. While the two were talking, the coaching bench next door was quiet. Martinez glanced at De Bruyne for a while, then stared at Qin Ming for a long time. What was he thinking? How do you plan to undermine someone else's position? As a coach who also makes good use of young players, he saw a lot from the details of the two men, saying, "God really is unfair." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lukaku again. He had originally thought that Lukaku was quite useful, but now he felt that he was just as so. If he can bring both players to Everton, his possession-based system can be further improved. Beep beep. The piercing whistle interrupted his thoughts, and the first half ended in a 1-1 draw. Amidst the applause of the away fans, Qin Ming and his teammates returned to the locker room. "How about it? Premier League teams are tough to play against, aren't they? Their pace of play is quite fast, especially during the transition between attack and defense. However, you also deserve praise, especially the midfield interception line, which did not give the opponent many opportunities. You know, Everton fielded Naismith and Morales because they wanted to use their speed to break through our defense in the shortest amount of time." Dieter Hecking pointed to the tactical board and said, "So I predict they will make adjustments in the second half, bringing on Olfu and Barkley, and try a different approach to attack. At this point, you must remember to tighten your formation, but you must occupy the area in the heart of the territory where you can fire long-range shots, and wait for an opportunity to strike their flanks." Dieter Blackkin finished speaking and looked at Qin Ming in the corner. "Qin, I need you to restrain Barry. No matter what method you use, lure him out from his side. If Everton's two defensive midfielders are not dealt with, it will be very difficult to successfully attack their flanks." Boss, can I have more of the ball? Qin Ming probed. Of course, but just like in the last game, you'll have to let Luis clean up your mess. Dieter Black Gold nodded. What do you mean by wiping someone's butt? It's tactical protection. Qin Ming curled his lip. However, he was indeed quite happy. He had suppressed his true nature before because he was afraid of being accused of being a clingy person. The 15-minute break passed quickly, and Goodison Park returned to its bustling atmosphere. Welcome back, viewers. Morales and Qin Ming scored in the first half, and the two teams are currently tied 1-1. I believe the second half will be even more exciting. The game has started, Everton have possession. On the field, McCarthy didn't pass to the right wing, but instead advanced from the left. The reason is simple, Coleman needs to control the position to prevent Qin Ming from counterattacking. Having witnessed that goal, even if they consider it luck, they will still give it due respect. Barry also consciously moved closer to Qin Ming. But as the saying goes, in a two-wing attack strategy, can a plane still fly if one wing is missing? Wolfsburg's defense on one side is not under much pressure, at least Miranda is assisting Vieirinha, plus Caligiuri's defensive recovery. They easily withstood Everton's attack. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through, Baines opted to deliver a cross from the wing at a 45-degree angle. Snap! The football spun as it flew towards the penalty area, and Lukaku, like a rhinoceros, burrowed into it. But both Naldo and Knock are excellent headers. Moreover, they had already taken their positions in advance and controlled the first landing area. Dieter Black Gold truly lives up to his reputation as a relegation expert. They've put a great effort into Wolfsburg's defense, but they're lacking in attack. But with De Bruyne anchoring the midfield, plus the promising Qin Ming, I think Wolfsburg can achieve better results this season. Everton's attacks were fruitless and they wasted a lot of time. During this time, Wolfsburg also seized the opportunity to try to launch counterattacks, but the defense, protected by McCarthy, was very flexible. In addition, Aulick's physical condition declined, making it difficult for him to put pressure on the opposing defenders, and he was unable to threaten Everton's goal. When the game reached the 70th minute, both teams made adjustments simultaneously. For Everton, Eto'o replaced Lukaku. Yes, the Cheetah who previously played for Barcelona and Inter Milan. He was signed by Everton from Chelsea on a free transfer this season. But time waits for no one, and his current level is not comparable to that of 10 years ago. And Barkley replaced Naismith. It seems like he wanted to strengthen control of the midfield. Wolfsburg substituted Dost for Aulick, a 36-year-old Croatian veteran who has played for a long time. Jean June then introduced the personnel changes. On the field, watching Eto'o's figure, Qin Ming also felt a little emotional. The main reason is that the other party's past was too illustrious. For Champions League titles, 3 La Liga titles, 2 Serie A titles, and an Olympic men's football gold medal. It's so luxurious it's almost blinding. Unexpectedly, he also had the opportunity to compete against the ancient gods. 3 minutes after the substitution, Barkley received the ball in midfield and, the former England U16 captain, forcefully rammed past Miranda. He then sent a through ball to Eto'o, who had suddenly started his run. The aging Cheetah may have lost its speed, but its experience is unparalleled. The timing of the start was perfect, allowing him to leave Naldo slightly behind without being offside. Eto'o poked the ball in. Goal! In the 73rd minute of the second half, Everton took the lead again, with veteran Eto'o scoring the goal. Chapter 28 Dazzling Feat. Goodison Park Stadium. Eto'o was wildly swinging his arms, as if trying to prove something to the world. Although he is already 33 years old and can no longer dominate like he used to, his rich experience in matches can still allow him to establish himself in the Premier League. However, beneath his lifted jersey was a slightly thick mass of subcutaneous fat. As he ran, he glanced at De Bruyne, his eyes full of smugness. A year ago they were both on the bench, but a year later they both left Chelsea. But today, he's destined to have the last laugh. He then looked at Martinez, flashing his bright white teeth, and said, "I am Eto'o." Martinez had previously given him a chance to play during garbage time, which infuriated Eto'o, who considered himself a big star. Martinez's expression remained unchanged on the sidelines, but a shadow seemed to have appeared between his brows. In his football education from a young age, no one could challenge the head coach's authority, not even former Champions League winners. So he was already secretly plotting how to deal with Eto'o. Dietrich next door frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting Eto'o to score. This guy's sense of smell is truly amazing. However, he wasn't too worried, because Everton usually pairs Lukaku with Eto'o to create a better attacking effect. Without Lukaku drawing Eto'o's attention, Wolfsburg players should be more vigilant and not give the opponent another chance to score. On the pitch, De Bruyne ignored Eto'o and thoughtfully returned to his position. He was thinking that Everton's substitution of Barkley essentially traded attacking speed for attacking intensity, so could Wolfsburg use this to their advantage and create opportunities with speed? It should be feasible. Therefore, he approached Qin Ming and said, "Qin, you should follow the coach's instructions and try to restrain Barry as much as possible." "Yes, I know what to do, don't worry." Qin Ming nodded. To be honest, although Eto'o was an ancient god, his arrogant demeanor just now still annoyed him quite a bit. So he was also holding back his anger. Looking at the 2-1 on the LED board above his head, he vigorously rubbed his thighs to relieve muscle fatigue. It has to be said that the Europa League is more intense than the Bundesliga, and with the opponents being Premier League teams, his physical exertion is even greater. If it weren't for his youth and hard work in training, he probably wouldn't have been able to persevere. The game quickly resumed. Speaking of Eto'o, I am reminded of this World Cup, when the Cameroonian national team broke down in negotiations with the Football Association over bonuses before heading to Brazil. Captain Eto'o refused to board the plane to Brazil, and after much effort and coordination, their departure time was delayed by 18 hours. But in the Brazil World Cup, Cameroon's Alex Song elbowed Mandzukic and received a red card. It is said that before the match, Singaporean betting companies had already spread rumors that someone from the Cameroonian team would receive a red card and suffer a heavy defeat. Following the match, FIFA conducted an investigation into the 7 Cameroonian players who participated in the game. It's quite a coincidence that Eto'o claimed to be out of the game due to knee discomfort, but as the team captain and the absolute leader, can he really excuse himself? And he also used to run a gambling website. While the game wasn't too intense, Jean Jun chatted casually with the fans. Before we knew it, the game had reached the 84th minute. After scoring, Everton changed their usual approach, no longer excessively pursuing possession of the ball, and instead dropping their formation slightly deeper to play defense. This is Martinez's football philosophy: constantly adjust your strategy based on the specific circumstances of your opponent. Qin Rodriguez received the ball on the wing, dribbled past McGee, and passed it out directly. Qin Ming was marked by Kalman before he could receive the ball. He could only withstand the opponent's outstretched foot to stop the ball, but Barry next to him seized the opportunity to pounce. The two players' defensive coordination was excellent, leaving the opponent little time to react. Just as Everton fans were preparing to celebrate the steal, Qin Ming's right foot, which he used to step on the ball, pulled back, drawing an L-shaped trajectory on the grass. Coleman instinctively closed his crotch. But after Qin Ming finished pulling the ball back, he hooked the ball back with his toe. Not only that, he also followed up his hook shot with a push shot. The same old trick again. Slap, it also brushed aside Barry, who was lunging at it, making it look like a magic trick. The fans at the stadium were completely bewildered, seemingly never expecting that football could be played like this. To them, the boys' dazzling feat on the field seemed to be sketching a picture of spirituality and dynamism. Before they could even gasp in surprise, they saw Barry, who had been beaten, decisively grab Qin Ming's hem. Tactical foul. He knew that if he moved close to the side, there would be an opening in his flanks, and if Qin Ming were to get through, the consequences would be unimaginable. So let's just pay the price of a yellow card to stop Wolfsburg's attack. He's like a magician on the court. Exactly. The combination of feints and football is like having limitless creativity. Can we buy him back next season? Everton fans breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss the situation, feeling that the seemingly inexperienced young man on the field possessed qualities completely different from those of industrialized football. This quality fascinated them, and they even wanted to see him continue, even though they were now rivals. Eto'o seemed to hear the fans' praise, and glanced disdainfully at Qin Ming, who was still lying on the ground, thinking to himself that he was much stronger when he was young. Qin Ming lay on the grass catching his breath, and when he saw the referee pull out a yellow card, he immediately got up. There were less than 3 minutes left in regulation time, and he couldn't rest any longer. What a pity. If Qin Ming could have gone over there, I think Wolfsburg would have had a high chance of equalizing the score. However, we can't be sure about things that haven't happened yet. Let's take a look at Wolfsburg's free kicks in the attacking third. Jean Jun practically had his regret written all over his face. Goodison Park Stadium. Due to the distance from the goal, Wolfsburg did not opt for a long header but instead continued to maintain possession and look for opportunities. As the match drew to a close, the away fans clenched their fists, not wanting their first European match to end in defeat. Mr. Martinez, look at that young player. He loses his composure when he falls behind and starts holding onto the ball indiscriminately. Everton's command area, the assistant coach said. No, you didn't see it clearly. He could have turned around and passed the ball back to the fullback, but that would have meant the end of the attack. Martinez shook his head. So he chose to do it himself because if he could break through 1 point, he could cause our flank defense to collapse. There was one more thing he didn't say. If he fails to do so, he will be overwhelmed by public opinion and many people will question his selfishness in playing football. Therefore, he increasingly admired this young player who was young but had an absurdly big heart. On the other side, Dieter Black-Gold seemed more relaxed, as if he was no longer bothered by the outcome of the game. It's not that he doesn't want to win. Rather than the outcome of the match, what he cared about more was Qin Ming's ability and sense of responsibility. Moreover, the pressure on Wolfsburg's Group H is not significant. If he continues to improve, will we be able to keep him? Dieter Black-Gold couldn't help but think. He immediately shook his head with a wry smile, saying that he would deal with the future later. In any case, Qin Ming's tactical priority at Wolfsburg is second only to De Bruyne. He also decided to give Qin Ming more resources so that Qin Ming could improve faster in the competition. Ahem. I didn't expect there would be no more recommendations next week. Brothers, could you please give me some votes to console me? In addition, there are currently 22 chapters in the manuscript, and 3 chapters will be added every day. It is expected to be published in mid-April, at which time it will be guaranteed to have at least 100,000 words. Chapter 29. A single man tears apart Everton's left flank defense. Unlike the calm on the coach's bench, the intensity on the football field was much higher as the game neared its end. Calm. But De Bruyne was reminding himself not to be influenced by the atmosphere on the field. The more critical the moment, the more important it is to keep a clear head. This was the first lesson he learned during his youth training. He has always done this since becoming a professional player. When he made a series of passes and cuts on the right flank, he successfully shifted Everton's formation. But he saw that Barry was still closer to the left. He knew his opportunity had arrived instantly, so he decisively sent out a diagonal pass. Thud, the football skimmed across the grass at high speed, only to be steadily stopped by Qin Ming's right foot. This time Coleman was smarter and didn't rush to grab the ball immediately. But Barry sensed a crisis. Close marking, interference, and steals. In response, Qin Ming used a strategy of retreating to advance. After Barry's first attempt to intercept the ball failed, he pulled the ball with his right foot and turned towards the sideline. Coleman couldn't hold back any longer and quickly pressed forward. At this moment, in Qin Ming's eyes, the two seemed to have their movements slowed down. The fleeting opportunity in the space was clearly captured by his retina. The moment the right foot pulled back again, both players instinctively reached out to intercept. Thwack, but then a swift flick of the wrist sent the ball flying like an arrow, darting right between the two players. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of fans at the scene, Qin Ming followed closely behind and caught up with the football. Flowing like clouds and running water. Completed in one go. He single-handedly tore apart Everton's left flank defense. Behind Qin Ming's sprinting figure was Barry's hand, which he raised and then lowered. He already had a yellow card, and another tactical foul would send him off. But he overlooked the fact that there was very little time left in the game. As Qin Ming felt the gentle breeze along the Mersey River, he saw the empty flank area on his right and his teammates following up to provide support. Thud. The ball left his left foot and rolled toward De Bruyne. Then, he continued to move forward along the sideline, attracting Stone's attention in the process. "Stop him!" As Howard's stern shout rang out, Jagielka, who was closest, decisively ran towards De Bruyne. Belgians believe in a simple approach to football. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and sent the ball out the instant he received it. Who should I contact? Bas Dost, former top scorer in the Dutch Eredivisie, is now a substitute striker for Wolfsburg. The ball came precisely to Dost's feet, and he gave Howard, who had rushed out of his goal, no chance, and shot directly into the far corner. A draw. A draw. Wolfsburg scored a last-minute equalizer in the final moments of the match. Dost, who came on as a substitute, has made a crucial contribution. However, I think Qin Ming's brilliant escape on the wing was even more crucial. Look at his amazing slow-motion replay, it seems like every move he makes is preparation for the next one. Unbelievable. How can a player who is only 17 years old possess such skills? 2 words occupied Jean Jun's mind: talent. God is indeed unfair. The world is inherently unfair. Maybe Nuwa just randomly sculpted me, but she gave Xiao Qin a pair of perfect feet. Zhang Lu also sighed with emotion. Goodison Park Stadium. When Qin Ming watched the football hit the goalpost and bounce into the goal, he roared, "Well done." In the final moments of the match, he overcame the pressure of defeat to break free and pass the ball to De Bruyne, who was in an open position. De Bruyne then passed the ball to Dost. Fortunately, the Dutchman did not disappoint, otherwise he would have been very disappointed. Dost was so excited that his face turned red, and he waved his fist wildly at the corner flag. Although he was once the top scorer in the Dutch league, he did not have a high profile at Wolfsburg. If Bendner hadn't brought this upon himself, he probably wouldn't even be on the bench. Fortunately, his years of hard work paid off, allowing him to score a crucial goal at the most critical moment. Compared to the joy of the Wolfsburg players, the Everton players felt like they had swallowed a fly, and were indescribably upset, especially Coleman and Barry. It's fair to say that the responsibility for this goal lies mostly with them. If it weren't for Qin Ming's 1v2 situation, how would the ball have ended up at De Bruyne's feet, and how would it have ended up at Dost's feet? I always feel like I'm a step behind him. Coleman wasn't trying to make excuses, he was simply stating his true thoughts. Every time he tried to steal the ball, Qin Ming seemed to anticipate it and reacted even faster than him. If you've ever played against Messi, you'll feel that even more strongly. Barry sighed. He understood what Coleman meant. From a scientific point of view, Qin Ming had a short reaction time and quick on-the-spot reactions. That's why they couldn't get the ball. Let's see if we can score another goal. Barry rallied his spirits and encouraged his teammates. But when the game restarted, the whistle blew shortly afterward, ending the match. Everton 2-2 Wolfsburg. For Wolfsburg, who are playing in European competitions again after 4 years, and facing Premier League powerhouse Everton away from home, a draw is perfectly acceptable. What excites Wolfsburg fans even more is Qin Ming. They discovered that this young man had been bringing them surprises and joy. And every time I watch him touch the ball or pass it, I feel a sense of exhilaration. On the court, Qin Ming looked up at the scoreboard, still feeling a little unwilling. In fact, he had many opportunities in this game, but several attempts to dribble past opponents were unsuccessful. If Gustavo hadn't covered quickly, it could have led to a very bad outcome. Therefore, he deeply felt the difficulty of professional football and knew that even if he had Ronaldinho's template, he still needed to water his talent with sweat in order to reap the fullest fruits. Kevin, you need to step it up. You haven't scored a single goal today. Qin Ming put his arm around De Bruyne's shoulder and began his CPU technique. De Bruyne. Why does it sound like scoring a goal is such an easy thing to Qin Ming? But then again, he did indeed feel that his performance was limited in high-intensity, fast-paced matches. Qin Ming wasn't wrong. I need to keep working harder. Then let's improve together. De Bruyne refused to be hit by the CPU and used a bounce move. In the camera's panning shot, the two walked side by side toward the players' tunnel, leaving behind the silhouettes of numbers 13 and 14. Post-match press conference. Martinez expressed his dissatisfaction at being held to a draw and also hinted at his interest in Qin Ming. Compared to Bundesliga salaries, Premier League salaries are much higher, and the media exposure is also greater. Everton are also about to change owners, at which time they will receive more funds. Just throw money at it. He believed that the young man would find it difficult to refuse him. In another conference room, after learning the news, Dieter Blackens declared righteously, "Qin Ming is not for sale." After all, it comes down to the amount of capital available. Compared to theater producer Bill Kenwright, the Volkswagen Group certainly has more financial resources. Chapter 30 Asian Rising Star and Asian Number 1. After the first match of the Europa League came to a close, the Chinese football scene suddenly became very lively. Most of them were not optimistic about Wolfsburg before the match, because the two teams were valued at €30 million apart. Most fans prefer to derive results from data analysis of matches. Great news! Great news! Chinese players have broken their zero-goal record in European competitions, shattering a curse that has plagued Chinese football for years. 17-year-old Qin Ming scores a crucial goal and makes a breakthrough. Build gives player ratings. Everton's Coleman gets the lowest score of 5, while Wolfsburg's Qin Ming gets the highest score of 2. After the match, the Everton manager stated that Qin Ming is better suited to the Premier League than the slower pace of the Bundesliga, and Everton will continue to monitor his performance. Volkswagen Group officially announced after the match that they will continue to strengthen cooperation with Chinese companies and establish the Volkswagen Youth Football Development Fund in China. Football may have once been a simple sport, but with the injection of capital, it has gradually become commercialized and thus linked to many other things. Wolfsburg's away draw against Everton had an unexpected effect, much like the gentle flapping of a butterfly's wings. The fans in the comments section were also generous with their praise. Qin Ming seems to play with a lot of flair, he's more infectious than those workhorse players. This is pure natural talent, it can't be cultivated through training. By the way, Wolfsburg plays Leverkusen in the next match, and Qin Ming and Sun Heung-min play the same position. I bet the Korean media are already putting them down. It's rumored that Sun Heung-min has caught the eye of Tottenham Hotspur and may very well join the Premier League next season. His stats are indeed impressive, 10 goals and 4 assists last season, and he even scored a goal from open play in the Champions League playoffs at the end of August. Bayer Leverkusen is a capable team. Players like Hakan Calhanoglu, Castro, and Rasbender are all excellent in the midfield and attack. However, judging from Wolfsburg's current momentum, they're not really that much of a threat to Leverkusen. Qin Ming's popularity in Chinese football has skyrocketed with each match. Moreover, he became a well-known figure in the city of Wolfsburg. When he goes for a run in the morning, people often greet him or ask for autographs or photos. But this would disrupt his training rhythm, so he simply stopped going for morning runs. Qin, a paper recently published by the Norwegian medical team, says that adding 2 extra days of interval and strength training to daily training can effectively improve endurance, strength, and explosiveness without adding extra weight. By the way, it has been verified by a large amount of data. Strength and conditioning coach Bradigel said, "So we're going to adjust your training plan to cope with the more intense schedule ahead, while also preventing you from overbuilding muscle." To ensure Qin Ming's training was comprehensive and scientific, the Wolfsburg coaching team went to great lengths, not only hiring a Norwegian sports medicine team at a high price but also establishing a long-term monitoring model. After all, young players like Qin Ming have not yet fully developed physically, so training requires more attention to detail. As long as I don't gain weight, my overall technique still relies on agility. Qin Ming nodded. The consequences of blindly building muscle are terrifying. For example, Lukaku, who built muscle for the World Cup, couldn't adapt to the Premier League after returning and almost ruined his career. "Don't worry, we're more scared than you," the boss said if anything goes wrong. Bradigel couldn't help but smile wryly as he recalled Dieter Black's instructions. Between Cologne and Düsseldorf in Germany lies a small city with a population of only 200,000, named Leverkusen. Although Leverkusen is very small, it is a world-renowned industrial city. Because the headquarters of the multinational corporation Bayer is located here. At the football club that shares the same name as the city, Sun Heung-min is training diligently and systematically. Under the clutches of his father, Sun Xiongjian, he practiced for 6 hours every day starting at the age of 8. Through the changing seasons, it has never stopped. Day after day, he patiently honed his basic skills. However, his hard work paid off. He was selected as one of Hamburg's all-time best 11 by the Bundesliga website and scored double-digit goals for 2 consecutive seasons. It should be noted that only 3 people, Lewandowski, Müller, and Kroos, achieved this feat during the same period. Faster, faster. Sun Jingxiong urged with a sense of vicissitude, saying that he had a firm idea ever since Son Heung-min joined Bayer Leverkusen. His son will be the first in Asia to achieve this. But recently his thoughts began to waver because of that unexpectedly rising young man. Having been a professional player himself, he understands all too well what such a performance means in a game of that intensity. He caught up with my son in just a few days, a journey that took him years to complete. Sun Jingxiong thought to himself, so no matter what, I can't afford to lose the next game. On the field, Son Heung-min's chest heaved violently like a bellows during the break between sets. He could actually understand his father's thoughts. If you're going to do something, do it to the best of your ability. He dropped out of high school and came to Germany. Despite being in a foreign country and not speaking the language, he relied on his determination to climb from obscurity to where he is today. Unlike other domestic players, he never participated in variety shows after becoming famous, and he also stayed away from the temptations of alcohol. Every day, he goes back and forth between the football field and home, just like an ascetic in the world of football. Isn't it all for the sake of getting ahead? Moreover, seeing the praise for Qin Ming online made him feel a little unbalanced. Even the most mature young people will subconsciously compare themselves to others. So he wants to use the next game to show Asian fans who will be the future number 1 in Asia. But as he thought about it, he felt a little itchy. He recently met 21-year-old Girls' Day member, Fang Minya, through social media. How should I put it? It's very moisturizing. Young people who are just getting into this area naturally have a little bit of unfulfilled desires. It just so happens that Fang Minya is coming to watch the next match, and people always tend to show off in front of someone they like, just like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. So we have to win. Son Heung-min was immediately energized and continued with the next training session. Time quickly came to September 21st. Boss, my physical condition is fine, so don't worry. With only 2 days left since the Europa League match, Dietrich was worried that Qin Ming wouldn't have enough rest, so he was thinking of rotating Qin Ming for the next match. But Qin Ming felt fine, and the team doctor couldn't find anything wrong, so he volunteered. As for why, there are reasons related to Son Heung-min, and also reasons related to Bayer Leverkusen. But the main reason was that he wanted to score a goal. Moreover, his teammates hadn't rested and were the main players in the previous game, so he naturally couldn't be absent. I know, but I'm telling you in advance that you can only play for a maximum of 60 minutes, and I'll substitute you when it's time. Dieter Black-Gold also couldn't do anything about Qin Ming. Which coach wouldn't like a player like Qin Ming, who is usually good at speaking and acts with discretion? Chapter 31: The Spittoon and the Holy Grail. Volkswagen Stadium. A huge crowd. Last season, Bayer Leverkusen finished 4th in the league by 1 point over Wolfsburg, thus qualifying for the Champions League playoffs. Wolfsburg, on the other hand, can only struggle in the Europa League. Therefore, Wolfsburg fans practically wore their displeasure on their foreheads when they saw Leverkusen fans. With home advantage, they kept booing the away stands, while Leverkusen fans responded fiercely with middle fingers and curses. Look at Bayer Leverkusen's head coach, Schmidt. I heard he used to be the quality director at Lok. I wonder if he used 5S or 6 Sigma when he was coaching the team. Ha! When it comes to automotive quality management, I'm way better than him. Does that mean I can coach a Bundesliga team in the future? The die-hard fans in the stands chatted amongst themselves, belittling Schmidt to nothing. The away fans mocked Dieter Hecking, saying he could only lead relegation-threatened teams and that Wolfsburg would be trampled under their feet every season to come. The endless war of words between the two sides made the atmosphere extremely heated even before the match started. At the pre-match press conference, Bayer Leverkusen coach Schmidt told the media, Wolfsburg recently got a kid whose football can fly all the time. I've watched a few of his games. I can only say he's really talented. I wonder why Bayern Munich let him go. But I suspect they'll get him back in less than half a season. By the way, does Bayern have a buyback agreement? Schmidt said with ill intent. Bayer Leverkusen has been having a tough time lately, with two key attacking players being pursued by other clubs who have indicated they don't want to renew their contracts. So he wanted to create some difficulties for Wolfsburg as well. You know, Qin Ming is a hot new star in the Bundesliga right now, and who wouldn't want to bring him to their club? But Bayern Munich is a formidable obstacle in their path. It's important to know that there are many dreamers in the world of football, for example, the dream of playing for Barcelona and the dream of playing for Real Madrid. Players who develop in the Bundesliga seem to all have a dream of playing for Bayern Munich. Who knows if Qin Ming is one of them? In another meeting room. No, Qin Ming still has a lot to improve. Compared to focusing on a young player, I think Leverkusen's Son Heung-min and Calhanoglu already have mature technical characteristics and are definitely more worthy of everyone's attention. Furthermore, Bayern Munich signed a youth training contract with Qin Ming, without any additional clauses such as mandatory buyback or secondary profit sharing. Upon hearing the reporter's account, Dieter Hecking irritably shifted the focus of the argument. Inside the players' tunnel, Qin Ming saw Son Heung-min with thick bangs, and the latter also looked over to observe him carefully. There was no exchange between them. After a moment, they tacitly looked away. Qin Ming glanced at Calhanoglu, who would later have a resounding title, the born rebel, Calhanoglu. He has been pulling off all sorts of outrageous moves ever since he entered professional football. For example, he accepted a signing fee from Trabzonspor, then went back on his word and joined another team, which ultimately resulted in him being banned for 4 months and having to give back the €100,000 signing fee. Furthermore, he forced Hamburg to agree to his transfer by feigning illness and refusing to train. Soon, the players from both sides, led by the referee, walked out of the somewhat dimly lit players' tunnel. Good evening, everyone. We are now broadcasting the 4th round of the 2014-15 Bundesliga season. Wolfsburg hosts Bayer Leverkusen. Bayer Leverkusen had a perfect start to the Bundesliga season, beating Borussia Dortmund 2-0 and Hertha Berlin 4-2, but their form has clearly been off since the international break. First, they were held to a 3-3 draw by Werder Bremen, and then they lost 0-1 to Monaco in the Champions League group stage. In contrast, Wolfsburg is in very good form. After losing to Bayern at the start of the league season, they have won 2 consecutive games by defeating Frankfurt and Hoffenheim, and even managed to draw against Premier League newcomers Everton away from home. Commentator He Wei gave a brief introduction. After finishing his World Cup commentary duties, he began hosting Football Night. But recently, the station reassigned him to a different job. That's right, the Bundesliga. With the retirement of several veteran commentators, the Bundesliga lacks a sufficient number of outstanding commentators. That's why I thought of He Wei, who performed exceptionally well during the World Cup. However, he had been commentating on La Liga, so he has been staying up late lately to catch up on related knowledge. The area around their eyes looked slightly bluish-purple. Now, let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Wolfsburg are wearing green and white home kits. Dietrich has deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper. Unlike the last game, the striker is absent, perhaps due to excessive physical exertion. The starting striker is Dutch striker Dost. He scored the equalizer against Everton. Let's take a look at Leverkusen's starting lineup. Schmidt also opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation. It has to be said that this formation is indeed frequently used in the Bundesliga. The main advantage is that the offense and defense are relatively balanced, and the requirements for players are not particularly high. For example, the 3 center-back system that Bayern recently used could be stretched out in defense if players do not have enough individual ability. Oh, here is Leverkusen's starting lineup, which is basically their full-strength squad. You should know that although Wolfsburg only had 2 days of rest, Leverkusen only had 1 more day than them, and the intensity of the Champions League is higher than that of the Europa League. Alright, the match has begun. Let's turn our attention to the field. He Wei looked at the screen with great interest. After commentating on the World Cup this year, he couldn't help but fantasize about one day being able to commentate on his own country's matches at the World Cup. But all that had happened before made him lose confidence. But as he said, "Football is my love, and it's where my faith resides. Chinese football isn't great, but I can't help but love it because it's the embodiment of me and my compatriots, its excellence and its humility reflect my soul." Even if Chinese football is a spittoon for many people, it is still my holy grail. Now that he sees hope, he naturally wants to follow him and witness his growth. The camera then returned to the field. Wolfsburg launched an attack immediately after the kickoff, attempting to advance down the left flank. Bayer Leverkusen is peculiar. Many football commentators describe them as a typical example of total offense with no defense. Beckenbauer once said, "You have 100 reasons to trust his offense, and you have 100 reasons to criticize his defense." Perhaps this is the football philosophy of a former automotive quality supervisor. When Qin Ming received De Bruyne's pass, he took a step, feinted, and then stopped abruptly to shake off Rasbender. He is the twin brother of Sven Bernstein, who plays for Borussia Dortmund. The two also perfectly fit the principle that twins have different personalities. The older brother excels at defense, while the younger brother prefers offense. "Don't stick your foot out," Rasbender warned Donati, then hurriedly chased after him. Seeing no chance of breaking through, Qin Ming pretended to dribble forward, but actually pulled off a no-look pass. Chapter 32 Devil's Squeeze. Watching Qin Ming play football is a pleasure. It's as if every move he makes is filled with elements that bring joy. That no-look pass was really good, it had the flair of Ronaldinho. Rodriguez receives the ball and passes it across to Gustavo, who is following up. Just when the Leverkusen players thought Wolfsburg was about to regroup, the Brazilian delivered a very precise long pass. Putting everything else aside, Brazilian players seem to have excellent footwork, perhaps they play as defenders because they haven't competed with their peers. The football spun and fell towards the right flank. There, Caligiuri sprinted to stop the ball, but it was intercepted. Castro, the German, who has Spanish ancestry, was selected for the German national team for the Brazil World Cup, but he never played a single game. After all, the German team has such a strong lineup that his ability to be a substitute is enough to prove his worth. They didn't give Caligiuri any space to accelerate, and instead pressed him closely, constantly interfering with his movement. Caligiuri had no choice but to hold on to the ball and managed to pass it to De Bruyne. But the next second, Leverkusen's number 10 player rushed over, wanting to touch De Bruyne. Bang! The sound of intense hand-to-hand combat came through the close-up sound recording equipment. Calhanoglu was thrown over and lay sprawled on the grass in a sorry state. De Bruyne merely swayed. The Belgians' physical gifts are being realized over time and are nearing their peak. How could the frail Calhanoglu possibly be a match for him? De Bruyne has injected intensity into Wolfsburg's midfield. Don't give Castro a chance to intercept, just launch a long diagonal pass to the other side. Find Qin Ming. At the Volkswagen Stadium, Qin Ming glanced back, and after confirming the ball's landing point, he took long strides and ran forward. Ball control plays a significant role in his daily training because football is essentially divided into four main aspects: ball control, passing, dribbling, and shooting. All complex technologies are based on them, so as long as you practice the basics to the extreme, you will reap unexpected rewards. Snap! Qin Ming's right foot absorbed the force the moment it made contact with the soccer ball, as if the ball had been glued to his foot. Donati tensed up upon seeing this, staring intently at Qin Ming's foot as he touched the ball. Use the outside of your foot to flick the ball, then use the inside of your foot to push it. With an exaggerated arc, the football rolled smoothly across the grass like a swaying bull's tail. Donati instinctively stretched out his foot, aiming for the spot where the ball had been a second ago. But in the end, he only managed to scoop up a wisp of air. He instinctively turned around, only to see a figure rushing towards the restricted area. Pretty. The magician on the green field. This is the nickname Wolfsburg fans have recently given Qin Ming, and I think it's quite fitting. Because he always manages to achieve breakthroughs in various ways. Let's see how to handle this. Inside cut. Hiwei's tone suddenly rose. On the field, after getting rid of Donati, Qin Ming instantly cut diagonally towards the edge of the penalty area. Before Jedvich could block him, he adjusted his posture and took a shot. Thwack! A beautiful arc from the inside of his right foot sent the ball hurtling towards the top right corner of the goal. Clang! The sound of the football hitting the crossbar brought tears of regret to the tens of thousands of Wolfsburg fans in the stadium. Qin Ming also grinned, because after the system was upgraded, various specific abilities were differentiated. After discovering that the improvement rate of his other abilities had slowed down, he began to work on improving the progress of Devil's Shot. After all, the original 52% figure was too low. Mine. Spahic won the ball in the penalty area, and without hesitation, he cleared it with a long kick to the front, relieving the danger in the penalty area. That was a high-quality chip shot, it almost changed the score. But they were still blocked by the goalposts. I bet Wolfsburg fans are itching to tear down the goalposts and replace them with new ones, right? Hiwei made a joke. The camera pans to the sidelines of the court. On the coaching bench, Dieter Hecking had a smile on his usually stern face. Cheen recently asked for extra shooting practice, and I didn't expect it to be effective so quickly. Boss, I feel like God didn't just give him talent, but rather chased after him and fed him the sport of football. The assistant coach echoed this sentiment. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the stands, and the two instinctively looked up. It turned out that Rodriguez delivered a cross from the byline, and Dost got a touch on it but failed to find the right spot, so the ball went directly out of bounds. Bayer Leverkusen goalkeeper Leno, the youngest German goalkeeper to appear in the Champions League, not only has quick reflexes and excellent goalkeeping skills, but also good long passing ability. So when he sent a long pass across half the field to Son Heung-min, who was roaming on the left wing, the Korean controlled the ball with his chest and then made a quick touch. The speed caught Miranda off guard, and he was swept away in one step. Son Heung-min. Truly worthy of being called the new flag bearer of East Asia, the new Car Van Gundy in Beckenbauer's words, and Son Naldo in his teammates' mouths. Force your way past Vieirinha who's charging in. Pretty. The South Korean commentator's mouth was like a machine gun, frantically pouring out his excitement. Son Heung-min sprinted at lightning speed. When Leverkusen bought him to replace Skirl, they were drawn to his speed advantage. But after several years of growth, his speed is not just speed, but also a combination of proper ball control and the ability to read the game. Otherwise, how could it have sold for a high price of 10 million euros? After getting past Vieirinha, Son Heung-min arrived at the left side of the penalty area in the blink of an eye, making the same decision as Cheen Ming had just made. Incision. However, with Naldo blocking him, he could only manage a hasty shot towards the near corner. Bang! This was his best position, and even though he couldn't put his full power into it, he still managed to deliver a high-quality shot. Beautiful. Benaglio. He made a crucial save, pushing the ball out of bounds. Schmidt did not start Kiesling today, which failed to provide Wolfsburg's defense with enough threat, resulting in the space in the flanks not being fully utilized. That's why Son Heung-min had to rush to start. On the field, Son Heung-min angrily flung his hand, thinking that if he had been bolder and tried to get past Naldo, the result might have been better. Cheen Ming, who was not far away, witnessed everything and was impressed by Son Heung-min's abilities. Moreover, among the current Japanese and South Korean players playing abroad, compared to Shinji Kagawa, who is slowly recovering, Keisuke Honda, who has recently become somewhat depressed, or Shinji Okazaki, who is among the top scorers. Son Heung-min is clearly superior in terms of statistics, contributions to the team, and the team's overall strength. No wonder it is called the new flag of Asia. Most importantly, he is only 22 years old this year. You should know that Kazuyoshi Miura of the same age has not yet played in the J-League, Hideyoshi Nakata has just established himself in Perugia, and Park Ji-sung is even still training in the Netherlands. However, Cheen Ming's eyes were slightly upturned, revealing a hint of arrogance in his expression. From now on, I will write my name on this flag. Chapter 33. A dreamlike assist with an arranged kick. The match has reached the 19th minute. Bellarabi unleashed a hurricane-like attack on the right flank with incredible speed. He is different from Son Heung-min. The latter refers to the speed of the combination of man and ball, while the former refers to the ultimate explosive speed. 35.28 km per hour. This is a terrifying statistic he achieved in last season's games. Furthermore, this also placed him at the top of the Bundesliga's list of speed-type players. Oh, and he also set a Bundesliga record for the fastest goal. However, he was being defended by Rodriguez, a Swiss player who transferred to Wolfsburg for 8.5 million euros and won over the Wolfsburg fans in just a year and a half. And he also has a well-known nickname, Ronaldo. In the world of football, anyone who can be called Ronaldo is undoubtedly a player of exceptional skill. For example, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Cristiano Ronaldo, James Rodriguez, etc. Rodriguez did not lose his composure. Instead, after Bellarabi touched the ball with slightly too much force, he directly sidestepped and cut in front of Bellarabi, steadily escorting the ball out of bounds. Very skillful defense. The ball is thrown to Gustavo, and the Brazilian heads it down. De Bruyne splits the play. After a series of passes, the football reached Qin Ming's feet. I don't know if it was because of what happened before, but Donati was clearly emotional when she pounced on him, and her movements were noticeably large. Qin Ming calmly watched his opponent approach, then his right foot suddenly moved like a spring. Donati thought Qin Ming was going to pass the ball and instinctively stretched out his leg to intercept it, but he immediately realized he had been tricked. Because the football popped out of his exposed crotch with a crisp sound, he even had the illusion that his crotch felt cool. Donati turned away in shame and anger. Even though she was fast, she had lost the initiative and could only watch Qin Ming walk away. He was humiliated twice in less than 20 minutes of the game. And the second time, he was groined. Next time, will you use the rainbow jump? He chased after them desperately, trying to regain his dignity and face. Qin Ming is fast too. Those two long legs were like wheels of fire, pushing people forward with all their might. Rasbender is positioned quite deep. Beautiful. Qin Ming didn't hold on to the ball, but instead passed it across the middle, letting De Bruyne organize the attack. The bustling stadium in the eyes of the Belgian seemed to have switched to slow motion mode. He spotted Caligiuri making a rapid forward run, and Dost, lurking in the penalty area, instantly devised the optimal solution in his mind. Snap! He sent a precise long pass to the left flank with his right foot. It wasn't Caligiuri on the right, but Qin Ming on the left. That feels so good. Qin Ming controlled the ball steadily and, without even needing to make many adjustments, dribbled the ball towards the baseline. Bayer Leverkusen's right centre-back Jedvich stood with his hands behind his back, guarding against any possible crosses or shots. Qin Ming ignored the other party and sped up again. The fans at the scene were completely baffled. This leaves no room for passing, or forces the player to use their non-dominant foot. The next second, their doubts were answered. With an extremely graceful posture, Qin Ming circled his right foot behind his left and kicked the middle of the soccer ball hard. Flower arrangement foot. The football traced a sharp trajectory in the air, heading straight for Dost on the right side of the penalty area. The Dutchman didn't even have time to react, but his instinct as a professional player made him jump up and swing his bald head. Bang! The football slammed into the goal, lifting the white net. 1-0. Tor. The cheers of 30,000 Wolfsburg fans echoed like thunder throughout the stadium, igniting the passion in everyone's hearts. Qin Ming's cross-court assist just now sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, they truly felt that Qin Ming was like a magician on the basketball court, often making amazing moves that left people unable to grasp his thoughts. They are lucky to have such a player. Therefore, they were generous with their praise, expressing their joy with enthusiastic and continuous applause. After high-fiving his assistant coach, Dietrich punched the air a few times. Such creative players are rare finds. Boss, get Volkswagen to give us more money. We absolutely must keep him. Maybe. The assistant coach believes that with Qin Ming's potential, if he is paired with De Bruyne, they can build a top team around the two of them in just 3 years. It's not as easy as you think. Dieter Black-Gold's smile vanished, and he sighed silently. After scoring, Dost did not celebrate by himself, but instead eagerly pulled Qin Ming to the corner flag area, knelt down on one knee, and gestured for Qin Ming to put his foot on it. Could Qin Ming refuse? Of course, he would gladly accept. Qin, I absolutely adore your feet. Dost made a shoe-shining motion while muttering something under his breath. Ahem. That's enough. Qin Ming quickly withdrew his foot. It was hard not to misunderstand something from Dost's excited eyes. Don't overthink it. Although I have a foot fetish, I only like girls' feet. Dostmore rubbed his bald head and grinned, but if you can give me more assists, I'm not opposed to it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Qin Ming quickly ran a long way away, pointed at Ding Ding's feet and said, "You still prefer Kevin's feet, don't you? His passes are much better than mine." De Bruyne. The Wolfsburg players burst into laughter upon hearing this, and even jokingly discussed whose feet were the most beautiful. Qin Ming fled far away. He had no interest in such wicked pleasures. The smell in the locker room after training is indescribable. Moreover, due to frequent high-intensity training, most players' feet are deformed and have nothing to do with looking good. Not far away, Sun Heung-min tugged at his hair, his expression somewhat unpleasant. After all, his girlfriend was still in the stands, but he was outshone by someone else. Get your spirits up. Attack. Attack, understand? Schmidt roared from the sidelines. He also knew that his team's defense was a mess, and the biggest weakness was that the centre-backs lacked basic man-marking awareness when dealing with the opponent's crosses from the wings and attacks from the middle. That's why he plays an open style of play, in order to use offense to cover up his defensive weaknesses. The Leverkusen players on the field nodded in agreement, their emotions unaffected by the goal. Who told them to be arrested so many times? After the game restarted, Leverkusen immediately pressed forward, using their numerical advantage to advance. Calhanoglu's playing style is similar to James Rodriguez, the one who became famous at the Brazil World Cup. He can connect the front and back courts very well, and he can also help Sun Heung-min create space. They're here. Once Leverkusen had established position, they suddenly accelerated their attack. First, Calhanoglu made a cross pass, then Castro made a through pass down the wing, and the ball was in the blink of an eye for Sun Heung-min. The latter made a series of sudden stops and starts, shaking off Vieirinha, and charged towards the penalty area along the left flank. This time, Naldo didn't make a hasty tackle but instead deliberately gave up the outside shot. Sun Heung-min didn't hesitate and went down the wing, crossing with his left foot to find Jermik. It's not that he didn't want to use the Rabona cross. It is difficult to do during high-speed movement. Nock was highly focused and, as the Swiss player jumped to head the ball, he sidestepped and bumped into him to interfere with the shot. Jermik's header went wide of the goalpost. Chapter 34: A wildly imaginative backheel pass. Without Kiesling, Leverkusen will find it difficult to put pressure on Wolfsburg's defenders, and Sun Heung-min's signature inside cut will also be unable to unleash its full potential. The game has reached the 35th minute and Leverkusen's attacking pace has slowed down, probably due to declining physical strength. Bella Labyrinth is trying to break through Rodriguez's defense. Are the two of them going head-to-head today? Rodriguez made a beautiful tackle to keep the ball in place. His timing and distance control were perfect, and he immediately got up and passed the ball forward down the wing. As he raised his voice, Qin Ming passed the ball to himself and dribbled forward quickly. It's Donati again. The Italian lad is furious. Although he plays right back, his idols are players like Cabrini and Maldini. At this moment, under the influence of adrenaline, he felt as if he were possessed by the souls of legends and inherited the glorious traditions of Italy. Seizing the moment Qin Ming touched the ball, he swiftly stepped forward and stretched out his leg to steal the ball. Qin Ming's dribbling habits are quite interesting. He keeps the ball at a constant speed, giving the impression that the ball is being carried rather than kicked. In short, the foot moves to the ball. Therefore, he can make a second touch on the ball faster and more accurately than the defender. Snap! A slight flick of the ankle sends the ball to the right, then the core tightens and the player sprints to the left. A gasp of surprise erupted from the nearest stands. Donati seemed confused, unsure whether to intercept the ball or the player. The momentary shock passed quickly, but Qin Ming swept through like the wind, completing the man-ball pass. This is wonderful. Today, the Italian right-back became the backdrop for Qin Ming's performance. Donati had absolutely no way to deal with Qin Ming. Except for fouls. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming, moving at full speed, crossed the 30-meter line, pulling Leverkusen's wing defense into disarray. Rasbender yelled at Jedvich, signaling him to give up space in exchange for time, and wait for him to get back into position before pressing him. When Jedvai heard this, he wanted to roll his eyes. Did you think what you were saying was simple? I would like to just force without taking, but that would require the other side to cooperate, but in reality, they didn't slow down at all. Is it an inside cut or a bottom cut? Jedvai felt his thoughts were in complete disarray, and he wished he could just knock Qin Ming to the ground. As the distance between the two rapidly closed, Qin Ming paused slightly, then suddenly arched his back and broke through to the outside. Yedvig's alarm bells rang, and he quickly moved to follow and block the way. "Do you want to add flowers to my feet?" he cursed inwardly. "How can you play such a slick game?" Leno was also on high alert in front of the goal. But Qin Ming didn't repeat the same trick. Instead, he stepped forward with his left foot and slammed it into the ground. Immediately afterwards, the football suddenly retraced its steps, giving all the Leverkusen players a fright. None of them expected that Qin Ming would not use a fancy footwork technique but instead tap the ball with his heel. This unknown made them feel deeply powerless. Even the Wolfsburg players were caught off guard and clearly couldn't keep up with Qin Ming's unpredictable pace. Dost failed to control his body and wasted the best opportunity, so he had no choice but to force a kick. But suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Without suspecting anything, he let himself fall to the side, awkwardly brushing the ball aside and sending it behind him. In an instant, Wolfsburg's number 14 burst into the frame, forcefully pushing the ball forward. Bang! A dull sound like a drumbeat, the football transformed into a sharp blade against the grass, precisely piercing the right side of the goal. Seeing this, Leno, who was standing in front of the goal, immediately lunged to the side. But just a second ago he was on the left side. Unless he had the speed of the Flash, there was no way he could make it in time. The Volkswagen Stadium erupted the moment the football crossed the goal line, a frenzied surge of green and white. Goal! It was another forceful breakthrough on the left flank, but unlike last time, Qin Ming used a backheel pass to deceive all the Leverkusen players. Unfortunately, Dost failed to capitalize on the opportunity, but fortunately De Bruyne made a timely run forward and extended the lead with a low shot. On the court, Qin Ming overran his speed and was carried by inertia to the advertising boards, almost falling over. When he looked back, the football was already inside the goal. He thought he had helped out. Upon hearing the live commentary, he looked at Dost with a resentful gaze. The Dutchman was also innocent. "Qin, I didn't know you would spread that rumor. I thought you were going to cross the line." "Never mind, as long as it's a goal, it's a good goal." Qin Ming stopped worrying and ran towards De Bruyne, vigorously rubbing Ding Ding's blonde hair. Before he transmigrated, when he watched the game, he wondered if it would feel nice to rub De Bruyne's blonde hair. It's been verified now. It's really quite good. "Qin, be careful later, I think something's wrong with him." De Bruyne didn't seem to care. Instead, he gave a serious reminder. Qin Ming glanced at Donati and found that the Italian's face was flushed, not from embarrassment but from extreme anger. "You've made him suffer too much. If I were a defender, I probably wouldn't be able to resist tackling you too." Rodriguez's portrayal of Donati immediately gave him goosebumps. It's worth noting that there are countless examples on the court of players maliciously retaliating with fouls after being beaten. Many of the injured players suffered serious injuries, some even ending their careers. De Bruyne knew Qin Ming was young and wanted to show off his footwork, but protecting himself was more important, because life is only once, and you can't wait until you get injured to regret it. "I see." Qin Ming nodded cautiously, becoming more vigilant. Having finally transmigrated once and even possessing the template of Little Luo, he certainly didn't want his own story to be like this. The intensity surged after the game resumed. Because it wasn't just Donati who was angry, but all the Leverkusen players. From their perspective, they were being suppressed by Wolfsburg and being ridden around by a minor. Therefore, intense competition became the main theme of the game. Qin Ming no longer dared to hold the ball for too long, and instead treated himself as a transit point. As the first half came to an end, Qin Ming and Rodriguez crashed into the wall, and it looked like they were about to get rid of Donati. The Italian, his eyes bloodshot, charged at him with a flying tackle, even slightly raising his studs. Damn it! Qin Ming didn't even bother with the ball, and barely managed to dodge it by jumping up from the spot. After landing, he got carried away, grabbing Donati by the collar and pushing him backward repeatedly. "Fuck you Italians, can't you handle this?" Although Qin Ming was inspired by Ronaldinho, he couldn't be like Ronaldinho, able to stand up with a smile even when maliciously fouled. "Get lost. You little brat who's not even an adult yet, that's not how you play soccer. You'll break your leg later. Donati sneered and slapped Qin Ming's hand away. Say it again, who should break your leg? Believe me, I'll make sure you never leave the stadium. Before Qin Ming could say anything, his teammates filed out from behind him, with Gustavo standing like a giant tower, providing a strong sense of security as he stood in front of him. Chapter 35 The Madness of Leverkusen. Gustavo shoved Donati to the ground, pointed at his nose, and said coldly, "Watch out, or I'll break your leg first." Although he was a devout Catholic, he prayed at least twice a day. But on the field, he has a fiery temper, just like De Bruyne, he's a hot potato. It's no wonder that the Wolfsburg team is full of contrasting personalities. In the 2008-09 and 2009-10 seasons, he received a total of 4 red cards and 15 yellow cards, almost breaking the Bundesliga record. Immediately afterwards, the players from both teams started shoving each other. Whenever a conflict occurs on the field, the first priority is to protect one's own teammates before considering who is right and who is wrong. Those damn Italians all deserve to die. Exactly, and they betrayed us twice. Red card. Red card. He has to get a red card and send that Italian off. The 3 stands exploded instantly. Wolfsburg fans nowadays treat Qin Ming like a treasure. Are they afraid of getting trapped in the stadium if they dare to play like this on their home turf? Amidst a constant stream of piercing hisses. Beep, 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 beep. The referee was whistling wildly, warning the players while pulling on them. "Sir, I saw it clearly, you lifted your foot when you tackled the ball." After the players calmed down, the referee showed Donati a yellow card. The latter neither refuted nor pleaded, but glanced at Qin Ming, his anger undiminished. Qin Ming met Donati's gaze without fear until Donati turned away first, at which point he looked away. Not far away, Sun Heung-min appeared indifferent, but in reality, he felt a little envious. When he first came to Germany to pursue his dream, he was treated badly and was often bullied and discriminated against by his teammates. Even now that he has achieved some success, he is still occasionally bullied. For example, in a league match last season, his teammate Emre Can knocked him to the ground and then ignored him and walked away. So seeing Qin Ming being so protected, he was genuinely envious of him. What he didn't know was that Qin Ming had also experienced racial discrimination. After all, people of color are generally not well regarded in Germany. No matter how well you play football, people will still attack you. Once the game resumed, considering the conflict that had just occurred, the referee did not add much time and quickly blew the whistle. First half ends. Wolfsburg leads Leverkusen 2-0, with Dost and De Bruyne each scoring a goal. Qin Ming got an assist, but I think his performance in the first 45 minutes was pretty perfect. He broke through Leverkusen's flank defense with his individual skills, creating scoring opportunities for his teammates. Moreover, his unrestrained creativity brought a visual feast to the fans. However, I hope Qin Ming can be more careful about Donati's fouls later on, and not be maliciously hurt because of his playing style. His heart raced uncontrollably when he saw Qin Ming get tackled. No way. It takes so many years for a genius to emerge. If he were to die young due to injury, it would be a regret for the entire Chinese football community. Not only did Wei think so, but Dieter Black-Gold also thought so. After returning to the locker room, he repeatedly reminded Qin Ming to protect himself. A player's career may seem long, but in reality, their peak period is only a few years long and very short. If you suffer an injury when you're young, you may never have another chance to recover. Qin Ming naturally agreed. In the locker room next door, Schmidt was still instilling a new, open tactic of attacking rather than defending. Since we're already down by 2 goals, we might as well take a gamble and turn a 0 into a 3. The second half is about to begin. Bayer Leverkusen made substitutions, Kiesling replaced Jermich, and Bonisch replaced Rasbender. At the same time, Leverkusen switched to a 4-4-2 formation, with Kiesling, Sun Heung-min, Bellarabi, and Ho, giving Leverkusen a total of 5 forwards in the front line. This truly exemplifies Schmidt's football philosophy, a group of strikers. Wei smacked his lips. As modern football places increasing emphasis on defense, Schmidt dared to defy convention and launch a full-scale attack on the field. So regardless of the outcome of the competition, there will be no shortage of both flowers and eggs. When the referee blew the whistle, Leverkusen's formation quickly pushed forward. It's like, whoever runs the slowest plays as a defender, that's how aggressive it gets. Furthermore, their positioning in the attacking third became unclear, making it impossible for Wolfsburg to use man-marking defense. The fast pace of the game caused the players' energy levels, which they had replenished during halftime, to plummet again. In the 54th minute of the second half, the situation took a turn for the better. Bonisch played a through ball from the center circle, finding Son Heung-min who had dropped back to receive it. From a bird's-eye view, when Leverkusen was playing positional play, Kiesling would support the attack in front of the penalty area, Bellarabi would make quick forward runs, and Calhanoglu's position would be roughly parallel to Kiesling, forming a roughly 3-3-1-3 system. At this point, Son Heung-min became the key figure connecting Bonisch and the forwards. Most importantly, he got enough space. He feinted past Miranda, and the Wolfsburg defenders and defensive midfielders were a bit out of sync, unable to come up and cover in time. Son Heung-min dribbled the ball to the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot without hesitation. The ball hit Knock's shin and deflected in the opposite direction from Benaglio. Goal! Leverkusen have pulled one back. After scoring, Son Heung-min ran into the goal, retrieved the ball, and gestured for his teammates to run back, his expression filled with excitement. During the process, he also glanced at the away stands and saw his girlfriend whom he had been longing for. Not far away, listening to the cheers of the Leverkusen fans, Qin Ming thought to himself that Son Heung-min was indeed quite strong. Although he was a left winger on the surface, he actually had a lot of room to maneuver. Moreover, Schmidt's tactics suited him very well. In the future, I can also try to expand my range of activities beyond just the flanks. After all, the upward mobility of wingers is limited, and historical stars like Messi and Ronaldo are all moving towards the center. Hey! Don't just stand there, we're still in the lead. Gustavo waved to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded without saying anything and returned to his seat. According to Dietrich Hecking before the match, he would be substituted around the 60-minute mark, so there wasn't much time left. After scoring, Leverkusen pressed their advantage, almost pushing their entire formation past the halfway line. Wolfsburg, however, began to focus on protecting the flanks, no longer giving Son Heung-min enough space to operate, and instead used several interceptions in the backfield to launch quick counterattacks. Unfortunately, during the transition from attack to defense, Leverkusen's fast break was thwarted by their defenders pressing high up the pitch. This defensive strategy is effective, but the risks are also extremely high. Furthermore, the two fullbacks are positioned too deep. If the opponent breaks through, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hey! What I said came true. Gustavo, in combination with Miranda, dispossessed Son Heung-min. Pass it to Rodriguez on the wing. After receiving the ball, the Swiss player seemed to transform into a saber, instantly dribbling past the onrushing Bellarabi. Not only that, he also used his strong physique to forcefully push Donati away. Chapter 36, a one-on-one goal ignites the stadium. Ricardo. Qin Ming's call came from the front, and Rodriguez made a decisive pass. As Leverkusen's formation pushed forward, Qin Ming received the ball and looked around, only to find that there was no one within 10 meters. Wow! Amid the cheers of the Wolfsburg fans, he dribbled nearly 20 meters before being stopped by Jedvich. However, amid Wolfsburg's counterattack, Qin Ming simply made a horizontal pass, which resulted in a 1-2 with De Bruyne, leaving Jedvich behind. 1-on-1. Dieter Hecking and Schmidt, both on the coaching bench, stood up, each with a completely different expression on their face. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Ming faced Leno, who had abandoned the gate, and with a simple 2 bicycle pedal strokes, shifted his weight to the side. Oh no! Leno instinctively lunged to the side and then noticed something was wrong. Feint. Sure enough, the instant he fell to the ground, Qin Ming spiked the ball back. Then everything was simple. Shot into the empty net. 3-1. 2. After scoring, Qin Ming ran to the die-hard fan stand and ignited their passion with an uppercut. Whoosh! A deafening cheer erupted, soaring straight into the sky as if to lift the roof off. Great job! You underage kid from China, you have a much brighter future than that guy from Leverkusen. You are the star of the show at the Volkswagen Stadium today. I think by the time Transfermarkt updates next time, your market value will be higher than Son Heung-min's. The Wolfsburg fans were full of praise. Qin Ming was getting happier and happier as he listened, his mouth almost stretching to his ears with a grin. Who doesn't like to be praised? Moreover, the thrill of scoring a goal is on a completely different level than that of an assist. At this moment, a voice deep within his heart was saying that this was just the beginning, and the future held even greater promise. In the 58th minute of the match, Wolfsburg took advantage of a quick counterattack and broke through Leverkusen's defense. Qin Ming. At just 17 years old, he has scored his second goal in the Bundesliga. I think it won't be long before he becomes a rising star, making the entire football world aware of him. He Wei's voice trembled with excitement. On the court, spotlights flashed wildly, recording everything about Qin Ming. While the Wolfsburg players returned to their own half with joy, the Leverkusen players were all dejected. The morale boost from the goal was immediately shattered, and the negative impact of this situation would be even greater. Son Heung-min didn't even dare to face the stands, for fear of seeing his girlfriend's disappointed expression. When the game restarted, Dietrich made substitutions, replacing Qin Ming with Aaron Hunt, Miranda with Schaefer, and Naldo with Klose. They used up all their substitutions at once, and all of them were defensive players, clearly indicating their intention to hold on to the score. As Qin Ming walked off the court, the 30,000 fans in the stadium paid him their highest respect with shouts. Qin Ming also waved enthusiastically towards the stands, and even though his jersey was soaked with grass and mud, his face still had a sunny smile. This also deeply moved Wolfsburg fans, as if they were basking in the bright sunshine. Well done. Aaron Hunt hugged and high-fived Qin Ming. He was a veteran of Werder Bremen, serving as captain for 12 years before moving to Wolfsburg with former club manager Olafs. Therefore, Aaron Hunt's status is quite high, and his abilities are beyond doubt. Then you better not mess up. Qin Ming made a joke, and Aaron Hunt shrugged, don't worry, I'm not good at anything else, but I'm good at defense. His professional role is that of a workhorse player. While he may not be able to perform magic dribbling moves like Qin Ming, his defense is definitely not a problem, making him best suited to come on in the later stages of a game. Qin Ming smiled and returned to the bench, taking the towel handed to him by substitute goalkeeper Green. He was fairly satisfied with his performance today. He capitalized on Leverkusen's defensive weaknesses, making several key breakthroughs and securing 1 assist and 1 goal. It was a real shame that Dost couldn't score that goal. Whoosh! The noise around him interrupted Qin Ming's thoughts, and he quickly looked up at the stadium. As soon as substitute Aaron Hunt came on, he launched a flying tackle on Donati as he made a run down the flank, bringing down both Donati and the ball. Donati was clutching her leg and wailing on the ground. It was unclear whether she was acting or genuinely injured. He's avenging you, Green said with a smile. If we're talking about who's the most protective of their own in the Wolfsburg team, it's not Gustavo or Naldo, but Aaron Hunt. He grew up in Wolfsburg, where his parents and relatives were all loyal Wolfsburg fans, and he spent his childhood in the Wolfsburg Youth Academy. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, he ended up going to Werder Bremen. But he still loves Wolfsburg just like his family, otherwise he wouldn't have returned on a free transfer after playing for Werder Bremen for 12 years. Wolfsburg has finally gotten back on track, with players like De Bruyne and Qin Ming. His parents have been talking about the two of them to him quite a bit. Therefore, Aaron Hunt absolutely cannot allow any unexpected events to occur on Wolfsburg's path to rise. After the referee showed him a yellow card, Donati struggled to his feet, limped a couple of steps, and signaled to the head coach that he couldn't continue. When he was substituted and walked towards the bench, he saw Qin Ming wink at him mischievously. Provocative. But the pain in his body made Donati furious and powerless. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he silently sat back on the bench and suddenly said to the team doctor in annoyance, "Can you hurry up?" Today was probably the worst day of his career. Not only was he repeatedly beaten by minors, but he was also tackled off the field by his opponent. It's utterly shameful. Why should the team doctor be wronged? He was clearly too heavy-handed. All that could be heard was Donati scream. Leverkusen's attack continues, but Dieter Hecking, as a relegation-threatened coach, has done a good job in training the defense. With the addition of several defensive players, the midfield was transformed into an ironclad defense. With the game nearing its end, Son Heung-min grew anxious. He asked Castro for the ball and then went one-on-one with Miranda. After barely getting past Schaefer, he was intercepted by Naldo. If Dost hadn't been slower, the score might have been different. Leverkusen's repeated attacks were fruitless, and soon 3 piercing whistles rang out. Beep beep beep. The match ended with Wolfsburg defeating Bayer Leverkusen 3-1, securing a victory in the 4th round of the Bundesliga. Amidst rousing songs, the Wolfsburg players gathered together to express their gratitude to the fans. "Qin, shall we exchange jerseys?" Qin Ming was about to return to the locker room when he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw that it was Son Heung-min. "Certainly." Qin Ming smiled and took off his jersey, revealing his muscular upper body. Son Heung-min felt somewhat relieved upon seeing this. Talent can't give someone muscles sculpted like they've been carved with a knife. How many of those who strive to become professional athletes don't train relentlessly? The slight imbalance in his heart dissipated with the wind. "Looking forward to our next meeting." Son Heung-min accepted the jersey. "I'm also looking forward to it, but the next time we meet probably won't be in the league." Qin Ming's words were pointed. He received a call from Perrin a few days ago, who clearly told him that he would be called up for the Asian Cup in January next year. "See you in Australia then." Son Heung-min's fighting spirit has been rekindled. What he couldn't do at the club level, he will do at the national team level. Actually, the second half against Australia was really good, but no one in the attacking third could capitalize on their chances. If Wu Lei had been there, things would have been different. Wang Yudong also played well. That cross to the far post almost resulted in an assist. P.S. The pace of the less important matches will be sped up later. Also, thank you for your votes and continued reading, and there are already 32 chapters in the backlog. Chapter 37, A Frustrated Guardiola, An Insomniac Klopp, and Qin Ming Who Needs to Learn. Qin Ming was exhausted when he returned to the players' dormitory. He washed up early and went to sleep. 2 consecutive high-intensity matches were taking a toll on him, even though he is young. This demonstrates the strength of players like De Bruyne. Keep in mind that they played 2 full matches, while Qin Ming only played 60 minutes in the second match. Physical strength also tends to exhibit a distinct unimodal function as one ages. Qin Ming is not fully developed yet, so he cannot be compared to De Bruyne, who is close to his peak. Late at night, the Asian football scene was bustling with activity, with the media filled with news about the Wolfsburg vs Leverkusen match. The Asian flag is about to change hands. China's 17-year-old prodigy scores a goal and provides an assist, outperforming Son Heung-min with impressive statistics. With boundless imagination, Qin Ming transforms into a magician on the football field. His Rabona assists Dost's goal. Qin Ming scored a one-on-one goal against Bayer Leverkusen, sealing the victory and proving he's not just a mascot. The gap in talent cannot be bridged by hard work. Son Heung-min exchanged jerseys with Qin Ming after the match and promised to see him again at the Asian Cup. Ranking of overall strength in the 26th AFC Asian Cup, South Korea is in the top tier, China in the third tier. Fans from across Asia are also passionately discussing the topic, and some have even started arguing online. Qin Ming's success at Wolfsburg is largely due to his excellent teammates. If Son Heung-min were paired with De Bruyne, he would definitely score even more goals. That's right, we acknowledge the club competition results, but you wait and see with the Asian Cup, we're definitely going to get our revenge. They barely made it into the next round as the third-place finisher in their group. You'd think they were that good. Just pray you're not grouped with South Korea. What a load of rubbish about South Korea. We haven't forgotten the shady dealings at the 2002 World Cup. Stop trying to portray yourself as a sporting powerhouse. Don't be so arrogant, you South Koreans. You say you're strong, so why haven't you won a single game in the World Cup? It's better than you failing to qualify, right? Don't think you can become Asia's flag bearer just because you've scored a few goals. The future is still a long way off. Although South Korean fans are incredibly arrogant, Chinese fans are truly impeccable in every way except for their moral character. Fans of any team in the world have confidence based on the team's performance. And the Chinese national football team. No doubt about it. So Chinese fans could only suppress their anger and watch Qin Ming's highlights several more times to soothe their wounded hearts. At the same time, they also hope that Qin Ming will grow quickly and bring them surprises at the Asian Cup. Qin Ming woke up very late the next day and slept for nearly 12 hours, so he simply didn't go to the training base. Instead, she did some simple stretching at home and turned on the TV to watch Lady Loser. After a while, I got bored and switched to the sports channel, where the host was explaining the Bundesliga situation. As the Bundesliga matches progress, the standings have diverged into several groups. But Bayern Munich isn't at the very top of the list. It was Wolfsburg, not Wolfsburg. Apart from losing to Bayern in the first round, they won all 3 other matches, bringing their total points to 9. Bayern Munich, on the other hand, has 2 wins and 2 draws, accumulating 8 points and ranking second. As for Borussia Dortmund, they seem to be out of form this season, with 2 wins and 2 losses, accumulating 6 points and ranking third. Strong teams were held to draws by weak teams, while mid-table teams won against weak teams. It's fair to say that the Bundesliga started the season in complete chaos. Take the 4th round of the league as an example. Hamburg, who were thrashed 16 times by Bayern last season, surprisingly managed to draw with Bayern. Bayern's star-studded attacking lineup, Lewandowski, Götze, Müller, and others were all rendered ineffective. It is said that Guardiola was furious after the match and argued with Bayern's management for several tens of minutes. He believes that the management did not bring in players according to his ideas. This has led to a shortage of midfielders when competing on multiple fronts. He even promoted Alaba to left winger. As for the prodigy brought in before the competition, he didn't even have the ability to make the roster. What angered Guardiola even more was that the reserve team player he had his eye on was shining in the Bundesliga for Wolfsburg. 2 goals and 3 assists in 4 games, including a goal in the Europa League. What an incredible rate of progress. Letting such a talented player go doesn't demonstrate the incompetence of Bayern's management. But the key point is that Bayern's management is also confused. Based on Qin Ming's previous performance and data, how could he have reached his current level? Therefore, they could only shift the blame to Ten Hag, saying that he lacked the insight to discover young players. Ten Hag was speechless. It was clearly the management who hinted to him to force Qin Ming to agree to the transfer. Who would have thought that Qin Ming would go to Wolfsburg for a trial and pass? I thought it was just a car sales mascot, but it has turned out to be a phenomenon. Ten Hag also often doubted himself late at night. Did I really misjudge him? An outstanding performance by a minor almost drove 2 bald men crazy. After being held to a draw by Hamburg, Guardiola watched Wolfsburg's match countless times. Looking at the lively young player on the screen, he wished he could go back 2 months and slap himself. They insisted on organizing a test competition, and then forgot about it because of the transfer, which allowed Wolfsburg to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he once again suggested to the management, but in a tougher stance, he would make an offer to Wolfsburg in the winter transfer window to bring the lost talent back to the Allianz Arena. Even if doing so will be ridiculed by outsiders. Because he knows that the current Bayern Munich team has conflicts with management and players, and that only by bringing in fresh blood can there be a chance of resolving these issues. Moreover, the new player must be one of his people. While Guardiola was so worried he was losing his hair, Klopp was also having sleepless nights. Having just lost 0-2 to Mainz, he couldn't understand why until the end of the game. Could it be because Lewandowski was missing? That makes sense. Dortmund currently lacks a strong enough striker, which has directly led to a significant drop in their attacking intensity. What other solution is there? We can only stabilize the early stages of the league and wait until the winter transfer window to make some signings. But he recently heard a rumor that the management is planning to change coaches. There's a saying that marriage has a 7-year itch. He has been coaching Dortmund for almost 7 years, and you can definitely feel that not only the team's attitude towards him, but also his passion for the team is being exhausted. Leaving may be the best option. But he didn't want to leave as a loser. Even if he left, he wanted to leave the fans with a perfect season. He doesn't dare to think about the Champions League for now, but he definitely wants to try the league. Wolfsburg fans have been walking around with their heads held high lately, because they're currently at the top of the Bundesliga standings. However, their happiness ended 4 days later. Because of the high intensity of the previous 2 games, many players in the team have experienced discomfort, so Dietrich has had to rotate players. Qin Ming didn't even make the roster. Wolfsburg, fielding a semi-first-team lineup and in poor form, traveled to Berlin to face Hertha Berlin and ultimately secured a 1-1 draw. If it weren't for veteran substitute Alex scoring a goal in the final moments of the match, Wolfsburg probably wouldn't have brought back a single point. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich, a newly promoted team, secured a resounding 4-0 victory, dethroning Wolfsburg from the top of the table. As for Dortmund, they secured another draw. Chapter 38, Wolfsburg's History, League match against Werder Bremen. At the VfL training base in the evening, Qin Ming sat by the field, basking in the warm sunset. He enjoys the quiet time alone after training. Oleg plopped down next to him. Qin, the boss asked me to pass on some words to you. Although I don't think it's necessary, he thinks that if he were to tell you, you might think that the boss is dissatisfied with you. Ivica, just tell me without worry. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Why would I care about something like this? Qin Ming turned his head curiously. It's just that you have a bad habit when you're dribbling the ball, looking down. Oleg smiled and said, I know it's a subconscious reaction that everyone has to deal with, but it does affect your vision. You played well in the previous few games, but most of those were one-on-one or one-on-two situations. You didn't make any long passes, right? If you want to become the best player, then you have to overcome this instinct and broaden your perspective. Oleg pointed to the spacious stadium and said. Do you have any good suggestions? Qin Ming nodded in agreement. After Oleg's reminder, he had also noticed the problem. I'm sorry I can't give you advice, but I think there's someone who definitely can. Oleg gestured to his left with his chin. Kevin, I don't think anyone on our team has a wider field of vision than him. He gives me the feeling of having a god's eye view. You must have a similar feeling during the game, right? Of course. Kevin's pass was truly beautiful. Qin Ming patted his butt and stood up. Then I'll go find him to learn from. Ivica, tell him that you can come to me directly next time if you need anything. I think I'm quite mature. Damn it. I have to be a messenger again. Can't you just go find him yourself? Oleg grumbled and cursed. Qin Ming left Oleg with only his back to him, walked behind De Bruyne, patted his left shoulder, and then immediately hid on the other side. To everyone's surprise, De Bruyne turned around precisely, looked at Qin Ming with a helpless expression, and said, I can hear you walking. Okay, I thought you had eyes in the back of your head. Qin Ming grinned, I've come to learn from you how to broaden my horizons, especially when dribbling. September 28, 2014. The 6th round of the Bundesliga is here. Wolfsburg vs Werder Bremen. When it comes to Werder Bremen, it is not only De Bruyne's former club, but also a giant in the history of the Bundesliga. Built on Petersburg Island on the banks of the Weser River, they have won the Bundesliga title 4 times, second only to Bayern Munich with double-digit titles and Borussia Mönchengladbach with 5. Coincidentally, their former sporting director, Olafs, is now Wolfsburg's sporting director. Back then, Olafs, partnered with Schaff, transformed Werder Bremen into an attacking team that entertained the crowd during their 14-year tenure. Unfortunately, due to frequent player turnover, Werder Bremen's performance has been mediocre, and they are currently only in the middle of the Bundesliga standings. Before the match starts, let me talk to you about Wolfsburg. He Wei has been doing a lot of preparation work recently. Since Wolfsburg was promoted to the Bundesliga for the first time as runners-up in the 2. Bundesliga in the 1997-98 season, they have been fighting in the Bundesliga. Bundesliga stars such as Effenberg, D'Alessandro, and Marcelinho have all played for them. Wolfsburg, backed by the Volkswagen Group, is not short of money. They once signed Skirl for an overvalued sum. But even such a club has long struggled to shake off its image as a nouveau riche club with big gold chains and small gold watches. Moreover, they are the only 2 clubs in the German professional football system that are completely owned by a single company, the so-called factory team. This dependency relationship has made Wolfsburg an anomaly in the eyes of many people. For example, Frankfurt chairman Bruchigen believes that Volkswagen's funding makes the competition unequal, while Dortmund chairman Watzke believes that the league is the foundation. Later, after Magath took over, Wolfsburg developed a habit of cleaning out the team every 6 months. They even used a record 36 players in a single Bundesliga season. Wei was quite surprised when he saw the information. How did a team that was so involved in buying and selling players become what it is today? It turns out to be a Lofs plus Dietrich Black Gold. The former was ambitious, the latter pragmatic. Together they transformed Wolfsburg into a financially secure Werder Bremen. The signing of De Bruyne for €22 million in the winter transfer window was the finishing touch. By the way, let me tell you an interesting statistic. 3 years ago, a market research company conducted a survey and found that only 5,000 people watched the Wolfsburg vs Leverkusen match broadcast by Sky Sports Germany. And the last match between those two teams had nearly 670,000 viewers. What does that mean? Keep in mind that the live TV broadcast of Bayern Munich's match against Hamburg only had 1.02 million viewers. Wei hasn't mentioned the broadcast data from China yet, otherwise, revealing it would have given German fans a huge shock. Wolfsburg, who were held to a draw by Hertha Berlin, regained their previous hot form when they played Werder Bremen at home. The match was in the 18th minute. Rodriguez made a series of breakthroughs down the wing and passed the ball to Qin Ming on the left side of the penalty area. The latter feigned a shot but actually let the ball slip through his legs. With his short blonde hair, De Bruyne decisively delivered a through ball without stopping it. The ball pierced Werder Bremen's defense and found Aulich lurking in the penalty area. The veteran calmly slotted the ball past Raphael under his arm and into the net, making it 1-0. Wolfsburg continued their attack after scoring, but hit the post twice in a row and failed to score, allowing the game to go smoothly into halftime. In the locker room, Qin Ming saw a familiar face, or rather, his rival, Perisic. The Croatian player was injured during the World Cup and only recently recovered enough to train. Today, Dietrich put him on the roster to see if there was a chance for Perisic to play. Perisic glanced at Qin Ming, outwardly remaining calm, but inwardly feeling bitter. Damn it, he was only absent for 2 short months and his starting position was taken away. He is still a 17-year-old minor. Who would believe it if I told them? However, after watching every match Qin Ming played, he still admired Qin Ming's talent from the bottom of his heart. That was something he couldn't access when he was young. But he is not without competitiveness, he is well-rounded. He has balanced skills with both feet, capable of dribbling past defenders, crossing the ball, and even orchestrating attacks. He can play both high and low, has plenty of stamina, and is very active on the defensive end. He felt he had a chance to reclaim his starting position. Even if that doesn't work, there are other options, such as switching from left winger to right winger. Even if I can't compete with Qin Ming, can't I compete with you, Caligiuri? Chapter 39 The painful end of September for Chinese football fans. We didn't play well enough in the first half, especially in passing and movement in the midfield and attacking third. We need to be quick enough and not give the opponent any time to react. Furthermore, Bundesliga teams are now consciously defending against Qin, often using zonal marking combined with man-to-man marking, with at least 2 players closing in at the same time. Qin, I know you have exceptional confidence and ability, but at this moment the best option is to pass the ball, especially a wide lateral pass, which can often change the score in one go. Dieter Black Gold's serious face betrayed his caution. Young people today are different from those of the past. Those with talent are treated like treasures, otherwise they'll just pack up and go to another team. Isn't Pogba a perfect example? Boss, I know. I've been learning from Kevin lately, and it might not be effective for the time being, but I will try my best to change. Qin Ming made a guarantee. He also knows that it is almost impossible for him to achieve the same status as Ronaldinho at Barcelona. Because Wolfsburg's tactics are fundamentally pragmatic. Everything must yield to the overall goal, to the ultimate victory. Thinking about this, Qin Ming had an idea: his future definitely wouldn't be in Wolfsburg. And in a place where you can express yourself and play beautiful football. But those are all too far away. He just wants to be grounded, quickly improve his competitive skills, and enjoy the fun that football brings. After the start of the second half, Werder Bremen shifted more defensive resources to the right flank in an effort to limit Qin Ming and Rodriguez. Neither of them could break through this strong blockade. However, De Bruyne had a more relaxed environment when handling the ball, and together with substitute Caligiuri, they played exceptionally well. In the 76th minute of the match, De Bruyne played a through ball, and Caligiuri scored from a tight angle. 2-0. Then Qin Ming was substituted by Perisic. To be honest, he was a little dissatisfied because he felt that he was in good form and could play the full 90 minutes. However, he also knew that his team was leading by 2 goals, so Dietrich brought on Perisic to find his form, which was the right thing to do from the head coach's perspective. Ultimately, the score remained unchanged until the end of the match. Perisic seemed slightly out of sorts upon returning to the court, mainly in terms of physicality, speed, and rhythm. However, Wolfsburg fans were still very happy. Their already strong left flank will be even more formidable with Perisic's return. In a post-match interview, a reporter asked Dieter Hecking why he never allowed Qin Ming to attend. Minors are not obligated to attend press conferences, and the club will not require Qin to attend similar events. The Chinese football scene at the end of September was a mix of pain and joy. What made them happy was Qin Ming's rapid progress, which gave them great hope for the future. The most painful event was the 2014 Asian Games held in Incheon, South Korea. Although the Chinese men's Olympic football team lost 0-3 to North Korea in their first match and narrowly defeated Pakistan 1-0 in their second match to advance from the group stage, they still lost 0-2 to Thailand in the round of 16 while playing with 10 men, and ultimately failed to reach the quarterfinals. The women's football team, having a lower goal difference than Japan in the group stage, could only advance as the second-place team in their group. In the quarterfinals, they faced their old rival North Korea and suffered a heartbreaking 0-1 defeat, failing to reach the Asian Games semi-finals for the first time in history. Chinese fans naturally felt resentful. They wondered countless times if Qin Ming had been on the national Olympic team, would they have been able to go all the way and touch that golden championship medal? However, they also know that the past is the past, and no amount of fantasy can change history. All they can do is look forward to the future. In the upcoming AFC U19 Championship in October, the Chinese national youth team has been drawn into a group of death with Japan, South Korea, and North Korea. During this period, some fans suggested that the national youth team should call up Qin Ming to go with them. But he was immediately criticized by other fans and deleted his account. Are Bundesliga starters playing in the Asian Championship? Moreover, this comes at a crucial moment when Perisic has returned to the squad and Wolfsburg needs to fight for points. This is an absolutely stupid suggestion. Later, the public outcry was so great that Perrin had to come forward to explain, saying that there was no intention to call up Qin Ming to play in the national Olympic team or the national youth team. They all hope that Qin Ming can stay in the Bundesliga, take advantage of his youth to gain more match experience and grow, and at the same time secure a starting position. Another piece of news in the football world has attracted attention since the beginning of October. The list of 40 nominees for the 2014 Golden Boy Award has been released. The Golden Boy Award was established in 2003 by the Italian newspaper Tuttosport. The award, voted on by major European media outlets, recognizes the best young player of the year and is considered a rite of passage for young talents. The candidates must be young players under the age of 21 who play for European clubs. The first Golden Boy winner was the Dutch prodigy Rafael van der Vaart, who was then known as the second Cruyff. However, in recent years, the Golden Boy Award seems to have become a curse. Pato, Balotelli, and others exemplified what it means to be a complete failure. As for last year's Golden Boy winner, Pogba, he is currently playing very well for Juventus and even won the Serie A title last season. But he's actually quite an oddball. On May 5, 2013, he was suspended for 3 matches by the Italian Serie A League for spitting in a defender's face. Qin Ming looked at this year's Golden Boy Award nominees. Calhanoglu, Stones, Luke Shaw, and Sterling, among others. Origi. Lille's centre forward, is he also selected? Qin Ming only remembered after seeing it that Wolfsburg's next Europa League opponent was Lille, the team Origi played for. It seems fate is making me run into the Golden Boy nominees. Unfortunately, he cannot run for the election this year and will have to wait until next season. During training before the Europa League began, Qin Ming witnessed Perisic's strengths and realized that there were indeed many things he could learn from him. However, he will not easily change the technical characteristics, because he believes that playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses is the right approach. As for the competition between the two, it can only be described in 4 words: upright and aboveboard. In reality, the professional football world isn't that dark, at least the players don't hold grudges against each other. To put it bluntly, none of us have high levels of education, so what kind of vicious methods could we possibly come up with? Moreover, in competitive sports, strength is paramount. Those who rely solely on clever tricks will not go far, or may not even make it at all. Moreover, Qin Ming's vision is not limited to the left winger. Position 10 is his future goal, so he absorbs the excellent experience of his teammates like a sponge. Especially De Bruyne, who is usually the honest one who gets cheated on, so he shared all his knowledge with Qin Ming. During this period, their relationship also grew rapidly, from ordinary friends to close confidants who could talk about anything. Chapter 40 Europa League match against Lille. Soon, the date arrived, October 3rd. In the second round of the Europa League Group H matches, Wolfsburg will host Lille. As a perennial favorite in League One, Everton's overall strength is undeniable. With everyone certain that Everton would advance as group winners, it was natural to assume that the second-place finisher would be either Wolfsburg or Lille. Furthermore, Lille only came to play in the Europa League after losing to Porto in both legs of the Champions League playoffs. In the last round of the Europa League, Lille were held to a draw by Krasnodar, but despite their European defeat, they are doing well in the league, currently sitting at the top of the League One standings with 11 points from 3 wins and 2 draws. Moreover, Lille coach Gillard said before the match that if they were in good form, they would take all 3 points from the Volkswagen Stadium. Here it comes, the match has started. Wolfsburg has had enough rest after a busy schedule. Qin Ming is still starting as the left winger today, but Perisic has been moved to the right winger position. Is this a new tactic devised by Dieter Hecking? But I think it is indeed feasible. After all, Perisic is equally good with both feet, so playing on the right side should not be a problem. He may just need to adapt. Wei gave a brief introduction. On the pitch, the pace of the game was not fast. Wolfsburg controlled possession of the ball, and Lille did not press forward. The latter's tactical style is more conservative, relying on solid defense and sharp counterattacks. Time ticked away as the game remained deadlocked. Perisic dribbles down the wing. When he was a child, his fans called him Coca because his father ran a chicken farm. However, he didn't mind people calling him that and was proud of his father's work. Later, the fans gave him a nickname, Pereira. Doesn't it give you the feeling of a sharp blade tearing through the opponent's defense on the flank? Beautiful. His coordinated body and swift speed allowed him to easily get rid of Soria. Perisic quickly looks up while dribbling the ball to check the positions of his nearby teammates. Perhaps it was because he started playing beach volleyball at the age of 10 and even achieved a ranking in international competitions that he developed his precise passing skills. Snap! The football spun and arced around Lille's 2 centre-backs, reaching Qin Ming's feet at the far end. He didn't stop the ball and volleyed it directly. Bang! The football slammed towards the goal, but the Lille goalkeeper reacted quickly, turning to the side and using his arm to block the ball. Ivan, that was a brilliant pass. Qin Ming clicked his tongue in regret and gave Perisic a thumbs up. He suddenly felt that the midfield trident he formed with De Bruyne and Perisic seemed to have a good chemistry. My right-footed passing is pretty good. Perisic was not modest either. Although moving from left midfielder to right midfielder will reduce his frequency of cutting inside, he is not a player who cuts inside to begin with, and his style is quite different from Son Heung-min's. Passing, defense, and dribbling are the hallmarks of his abilities. The corner kick from the left was taken by De Bruyne. This time, Qin Ming moved to the landing point first, but Kjaer, who had previously played for Wolfsburg, cleared the ball first with his height advantage. His jumping ability is still not strong enough. Qin Ming muttered to himself, while also thinking of Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know how they trained, but I might ask them if I have the chance in the future to fill in my own gaps. After missing a good scoring opportunity, Wolfsburg chose to stabilize the pace of the game to prevent Lille from launching a counterattack. Beep beep. Before we knew it, the first half had ended, with both teams going into halftime with a 0-0 score. Dieter Hecking briefly reviewed the game before explaining the tactics for the second half. Lille's defense is very resolute, but we are not without opportunities. We should control the midfield first, and then make quick advances from both wings, while paying attention to combining play between the wings and the center. Chin, Ivan has good speed and physique. You can try making long passes from the left to the right, because Lille tends to lean when defending, which will create more space on the non-attacking side. Dieter Hecking drew a clear diagram on the tactics board. Just like Ivan told me before. Chin Ming understood instantly. That's right, but your left foot still needs more practice, so you can use your right foot after a sudden stop. However, this will disrupt your offensive rhythm. You can decide based on the situation. Dieter Black Gold spoke in a relaxed tone, not wanting to put too much pressure on Chin Ming. After all, Chin Ming is only 17 years old this year, and he has already done quite well to the extent he has achieved so far. There is no need to be too demanding. Chin Ming didn't boast. He knew his weaknesses and that there was no room for forcing things in a competition. Perhaps just a tiny mistake could ruin the whole team's efforts. Soon, halftime ended and the second half began. De Bruyne, anchoring the central command, methodically organized and tore apart Lille's formation. Belgians are becoming more and more like masters these days. His receiving and passing of the ball are always concise and well prepared, making it very difficult for opponents to dispossess him. Moreover, on the passionate green field, he is like an emotionless machine, almost always finding the best option. He dribbled past Rosino with his back to goal and played a through ball to Chin Ming on the wing. On the field, Chin Ming held off Ballman, turned his back to stop the ball, and pretended to pass it back to Rodriguez, but actually flicked the ball back with his right foot. Cruyff turned around. Before Belial could intercept the ball, he passed it to De Bruyne. 2-1. Chin Ming, who had just received the ball, raised his eyes slightly and saw a green and white figure on the other end. Adjusting it to the right foot definitely won't work. So he decisively slowed down his dribbling speed and swung his left foot to strike the bottom of the ball hard. Bang! A curved line swerved from the left lane to the right lane. Oops! That pass was a bit too long, it might go straight out of bounds. Perisic. Beautiful. He used a flying kick-like motion to save the ball from the sideline. After controlling the ball, Perisic pushed his knee forward and easily got past the fullback. Immediately afterwards, he sprinted towards the byline, seized the opportunity to deliver a cross, and found Aulich on the edge of the penalty area. No surprises. Amid cheers from the Wolfsburg fans, Aulich slotted the ball over the bar and broke the 60-minute deadlock. Ol VfL Wolfsburg ol. The clear and resounding singing rose up and echoed in every corner of the stadium. Chin Ming celebrated the goal with his teammates, then looked a little embarrassed. Ivan, that pass. All right. I used to play beach volleyball. Putting aside everything else, my ball control is absolutely top-notch, and your passing isn't much worse. Perisic patted Chin Ming on the shoulder, deliberately putting on a stern face, and said, if you're good at dribbling and passing, what are we supposed to do? You're only 17 years old this year. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your future is still a long way off. Sigh, having talent is also a kind of pressure, after all, everyone's threshold has been raised. Chin Ming also made a joke. You think you're so great just because I said a few words to you. Gustavo punched Chin Ming. Chapter 41, League progresses, another international match day. In the 88th minute, Chin Ming lobbed the ball across the wing, drawing the attention of 3 defenders. Beautiful. Chin Ming also lobbed the ball to Rodriguez, who then surged down the empty left flank and unleashed a powerful shot into the far corner from inside the penalty area. Lille's goalkeeper made a crucial save, but Perisic got to the rebound and scored. Goal. Wolfsburg extends their lead at the end of the game. At the Volkswagen Stadium, fans cheered and the players were overjoyed. Chin Ming glanced at the goal and felt a little regretful. Because he hasn't scored yet. But he also knew that Perisic's return would definitely take away some of his ball possession. After all, given Dieter Hecking's pragmatic football philosophy, he was destined not to put all his eggs in one basket. He still needed to improve his own level to acquire more tactical resources. In the final moments of stoppage time, Lille finally seized a counterattack opportunity, sending a long pass over the top from the back. Origi galloped like a fast horse, but Gustavo grabbed him by the collar and threw him flat on his back. Yellow card. Gustavo seems to have rediscovered his form from Werder Bremen, and he's already collecting yellow cards at the very beginning of the season. Using a yellow card to stop Lille's counterattack and potentially lead to a goal is definitely worthwhile. This should have been Lille's last attack. They were intercepted before they could advance into the danger zone, and the referee blew the final whistle. Congratulations to Wolfsburg on their first win of the Europa League season. At the Volkswagen Stadium, Wolfsburg fans sang and danced in celebration of the victory. It's worth noting that Everton and Lille are the strongest teams in Group H. Everton was held to a draw away from home by them, while Lille was defeated at home by them. With 4 points in hand, they have the initiative, and their chances of advancing have greatly increased. After the match, Min, De Bruyne, and Perisic stood side by side for a group photo. Bild used this photo as its cover story. Wolfsburg's midfield trident, the infinitely creative Min, the extremely rational De Bruyne, and the well-rounded Perisic, will form a top-class midfield combination in football. Is first class a bit of an exaggeration? Barcelona's Busquets, Rakitic, and Iniesta, Real Madrid's Toni Kroos, Modric, and Isco, Juventus Pirlo, Pogba, and Vidal, these are the truly top-tier midfield lineups. Indeed, while the Wolfsburg trio has potential, they have a very long way to go, and Wolfsburg won't have a chance to play against them this season. It's a pity we finished 1 point behind Bayer Leverkusen last season, otherwise, we would have had a chance to reach the Champions League playoffs. Looking at Wolfsburg's schedule for October, Augsburg, Freiburg, Mainz, and Heidenheim are all relatively easy opponents, except for Mainz, who finished low in the standings last season. Mainz are in great form lately, with striker Shinji Okazaki scoring in consecutive matches. He's rumored to be transferring to the Premier League next season. Wolfsburg will have a tough time in November, facing strong opponents in both the Europa League and the League. The winter break ends in December, which will be perfect for playing in the Asian Cup in Australia. It would be much harder to schedule a trip to La Liga or the Premier League. 2 days later, amidst the anticipation of fans, the 7th round of the Bundesliga took place at the Volkswagen Stadium. Since the match against Lille was 2 days prior, Dieter Hecking opted for a rotated lineup, with Bendner making a rare appearance in the starting 11. After sitting on the sidelines for so long, even the most confident person has learned to tone down their brilliance. However, his wasted youth turned into a bullet that struck him years later, and his overall strength was no longer what it used to be. Bendner contributed nothing in the first half and was quickly substituted by Dost. When the confident man returned to the bench, he gave Min a deep look several times. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Self-centered people always see what others gain as what they lose. And so he developed a misconception. Both of them debuted with talent, so why did Min's path go so smoothly, while his path was full of thorns? Let's take a look at Wolfsburg's corner kick on the right. Perisic delivers the cross directly to the far post, and Klose gets a touch on it and shoots. The ball hit a defender, bounced to Naldo, and he scored on the rebound. 1-0. Wolfsburg finally scored in the 65th minute. Wolfsburg fans thought this was just the beginning, but the score remained unchanged until the final whistle. Rotating the lineup is still too much of a strain. Especially on the offensive end, without Min's breakthroughs, Wolfsburg seems to have lost its vitality. Sure enough, after just one game, Wolfsburg fans are already reminiscing about the young man's agile figure on the field. Following this match, the international break begins. Perrin still did not summon Min back to the country. There's no need for Min to travel 8,000 kilometers back to China just because of 2 insignificant friendly matches. Moreover, their opponent, Thailand, had its head coach go on vacation to Europe, and very few of its key players were present. Speaking of Thailand, the Chinese national football team seems to have developed a fear of Thailand over the past year, with the most famous example being the 1-5 defeat last year. Former national team player Fan Zi's famous quote became widely circulated at the time: "Chinese football has lost all face. If this continues, we'll lose to Vietnam. After losing to Thailand, we'll lose to Vietnam. After losing to Vietnam, we'll lose to Myanmar. After that, we'll lose to no one." On October 10 at the Jiangqing Olympic Sports Stadium, the competition officially began after the national anthem was played. Min sat in front of the TV, watching the dull first half, and rubbed his temples in exasperation. Indeed, their skill level is limited. Then in the second half, the Chinese national team gave him a surprise. Zhang Qingdong crossed the ball, and Wu Shi pounced on the opportunity to score. Then the Chinese national football team used high-pressure tactics to force the Thai team to make repeated mistakes. Zhang Ko and Yang Su seized the opportunity and scored in succession. At the post-match press conference, Perrin showed no arrogance. A 3-0 result is far from enough, we should have scored more goals. Of course, winning is a happy thing, and the players' morale is also good. As I emphasized before, we should take advantage of the team's strengths, bring the game to the opponent's half, and press high up the pitch. Our attacking efficiency was not reflected in the first half, but after making substitutions in the second half, we achieved the expected results. Qin Ming. I've been following every game he plays for Wolfsburg, and I've noticed that he's improving at an unexpected pace. I believe that by next year's Asian Cup, he will have elevated our attack to a whole new level. Perrin is very optimistic about Qin Ming's future, and therefore does not hesitate to praise him in front of the media. 4 days later, in another friendly match, the Chinese national football team defeated Paraguay 2-1 thanks to goals from Zheng Ji and Wu Lei. The 2 victories made Chinese fans very happy. In order to become a seeded team in the first stage of the Asian qualifiers for the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia, the Chinese national football team, currently ranked 12th in Asia, 97th in the world, needs to accumulate points in international A-level matches to enter the top 8 in Asia. These 2 victories were crucial. To be fair, the Chinese national football team was quite lucky. Neymar scored 4 goals against Japan, and Argentina thrashed Hong Kong 7-0, directly reducing the points of China's opponents. Chapter 42 Salary Increase. When the international match day ended, Qin Ming was called to the sports manager's office. Alofs pointed to the sofa and said kindly, "We've all seen your recent performance. I think instead of waiting for you to speak up, we should take the initiative to propose changes to the contract, mainly regarding your salary and benefits." Qin Ming's unique playing style makes him very popular online, and even disregarding the deal between Volkswagen Group and China Fortune, Qin Ming's skill level is commendable. The original basic contract for Bundesliga players can no longer be used. Otherwise, Wolfsburg would definitely suffer a greater loss for a smaller gain. Alofs was a sensible man and was willing to do a favor while also improving Qin Ming's favorability. Moreover, due to Qin Ming's special status, Wolfsburg did not offer him good treatment. In fact, it was quite poor, not even reaching the average salary in the Bundesliga. As Qin Ming's performance became increasingly impressive, Alofs panicked and quickly contacted the club's management and the Volkswagen Group to discuss the specifics. The new contract was finalized just a few days ago. The average salary in the Bundesliga is 1.3 million euros. Of course, I'm talking about mid-table teams. If it's Bayern Munich, it's much more than that. We are willing to offer you an annual salary of 2 million euros, which translates to a weekly salary of 38,000 euros. This is just the base salary. There are also loyalty bonuses, playing time targets, goal and assist bonuses, and so on. The specific contract is here. You can have someone take a look at it first. Alofs pushed the contract forward. Qin Ming couldn't understand it at all, so he planned to find a professional. Thinking about this, he realized that he still hadn't signed a professional agent. Fortunately, German football has a well-developed system, and the Football Association will arrange agents for the players, although their professional skills are definitely not as good as those who specialize in this. Given my current development, those guys should be coming to me soon, right? A weekly wage of 38,000 euros. After regaining his senses, Qin Ming secretly sighed. When you make a name for yourself in the professional sports world, making money really becomes easy. You have to understand what happened when he was a corporate slave before he transmigrated. I can't say any more, it's all tears. Moreover, Wolfsburg has indeed shown great sincerity. A base salary of 2 million euros should place him among the top earners in the team. Besides, I've only been playing for a short time, maybe 3 months at most. Qin Ming glanced at the goal-scoring bonus and other terms, and each clause seemed rather lenient to him. By the way, all of this is before tax. Germany's taxes are quite high. Alofs reminded him. At present, the tax rates for the top 5 European football leagues are as follows: Bundesliga 45%, Serie A 46.2%, Premier League 50%, and La Liga 42%. While the Bundesliga's tax rate may seem low, players have to pay not only personal income tax but also church tax and other miscellaneous taxes. About half of the income is taken home. The reason why players want to go to La Liga now is not only because La Liga has a low tax rate, but also because they have a dual-track system. Foreign players in La Liga can enjoy a single tax rate of 25% for their first 6 years in their home country. By the way, the Premier League not only has similar regulations, but also an even more cunning practice: players do not have to pay taxes on income earned from matches played outside the UK. For example, in the Champions League match between Manchester United and Bayern Munich, Rooney's bonuses and weekly wages were tax-free. It's important to know that the Champions League prize money is no small sum. Okay, I'll have someone review the contract first, and I'll get back to you in a few days. Qin Ming smiled. He actually felt that DAZN was a large and powerful company, and wouldn't dare to lie to him. After all, he has too many people behind him. But it's always better to be safe than sorry. What if, like some esports club, they pull off some kind of dual contract? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss then? Of course, that's to be expected. I think with your ability, you'll definitely earn more than this salary in the future, and Wolfsburg is also an ambitious club. I think we should be able to continue working together. Alofs subtly indicated his stance. He naturally wants to keep a talented young player like Qin Ming at Wolfsburg, and is even willing to pay a high price for it. If we can keep Qin Ming and De Bruyne. But he also knew that he was being a bit delusional. Even though Wolfsburg had the backing of the powerful Volkswagen Group, it couldn't change the fact that they were just an ordinary club. The saying, people from wealthy families strive for higher positions, just as water flows downhill, also applies to the world of football. Many talented young people, after rising to prominence, eventually end up marrying into wealthy families. A few minutes later, Qin Ming walked out of the office, without giving a clear answer to Alof's invitation. Why? He's not really 17 years old, a kid who doesn't understand anything. From both an objective and subjective perspective, his future cannot be one of one person in one city. He immediately stopped thinking about it. Let's focus on the present, play football well, do our best, and deal with the future later. Soon it was October 18th. Round 8 of the Bundesliga. Freiburg vs Wolfsburg. Wolves were very proactive playing away, but the FIFA virus lived up to its name. It was obvious they weren't in good form. Hey! Qin Ming is dribbling down the wing, using his elastico technique to get past Schmid, and then nutmegging Musa, who's trying to steal the ball. Pretty. At the brightly lit Europark Stadium, people once again saw that agile figure. While others were plagued by the FIFA virus, Qin Ming did not participate in the friendly matches. He trained hard for the past 2 weeks, increasing his template integration rate to 75%. Moreover, the new training program he had previously implemented significantly improved his endurance, explosiveness, and speed. This is the power of science. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming arrived and broke into the penalty area, prompting Freiburg's centre-back to quickly cover. But after Qin Ming feinted with his right foot over the ball, he suddenly pushed it forward with his left foot. A powerful shot from a narrow angle. Got it. When the Wolfsburg players were in a slump, 17-year-old Qin Ming stepped up, made a series of breakthroughs on the wing, and scored a goal with his own strength. His league goal tally has reached 3. Alofs was all smiles in the stands. The club had just given Qin Ming a raise, and Qin Ming had delivered an amazing performance. Value. He felt that of all the transfers he had ever handled, Qin Ming's had the highest return on investment. On the field, Qin Ming celebrated surrounded by his teammates. He increasingly enjoyed the feeling of using his footwork to get past defenders one by one and then send the ball into the goal. Kevin, how was that break free just now? Qin Ming asked with a raised eyebrow. Indeed, not bad. De Bruyne nodded, but if it were him, he would have passed the ball to the advancing Aulick immediately after getting past the first player. However, this technique requires a high level of vision and footwork. I doubt Qin Ming could do that. The game quickly resumed. Perhaps it was Qin Ming's goal that revitalized the Wolfsburg players, who gradually regained their form from before the international break. Wolfsburg gradually took control of the game's pace. Chapter 43 Wolfsburg vs Freiburg, Chinese player Qin Ming scores a hat-trick. 72nd minute of the second half. De Bruyne received a long diagonal pass from Rodriguez and focused his gaze on the rapidly advancing Aulick, pushing off with the instep of his foot. Snap! The football arced perfectly from the outside, bypassing the defender and finding Perisic. The latter, facing a goalkeeper who was blocking his way, chose to pass the ball. In the shot, Qin Ming surges from the left side of the penalty area and calmly shoots the ball. Bang! The football pierced through the gap between two sliding tacklers and into the goal. 0-2. A second time. Qin Ming scored the second goal of the match, marking his first brace in his professional career. Pretty. It's been 16 years since Yang Chen of Eintracht Frankfurt in the 1998-99 season that a Chinese player has scored twice in the Bundesliga. He Wei's voice was loud and clear. At Europark Stadium, Qin Ming's radiant smile was captured by the camera and broadcast to every fan who follows him. He scored twice. He had never done it before, so this is a record. With less than 20 minutes left in the regular time limit, Qin Ming couldn't help but have an idea. Hat trick. Will he be able to achieve his first hat trick? Unfortunately, after Qin Ming scored 2 goals, Freiburg had their defenders marking him closely, even resorting to tactical fouls to stop him from breaking through. Beep beep beep. Upon hearing 3 long whistles, Qin Ming lay down on the ground and sighed helplessly. Ultimately, they failed to bring the ball home. However, the away fans were very understanding, throwing down their baseball caps with the Wolfsburg crest, saying, "Qin, this is a hat I'm giving you, it will bring you good luck." Qin Ming quickly got up, picked up his hat and put it on, and even gave a thumbs up to the stands. Post-match news reports all featured this photo of him. Wolfsburg 2-0 Freiburg, Chinese player Qin Ming scores a hat-trick. After the match, Wolfsburg's head coach stated, "Qin Ming is Wolfsburg's asset. He and De Bruyne possess unlimited potential and will one day stand on the highest stage of football." Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich have rediscovered their form, thrashing Werder Bremen 6-0. Mario Götze and Philipp Lahm both scored twice, while Thomas Müller and Xabi Alonso each added a goal, with 6 goals announcing the Giants' powerful return. Borussia Dortmund lost 1-2 to Cologne. The atmosphere within the team was oppressive and suffocating, and Klopp's departure is now imminent. How did Qin Ming score his hat-trick in Wolfsburg's 2-0 victory over Freiburg? You need to be careful with your wording. It's not hat-trick, it's wearing a hat. This. Speaking of Bayern Munich, they've been on fire lately. 4-0 Paderborn, 2-0 Cologne, 4-0 Hannover 96, and now this round 6-0 thrashing of Werder Bremen. They're absolutely unstoppable. The Bundesliga champions aren't called that for nothing. Their players are all so individually talented that I think they don't even need tactics. You could practically have a dog tethered to the coaching staff and still win the Bundesliga title. That would be a bit of an exaggeration. If Wolfsburg wants to contend for the title this year, Bayern Munich is an insurmountable obstacle. It's uncertain whether they even have a chance. Yes, bro, yes. If Qin Ming and Ding Ding can develop and maintain their scoring rhythm in the later stages of the league, I think it's possible they could give Bayern a run for their money. Inside the VfL training base, Qin Ming lay down to receive physical therapy and massage after training, while also checking the data leaderboard. Bayern Munich currently has 1 more point than Wolfsburg, but their goal difference is more than 1 more. By the way, their players are all on the top scorers list. Robben, Lewandowski, Müller, and so on. Qin Ming, on the other hand, is currently ranked 7th on the top scorers list with 4 goals. I just don't know how many there will be by the end of the season. I need to continue practicing finesse shots, and the Asian Cup starts in January, so I need to get the hang of it before then. Qin Ming silently thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. After all, professional football is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. To gain the honor you desire, you must put in more effort than others. In the 3rd round of the Europa League group stage, 6 days later, Qin Ming and his teammates embarked on a journey to the southernmost border of Russia. Since there are no direct flights from Wolfsburg to Krasnodar, they need to transfer in Berlin, but fortunately the 2 cities are not far apart. The 2,200-kilometer journey took only 4 hours, which is hardly considered a long and tiring trip. Krasnodar. As a football club established 6 years ago with a focus on youth training, their owner is Galitsi, co-owner of Magnet Supermarket and also the country's retail tycoon. Simply put, they are rich. However, their strength is average. They finished 6th in the Russian Premier League last season. It can't compare to clubs like CSKA Moscow, Zenit, and Lokomotiv Moscow. De Bruyne. Just 5 minutes into the game, a world-class goal was unleashed from outside the box, breaching the Krasnodar Stadium. Speaking of this stadium, its design is inspired by the ancient Greek amphitheater, and its Greek colonnade is built with white Roman travertine, showing a solemn and elegant beauty. Its classic three-part structure is unique in the world of football. De Bruyne is in red-hot form today. His continuous passing and movement in midfield tore apart the defense and delivered a through ball. Alex suddenly stopped, shaking off his defender, and passed the ball across to Qin Ming, who was making a quick forward run. Single-handed sword. He used a bicycle kick to deceive the goalkeeper's balance, and Qin Ming pushed the ball into the empty net. 0-2. In the 78th minute of the second half, it was De Bruyne again who orchestrated the play, this time finding Perisic on the right. Crossed the ball. The two Croatian players combined perfectly, and Aulick headed the ball into the goal at the near post. Match ends, Wolfsburg wins 3-0 away from home, extending their unbeaten run to 10 games this season, except for a loss to Bayern Munich. Qin Ming also scored his second goal in European competition in his professional career. If he hadn't been substituted off so early, I think this statistic would have been different. Wolfsburg, buoyed by their European victory, returned to Wolfsburg overnight. There's no way around it. The Europa League schedule is too annoying, it always comes 2 days before the league matches. In the next round, they will face Mainz, the team that Shinji Okazaki plays for. Last season, Mainz was coached by Tuchel, but the two sides broke up due to contract issues. Tuchel could not coach in the last year of his contract and is probably watching TV at home now. The current head coach of Mainz, Julman, was previously the coach of the Danish team Northwestland. His skill level is definitely not as good as Tuchel's. However, parking the bus is his forte, and he has not suffered a single defeat since the start of the Bundesliga season. 5 draws and 3 wins. They just beat Dortmund 2-0 last month and are currently doing very well. Volkswagen Stadium. Players' Tunnel. Qin Ming saw Shinji Okazaki, and also saw a familiar face. Karius. A sentence involuntarily popped into his mind. A super basic mistake. Chapter 44 No-Look Pass. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Wolfsburg played a Europa League match just 2 days ago, but Dieter Hecking substituted key players early in the middle of the game to conserve their energy for the Mainz match. The lone striker is still Aulick, and the midfielders are Qin Ming, De Bruyne and Perisic lined up from left to right. There are no major changes in the midfield and defense, but Rodriguez is absent due to a cold. Wolfsburg, playing at home, are very proactive, with De Bruyne organizing and planning, and their flanks ready to take off at any time. Mainz's defense was indeed very strong, like an impenetrable iron barrel. Even the lone striker, Shinji Okazaki, dropped back to participate in the defense. He cherishes his current position because when he played for Stuttgart, he was known as the Freno striker. However, he has remained a key player on the team thanks to his tireless running and defensive attitude. Last season, he scored 15 goals in all competitions for Mainz, breaking Shinji Kagawa's record for most goals scored by a Japanese player in a single Bundesliga season, and also shattering people's stereotypes. It also helped Mainz qualify for the Europa League playoffs. He scored again in the first leg, but Mainz suffered a crushing defeat in the second leg and failed to qualify for the Europa League group stage. Time slips away, bit by bit. The match was in its 23rd minute. Naldo sent a long diagonal pass to the left flank, where Qin Ming chested the ball down and then chipped it over the onrushing Alarigi. But the next second he was pulled to the ground. It turned out that it was guys who came to help defend that fouled him. Mainz's tactical foul was decisive, even at the cost of a yellow card. It seems that the Bundesliga teams have reached a consensus, they absolutely cannot let Qin Ming break through easily, they must completely contain him. Qin Ming brushed the grass clippings off his face, pondering a solution. If we reduce the frequency of handling the ball and instead increase running, will it be effective? Then he went to De Bruyne and discussed the adjustments with him. It proved to be effective. Even Mainz's defensive resources are gradually shifting to the other side. Opportunities often arise at this time. 37th minute of the match. Perisic received the ball on the wing and, facing pressure from Junior, passed it to De Bruyne, who was making a run forward. Inside the penalty area, De Bruyne seemed to have a god's eye view, turning halfway and passing the ball horizontally without even looking up. There, Oleg's feint attracted the attention of two defenders. But De Bruyne's real target is not him. Suddenly, a figure burst into the scene, his green and white robes fluttering in the wind, and he thrust straight into the forbidden area like a dagger. Notice. Karius's inner alarm bells rang loudly. On the coaching bench, Julman remained calm because he saw Stefan following up. This was his instruction before the match: even if Wolfsburg's number 13 doesn't have the ball, someone should stay by his side. Now is the time to reap the rewards. But the next second, his nonchalant expression vanished, and he stared in disbelief at the figure in the restricted area. Qin Ming appeared to be about to shoot directly, but in reality he turned around and stopped the ball behind him, catching Stefan off guard and making him lose track of the ball. Then, under the watchful eyes of the fans at the scene, Wolfsburg's number 13 player adjusts and fires. Bang! Karius was also caught off guard by Qin Ming's feint and fell to the ground hastily, but he didn't even touch the ball. 1-0. Excellent goalkeeping. Fully creative. That's the magician of the football field. He scored a beautiful goal in an unconventional way. Qin Ming. His 5th goal in the Bundesliga. That's an average of 0.8 goals per game, and he's only 17 years old. The future is limitless. He exclaimed with emotion. At the Volkswagen Stadium, Wolfsburg fans raised their arms in celebration of the crucial goal. In Mainz's recent matches, they have generally scored first through counterattacks, then parked the bus and defended until the end of the game. However, if the opponent scores first, they can no longer hold their own in the backfield. However, Ullmann's ability to coach the attack is questionable. Therefore, after this goal, Wolfsburg's winning percentage increased significantly. After a passionate sliding tackle, Qin Ming got up and hugged and high-fived his teammates who came to help. Qin, I don't think you're 17. You're more mature than Ivan. You seem more like 27. Gustavo clicked his tongue in amazement. The composure Qin Ming displayed in front of the goal just now is something that most young players would find difficult to achieve. Most people would choose to shoot directly. But Qin Ming's approach was quite different from others. Don't talk nonsense. When I went out with Ivan, people called him uncle but called me brother. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and said, I don't know if it's a racial issue, but Croatian players tend to look older. Get lost. I'm only 25 years old. People say 25 is like the sun at 7:30 in the morning. Perisic retorted irritably. Okay, but look at Kevin. He's 2 years younger than you, but he looks like he's 10 years younger. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he quickly ran away. De Bruyne helplessly shrugged, also puzzled by his baby face, since in the world of football, looks matter. Pepe, De Jong, and others all have fierce looks on their faces. Furthermore, when Diego Costa stands in front of a defender, the defender is less likely to commit a malicious foul against him. What about myself? This face is utterly intimidating, your opponent might even say, how cute. Perisic sighed repeatedly, thinking he would take care of himself when he had time later. But then I realized I was already married. He and his wife, Josie, were childhood sweethearts. They got married 2 years ago and have a child. There's absolutely no need to make a fuss. The game restarted after the lap time. After conceding the goal, Mainz couldn't sit still and began to tentatively press forward in search of attacking opportunities. Shinji Okazaki also ran more actively. Sun Heung-min was heavily criticized by South Korean fans after Bayer Leverkusen lost to Wolfsburg recently, and he doesn't want to repeat that mistake. Besides, he is also a person with ambitions. If you want to leave the Bundesliga for the Premier League, you need to have a pretty impressive pledge of allegiance. Wolfsburg is currently receiving a lot of attention, and they have achieved a 10-game unbeaten streak so far. If he can score the crucial goal and help Mainz win away from home, he might catch the eye of a Premier League team. However, Mainz's overall attacking rhythm was not very good. In the 34th minute of the first half, Guy's through ball was intercepted by Knock. Just as Okazaki Shinji was about to pounce on him, Knock passed the ball to Naldo. The Brazilian, with his exceptional footwork, launched a long ball without stopping it. The football crossed most of the field and came to Aulich. The latter headed the ball back to Bonget, carrying the ball. De Bruyne received the ball and began to organize the attack, combining with Qin Ming to make continuous passes and cuts, breaking through Mainz's defense, which was in disarray after transitioning from defense to attack. Qin Ming dribbles the ball to the baseline. Steven is marking very closely and isn't making any easy passes. Hey! Feint a small jump with your right foot, then make a concealed pass with your left foot. No look, pass. When the defenders in the penalty area were drawn to Qin Ming, the ball unexpectedly rolled to the side and back. De Bruyne met the ball and slotted it past Karius once again. 2-0. Chapter 45 Reflections in the Dark. Pretty. Look at this absolutely brilliant assist. This perfectly illustrates the meaning of feinting to the east while attacking in the west. I wonder if there's anyone in the world who can read his mind. The goal in the 47th minute sent Wolfsburg fans into a frenzy, erupting in deafening cheers. De Bruyne once again staged a neighborhood-style celebration, jumping into the air and casually flicking a few fingers, making Qin Ming not want to follow him. At that moment, he looked up at the LED screen, which was replaying his goal. Qin Ming smugly stroked his chin, thinking to himself how incredibly handsome he was. However, in front of the goal that he wasn't paying attention to, Karius's eyes were full of frustration. Behind the two brilliant goals, he was the perfect backdrop. He could foresee how enthusiastically people would discuss the two balls in the coming days. What bad luck! Karius lay on the grass, offering a sincere complaint to the heavens. Shinji Okazaki wasn't much better off. Having been exposed to regular training since childhood, he never imagined that football could be played like this. Running, pressing, and defending, that seems to be his life. They are like worker ants that are dispensable. He began to understand the true meaning of the word talent. After the start of the second half, Mainz seemed to have lost their spirit, even after Julman gave the players a pep talk. They were not good at attacking to begin with, and they couldn't find any opportunities against the experienced Dieter Blackkin. In the 65th minute of the match, Qin Ming was substituted by Arnold. The coaching staff reminded you before you started to control your playing time as a young player. Take advantage of the fact that the opponents are not too strong and develop the habit of scientific rotation. Dieter Black-Gold, worried that Qin Ming might misunderstand, patted Qin Ming on the shoulder and explained. I understand. Qin Ming smiled knowingly. His future is long, so he shouldn't risk getting hurt just for a moment's pleasure. Soon after, in the 82nd minute of the second half, Wolfsburg scored again through a long-range shot by Arnold. However, Mainz seized the opportunity and pulled one back 7 minutes later with a counter-attack. The match ended 3-1, with Wolfsburg extending their unbeaten record. In the evening, after returning to his dormitory following the match, Qin Ming told the security guard and then headed to the nearby Irish pub. I don't know who gave the gatekeeper the order, but he has to report any of his outings. I'm not a minor. Qin Ming then remembered that he was indeed a minor. But does that mean minors can't have a private life? Thinking of this, he recalled the German law protecting minors, which stipulates the working hours of minors and prohibits them from continuing to work after 8 p.m. Even for athletes aged 16 to 18, the latest they can leave work is 11 p.m. Furthermore, according to the Youth Labor Protection Law, employers can only hire minors to work in sports on Saturdays and Sundays. Does that mean Wolfsburg has violated the rules many times? It's unclear whether they're paying a fine or trying to exploit a loophole in the law. Fortunately, aside from not allowing him to stay out all night or indulge in excessive drinking, Dieter Black-Gold didn't interfere too much. After all, many players like to have a beer after the game. Before long, Qin Ming arrived at the Irish pub. Since the match had ended several hours earlier, there were only a few customers left inside. "Mr. Scott, a beer please." Qin Ming sat on the bar, tilting his head to look at the TV. "I'm sorry, but the new law on the protection of minors has been promulgated and implemented, which strictly prohibits businesses from selling alcohol to minors under the age of 18. The elderly Scott wiped the wine glass without looking up. "Don't think I don't know the law. The protection law clearly states that it's illegal to sell spirits like baijiu to minors under 18, but people over 16 can buy low-alcohol beverages like beer, wine, or sparkling wine." Qin Ming tapped the table with his index finger and said with dissatisfaction. All right, stop nagging. Your voice is so loud, are you trying to kill me?" Scott rubbed his ears, picked up the clean glass, soaked it in ice water for a moment, and then poured himself a beer. "Here you go, but this is the only one today. I'm only giving it to you because you scored a goal." "Ah." Qin Ming took the glass and took a big, satisfied gulp. "Mr. Scott, my assist was a no-look pass, which is quite rare. He trains so hard every day and still has to eat healthy meals. He must be exhausted. I'm just hoping to have a beer after the game to satisfy my craving." "What assist? I didn't see it." Scott is lying through his teeth. "Old man, when I become famous, I'll promote your tavern every day until you're too tired to speak." Qin Ming peeled a macadamia nut and popped it into his mouth. After frequenting Irish pubs, he developed a good relationship with Scott, and they would occasionally exchange jokes. "I do believe that." Scott remained noncommittal. He was a loyal Wolfsburg fan, and after watching game after game, he naturally knew how talented the young man in front of him was. "Kid, scoring goals against Mainz and Freiburg is nothing. If you're really good, you should score against Bayern Munich. Only then will I acknowledge you." A cunning glint flashed in Scott's cloudy eyes. Hiccup. "Mr. Scott, that kind of reverse psychology won't work on me." Qin Ming shrugged indifferently, took out €2.5 from his pocket and placed it on the bar, leaving Scott with his back turned. "But I think I will. When you celebrate at the bar, don't get so excited that you faint. Oh, and remember to tell the fans, tonight's expenses are on me." Scott shook his head upon hearing this, thinking to himself that this kid was quite interesting. Immediately, he put the €2.5 coin that Qin Ming had given him into another box. Back in his dorm, Qin Ming stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. In fact, he had been avoiding a problem for the past few months, his family. He had inexplicably transmigrated and encountered so many things. He had previously overlooked this matter, but when he checked his bank account later, he discovered that money was being sent to the same account every quarter. He then rummaged through his long-forgotten memories and realized that it was a remittance to his parents who were still in China. It's important to understand that the path to becoming a professional athlete is extremely expensive before achieving success. Moreover, the original owner's parents were both working-class people. The original owner's football talent was discovered when he was young. He trained in a Chinese youth training camp until he was 11 years old, when he participated in Bayern Munich's Chinese youth training program and stood out to win a spot. However, once China's geniuses arrive in Germany, their former talents become insignificant. And then I put it on myself. I'll transfer more back when my salary arrives. Qin Ming sighed silently in the darkness. He didn't know how to handle the relationship, but he wanted to be as good as possible to the original owner's parents. Why? Perhaps the original owner of this body also obtained a system or something similar when he transmigrated to his place. That's how it's written in novels anyway. I hope he can also be filial to his parents. He felt emo for a while late at night, then put all his worries behind him. After all, my primary task right now is to play football. Whether it's to ease the burden on his parents or to fulfill his own football dream, he must continue to train hard. Moreover, it feels pretty good to turn your hobby into a career and make a lot of money. Soon, the date arrived, October 30th. Second round of the German Cup. Wolfsburg vs Heidenheim. Qin Ming was on the bench for this match because the opponent was only a German second division team and could not pose much of a problem for them. He came on as a substitute in the 67th minute and, just 3 minutes later, received a pass from Dost and fired a shot into the far corner to score. Wolfsburg ultimately secured a comfortable 4-0 victory, advancing to the next round of the German Cup.